3, 2, 1.
For a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the blade cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Hello, welcome ladies and gentlemen back to some Southeast Asian DPC. My name is DK Truman and I'm joined on the mic by Bowie. Thank you very much for having us here. And Bowie, welcome to the Southeast Asian DPC.
Thank you so much. You're so kind. And yeah, this is my first time here casting SCA DPC. And today's match is going to be a bottom of the barrel one, right? Both teams yet to get any points in the DPC.
Yeah, right now it's for these two teams, promotion is not really an option anymore, and it's just looking to be able to sustain their chances in the DPC. One addition as well is try to make it to a point where they can make money, because of course if you're 7th or 8th you get nothing for your weeks of effort. So they're trying to crawl their way to a spot where they can at the very least sustain, not have to play the open qualifiers again, and make some money while they're at it. Currently Atlantis and XERXIA are not in a very good spot. They will be taking each other on. Both of these teams have only won a single match so far, but we'll check out what the results were on Friday. to pretty much get ourselves a view of what happened previously. UDV took down Team Flow 2-0. Army Genius won their series 2-0 against Myth Avenue Gaming, and Polaris beat Spawn Team 2-0, which is not too surprising. The UDV first Team Flow 1-2-0 might be slightly more surprising because I think they're a lot closer, but Army Geniuses and Polaris have both not lost a single game. They're 8-0 in their performances, so their best enemies are each other. We'll be popping up the standings to see the current standing, but as you could expect, the top two are pretty much well known, and we're going to be watching the bottom two as well. There we have Army Geniuses and Polaris up at that top spot, so it's almost without question that these two teams are going to be making it towards Division 1 next season. Not any big surprises unless something very weird happens in the next couple of games.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's still like a chance for both XERXIA and Atlantis to, not both, but either one of those teams to not be relegated, because those other two teams, the Army and Polaris, are so far ahead. There's not that many points to go around between everyone else. So, winning today might be the first step towards at least staying Division 2, which, for any team is already, just the money, as I said, it's going to matter a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely an important factor. I think both of these teams have either played against against AG or Polaris, but they still have to play against the other one in the next weeks. So that could be a loss, possibly. They could definitely both still survive if they win their next matches. Obviously, one would be 4-3 and the other one would be 3-4. But you can definitely force out some tiebreakers that way. But that means you just gotta win no matter what at this stage. Here we have the matches of today: XERXIA versus Atlantis as the first match of the day. Then UDV versus Myth Avenue Gaming, both in the middle. Both 2-2 are currently in their standings. And then we're going to end the day with Spawn Team versus Team Flow. And that's also kind of the middle pack. The top two teams will not be performing today. So it's an interesting one to witness, because of course everyone wants to see how Polaris and Army Geniuses are going to continue the stride, but I'm also worried about the rest of the teams. Who's going to be able to survive in Div 2 this season?
I mean, for sure, as we said, it's very unlikely that any other team is going to be top 2. So you actually want to watch the other games, because those games that actually have any stakes, whether it's going to be XERXIA or Atlantis to go down, this match will be a part of that, deciding that.
Yeah, so there's a lot on the line for these two teams, especially considering the fact that they've both won only one map, so they're 1-6 currently, which doesn't bode well. Granted, Southeast Asia Div 2 has pretty much only been 2-0s. For the most part, it's just been 2-0s, 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 2-0s. Wondering if that's going to be the case this time again, or if we're going to get finally to see a little bit of a closer affair. The draft is already on the way. It's surprising that the Broodmother was let through. It's a hero that has, every region has a firm grasp on the hero and they play it a ton, but I guess with the Legion Commander, they're trying to be able to at least blow down all the spiders in the process.
Yeah, having that hero is always great. Primal Beast is another one that we see quite a bit, but it is taking down second phase alongside the Trian. So I do like the approach Atlantis is doing here. And as you said, Brood, one of the best heroes of the patch when he goes through. I think that the bans become very important as the Brood team to make sure that you get a decent lane. I don't think this Rubik's going to be the lane partner. I've seen a little bit of Brood Marcy, but that is taken out. Something like a Snapfire, anything that can allow the Brood to play aggressive in lane is pretty good. So wouldn't. I would probably think this Rubik is a 5 or a flex to mid. Not sure if they play it. And let's see what they'll pick to pair that Brood up with.
I think it's probably still going to be the Rubik, because you're playing against an Aegis Prophet. And when you're playing against an Aegis Prophet +1, I mean, it could be a Clockwork or something along those lines, there's a chance that you're going to be forced to pull the creep wave. You could also be completely correct in that regard, regardless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
But Rubik in general is just one of the, top 3 supports at the moment. If it doesn't get banned in the first phase, it gets picked in the first phase.
Yeah, for sure. It's super versatile. It feels like nowadays you can play Ricky 5. There's pretty much no hero that can be a 5 just because of how much gold and experience there is in the map, which is something people want to nerf. So enjoy while you can, viewers, because I don't think this is going to be happening for too long. But anyways, you were talking about the Nature's Prophet. I think there's a fair bit of flex that you can go with here. I feel like it could be offlane, could even be mid, depending on the team that runs it. So, they get this.
That's kind of cool. Personally, a big fan of Grimstroke. Not a hero that is severely underpicked, in my opinion, in that regard. But it is super good against the spiders. If you get a nice stroke of fate going off, you could do a lot of damage to the Broodmother once the spiders join the fray. And with the Tiny, you're probably looking at your 4 positions, so they've managed to most likely pick up their 2 supports, even though there's still a bit of flex potential between Tiny going mid, 4 position, H Prophet going mid, or safe lane.
I really like the green, as you said, against the Brood, but also because it pairs up very nicely with this Tiny. Either it's a support or a core. I think it just allows those 2 heroes to go around the map. You can kill the Rubik, you can kill the Brood, and pretty active duo. Now for Atlantis, they have to pretty much show another core now, because unless they pick a support that flex to core, the Snapfire will be for sure a support. When I look at the heroes on the side of XERXIA, I think they like a core that has a stun. I think the stuns that they have on Atlantis, they are either short range or kind of they're short range. So I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Tiny, kind of a Puck or even a Last Track if they're feeling like it. I think it's pretty decent versus Nature's Prophet. Oh, they go Pop. That's kind of unlikely, I think. Tiny fits a core, actually deals really well with the Quap as the burst, and the Grimstroke, I think, counters Quap pretty hard.
Yeah, Soulbind's always a nice tool. You can dodge Blink out before you get hit by the Phantom's Embrace, which is a silence of Grimstroke. It's a really slow travel time, so that gets a little bit dicey. But also the Legion Commander duel, they have a lot of good ways to lock down the Quap, and it's a little bit worrisome in that regard. I think what you mentioned, like the Puck would possibly be a little bit safer.
Yeah, I mean, Puck versus Tiny is a counter to Puck, but we're not sure if the Tiny's going to be mid. And I just like Puck. I think if you just get the jump on the Grimstroke, it's so much easier to play these fights. As the Quap, you're only going to get the silence once you get the shard. And these days, the builds on Quap are all over the place. You still see the Kaya Sanj into shard, but sometimes you see the there's lots of different builds. I don't like it. I feel like there's not a lot of flex. It's pretty much only going to be a mid pick, but it's probably comfort here. They want to make sure that they get this mid here that is good, and they have overall last pick to secure themselves a good win condition. They are banning some of the carries with the Naga being taken out. I think Void is kind of decent versus Nature's Prophet. Ursa is not bad versus Legion, not bad versus the heroes that they have too.
They do have a couple of interesting bans here because they ban out the clockwork on the side of Atlantis. That means that they are expecting to be a core tiny in that regard, and that they want to pick up the clockwork as an extra support. Would you go for the tiny versus Quap matchup, or do you think a different hero would be better suited to take on the Quap in the mid lane?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think the Tiny has the damage advantage. Once you get Blink, you actually threaten her quite a bit. You know, as you said with the Legion too, you know the Avatars with the NPTP is usually enough. You even have the global damage of his ulti. Tiny Dreamstroke can also kill her. I think it's fine. But now they take the Pug. Wow. Okay, they're covering their bases here. They still take that possible mid lane out.
Wait, what?
Is this a support Legion? Are they gaming gladiators this game?
Or mid Legion? I have no idea what they're doing.
Huh.
I mean, gaming gladiators is weird stuff. I actually casted Urdu Thunders yesterday, and they played the gaming gladiators draft of Witch Doctor off lane with a 4-position IO. That was weird. And I have no idea what to
Did they win?
And it was so good. They could not die in the lane at all. But here we have the Lifestealer. And what's actually interesting is that it's not necessarily that great of a Lifestealer game.
Not at all. I am not a big fan of this Lifestealer pick. I think Beastmaster is like a counter to Lifestealer in general, the physical damage. You have no way of dealing with the boars as well. I think I'm going XERXIA here. I like this Tiny Grimstroke. I think they kind of wasted their 4th and 5th pick. If they win, I think this is going to be out of that Broodmother and not necessarily the rest of their draft.
Yeah, I do concur. It is going to be a Legion Commander 5, so it's gaming gladiators. They have their hands everywhere. It is pretty good, of course, against the Broodmother, and a nice save for your allies for the most part. And if you, there are nice tools. Like if you get yourselves the E-Blade or something along those lines, and you try to go for a duel, you can keep the enemy distracted for quite some time, which is really good against Lifestealer specifically in this game, just to keep him from killing off the rest of your heroes on that side. But the one thing that I don't like for the Lifestealer is obviously he's got the innate rage, but he's up against Duel, he's up against Roar, he's up against Soulbind. 3 ways that they can, and Sprout leashes later down the line. But yeah, he's also going to need to have a Quelling Blade at all times this game, or some other way to get out of the Sprout. Because if he doesn't have a Quelling Blade, then it doesn't matter if it's Sprout leashes. He's stuck. He's just there. He can't move. And he will just be hammered away by this safe lane Nate's Prophet. So this is a scary last pick.
You remember the times of Lifestealer Battle Fury?
No, I don't want to remember. Battle Fury is, it still gets picked on some heroes, but it's not at the spot that it, ever was.
Nah,
it's
I know.
God
it's terrible.
item.
But if there is a Lifestealer Battle Fury game, I think this is pretty close. Like you're against NP, you're against Beastmaster units. No, wouldn't be super mad against it, but yeah, he's already killed up his items. There's not going to be any fancy Battle Fury, only pretty normal Lifestealer items here. And we got ourselves a pal. So looking at the lanes here, I've seen a couple of mid Broodmothers these days, and I wonder if this is some sort of debate.
Nah. That would make everything else for themselves be horrible. If they would put the Quap in the off lane against the Legion Commander, like the Shadow Strike would be instantly dispelled every time. Nature's Prophet would beat the ever-living cojones out of Quap. I think that would probably be a very suicidal play on their part, but they do get themselves 3 bounty runes at the start of the game, so that's at least a big plus.
Cool. Yeah, no shenanigans here. and they will be laning this Cop versus Tiny. Do expect the Tiny to win, but as a Cop, you kind of control the runes. You can play more active early on, so it is a trade-off that you see sometimes.
Well, it is going to be Karma on the Nate's Prophet save with Rubik for position, supporting the Broodmother to range versus range and a melee. Then we have the Tiny mid for JG against Wonder Boy. And in the top lane, Grim Beastmaster versus Snapfire Lifestealer. Looking at these three lanes, where do you think most of our attention should be headed?
I think top's probably going to be the coolest lane to watch. You have, Lifestealer Snapfire. That's kill potential once you get the Orb of Venom and level 3. You also have this Grimstroke with the Beastmaster, so you can get some Inkswell plays maybe. Probably that lane. But top, mid lane, there's going to be some action, I think. The Cop ended up going for the Shadow Strike build. Sometimes you see Cops getting the Scream of Pain just to try and deal with the damage of the Tiny. But I'm not sure I like what he did so far, kind of getting some of his creeps denied. But the Tiny actually has some denies, but very few less. It's only 2 out of 6 CS that he has.
Yeah, he does have the creep wave underneath his tower, so was a little bit behind in that regard, but should be just fine because the Tiny does have incredible attack damage, especially once he gets that tree grabbed in the process. And with a nice rotation, especially with these supports in the game, you can make a rotation happen to gank the mid lane pretty easily. That should not be too big of an issue. And top lane, the magic stick from the Atlantis heroes is paying off dividends here, because they are getting a lot of these stacks with just the Wild Axes spam and the Grimstroke Stroke of Fate spam.
Yeah, the Beastmaster Wild Axes build. I mean, it's getting more and more popular. I thought that maybe against Lifestealer he would be tempted to get the boar, but not at all. I guess the Snapfire is a way to deal with the boar as well, so maybe that's why he went for it. And some harass here. Oh, nice sidestep by the Grimstroke.
Well, top lane, Bombi does it get away? No, it does not seem to be the case. Mango Rose will be able to get himself first blood secured. And Rupido gets bullied as well. Doesn't have his Helm of Iron Will just yet, so is not as tanky as he would like. And with that first blood with advantage is now in Atlantis' favor. They're going in for Rupido. Ponyo's got the shotgun slow as well. And another kill coming in for the Lifestealer. Snapfire Lifestealer combo working out pretty well, and especially now that the Orb of Corrosion is being delivered, that top lane is going to be a lot scarier to play.
Yeah, he doesn't even have boots, and it's already this nightmare just because of the gap close of the Snapfire. Tough lane. I really feel like having the boar could have, helped him to kite the Lifestealer. That's usually why this lane is good for Beastmaster. But still try to go for this meta build and getting a little bit punished by it.
Well, the mid lane so far is evening out pretty nicely. And towards bottom, Karma's having actually a pretty good time, obviously. Was to be expected. Nature's Prophet is a pretty strong hero, laning stage-wise. And a lot of the Nature's Prophets that you see lately are, the moment that they hit level 6, they pop Wrath of Nature, TP top, and take the tier 1 tower top with the rest of his team.
Yeah. This game, though, not sure if he's gonna feel that comfortable doing that, because, not only you don't have any boars of the Beastmaster to help, but that Lifestealer is gonna be a wall for this game. He's having kind of a perfect game so far, and I think it's gonna be kind of tough to take the tower down. We'll see how the momentum shifts, if they're going to be able to get in rotations, but especially with the Quap as well, being ready to TP rotate if this Nature's Prophet commits. It could be hard for the NP to do that, but let's wait for the next chapter. Still level 4 just yet.
Rupido just gets slowly taken down. Orb of Corrosion is a pretty nice tool, but I really find it so weird, this patch, that the Beastmaster has 5 mangoes currently. I mean, Beastmaster is here that uses a lot of mana, so you'd think, yeah, sure, makes a lot of sense. But there's so many heroes that run with like 6 mangoes. Spectres with 6 mangoes at the start of the game, you've seen a lot of, that just keep the mangoes at all times because of the insane HP regen you get from it. And now with the Beastmaster's Helm of the Iron Will as well, he's got a passive 11.1 HP regen. That's a tremendous amount.
That's true, but the fiber is also pretty important, you know, as a Dota hero. Having fiber, always going to be useful, but the HP regen
for when you want
to
poop.
I mean, so far, that lane, I'm not sure if he's the one pooping in the lane, but he's definitely not having a good time, even with all that fiber.
Hopefully he feels comfortable with getting slacked by the lifestealer at the very least. Bottom lane, they're putting a lot of pressure here. They're actually starting to do some building damage with the catapult coming through. A rotation back. There's even going to be a TP from the Snapfire. Karma through the trees. Can he get away? He is trying to go for the TP out, but the Cookie Stun will interrupt it, and that should be the Nature's Prophet. Yeah, they have a second interrupt of the TP, and he will be a goner. Nice rotation. Does mean that Lifestealer is alone, but honestly, with how the lane has been going, he also has his Infest available. He doesn't really have anything to fear in that top lane.
Yeah, kind of a weird game so far. You know, the pressure is always nice as DNP, but it's a little bit awkward just because the other 2 cores can't really help with anything. You know, Tiny, so dependent on the Blink Dagger timing, and this Beastmaster kind of shut down so far. So, kind of expected that you know, if they pressure that lane too hard, there would be a reaction. Really good rotation. Now they will try to collapse into mid here. There is OT for Pop. I think this Tiny is dead.
Mango's actually soloing in the top lane as well. Bombi's dropping low, and Mango gets a kill secured. While JG dies in mid. Mango, can he get away? Chase with
5 seconds.
Wild Axes. Has rage though. And he'll be able to just rage, stay alive, fine, and then you walk it off. But yeah, they went in on the Lifestealer, and he gets himself killed. Karma! Oh! He just got killed off by the creeps, giving vision of him with that Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that was
good value. It's a lot of gold.
Probably thought it was still on cooldown, but gets punished by it. The cooldown there being 85, so pretty long on Yenti. Got a little bit confused with the numbers. Now, this bottom lane, the Brood is level 6. That's where things start to get scary. They do have this Legion to help with the overwhelming odds, but it's not really high level enough to kill the Spider Rights. I mean, Spiderlings, only the Spider Rights.
Yeah, they will be able to most likely keep it. The thing is, with Wrath of Nature, you can do a lot more to get the push going. There's going to be a fight, catch on Ponyo towards Roshan. The Snapfire dies, and they actually rotated Karma top. So bottom lane is just being abandoned at this stage. They're going to go for the tower trade play on the side of XERXIA to, at the very least, open up the map and make it a little bit harder for Mango Rose to farm. So the Lifestealer is top of the net worth, and he's loving life at the moment. Got a bunch of kills, level 7. Just the Avalanche. He's has higher experience than the Tiny at this stage. That's how good this Lifestealer's lane was.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had a field day. They are pretty much mimicking the same play here. Both towers being pushed, but it was kind of slow because of this Legion Commander killing the Spiderling. So the Tiny ends up being able to TP here. Let's see if they can make a play. The Pop is rotating. There is no Radiant Vision. So, I mean, this Tiny, if he dies, it's gonna hurt his game so much. He's already kind of shut down, I would say. They do know he's there, I think. They were pinging.
It's a little bit scary. Yaya gets blown up with the Sonic Wave, and now Bombi and JG, can they make a play? There is no Soulbind, so they can't have the Wombo combo going in with the double toss. Bombi is going to get dragged back, and there's no running away for the Grimstroke. They'll just easily pick him off, take the tier 1 tower. They're just getting objectives plus kills in the process. JG is so far away from his blink. And yeah, he's just going to go for the blink instead of finishing up his power treads, it seems, on the Tiny, because otherwise it's going to take too long. He has lost that mid lane matchup, and honestly, they've lost all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it is getting a little bit out of control. They do smoke trying to kill the Tiny, but the smoke broke in a weird way, and there's a ward from the Radiant. So they do know, but I think this Tiny could be dead anyways. He tries to TP out and
Avalanche
stole an
stolen.
Avalanche. Yeah.
That is sadness right there. It's also max level Avalanche, so Sans is definitely going to keep a hold of that one for the foreseeable future. One of, obviously there's a lot of good spell steals this game, like Soulbind is a great spell steal, the Roar is a great spell steal, but Avalanche is almost always at the top of your list because of the cooldown being so damn short.
Soulbind is such a good steal that Grimstroke didn't learn it.
Yeah, it happens a lot more that Grimstrokes don't go for it if they don't have any good combos, but they do have pretty decent combos with it. Like double roar is always a nice one. A double duel is kind of a suicidal play though. Give the enemy double the damage. That
I feel like they are trying to protect the Tiny with the Grimstroke, and so he doesn't feel like there's gonna be that much Soulbind plays. The Beastmaster wants to play alone right now, and maybe he'll get it at level 7. We'll see what happens. Time for the rune though, and it is top. It's probably secure, but it's Tony.
he does have a Invis rune and a double damage rune right now, so if there's ever a time to get a 1-punch, it's pretty much at this very moment. He's going to head out towards top, but the thing is, Lifestealer is not the best target to kill. He's got an armlet at the ready, he can infest, rage, whatever, so probably not want to try and kill him off. The Quap would be a nice one, but even the Quap is getting closer and closer towards that BKB. And the Brood's got a full mech, so they even have all the healing to boot. Double Wraith Band, so a bunch of armor on the Brood Mother as well. He's just falling behind so far in terms of net worth. It's only the Nature's Prophet. Granted, Karma is top net worth of the game,
is under attack.
but
he needs more cores to help him.
it's a really weird situation, you know, because all the lanes lost the Tiny. He was trying to set up plays, but everyone was too weak, and it feels like he just kind of worsened his game because he was looking for plays and kind of forgot about his own game. As that happens, though, as you said, the Lifestealer is huge right now. They did allow the tier 1 tower to fall, but I don't think you're going to see that much split push right now. This Lifestealer, I think even with the Roar, I think they need the blink on Tiny if they want to kill this guy. The NPTP is not going to be enough.
Well, they're trying to go for the Brood Mother, but WS is playing it smartly. He's staying behind the trees, so he's very hard to catch. And yeah, they know they can't grab the Brood Mother. And again, JG spends so much time being smoked, trying to find the kills. But if Atlantis don't give him free kills, there's just nothing he can do. And he's falling so far behind, because Quap is just continuously farming the entire time. And so are the rest of the Atlantis cores. And JG just still no blink. We're 14 minutes in, he doesn't have power treads, and he still doesn't have blink.
At least, you know, the bright side is that Karma did manage to get top 1 network. The Gleipnir is going to be ready. So I think they're going to have a good timing once the blink is up and the Gleipnir is finished on the NP, which is right now. That is probably when they want to smoke as, you know, 3 or 4, maybe try to collapse into the Beastmaster, or, you know, if they're feeling crazy, force a Roche.
Well,
Problem though is the BKB on Quap, as you pointed out, getting closer and closer. So the timing, the important cores that they can kill is gonna shorten.
and even with the Gleipnir, Broodmother now has a way out of it with the Guardian Greaves. So they have Rage to get out of it. They have Guardian Greaves, and Queen of Pain soon has BKB. So they don't really care that much about your roots shenanigans. Soulbind is still a scary one, but that one has not been leveled yet by the Grimsoak. So honestly, there's not too much to fear. JG going in with the Avatos combination onto the Lifestealer, but he's just only taking half damage, and he's charging right there for Rupido. The Roar stolen in the process as well, so you can't even get close on any of the XERXIA heroes, and yeah, there's just no damage at this stage.
Man, it's weird because they have these timings, but they are playing defensive instead of playing aggressive, which just makes this play much harder because it is a 5 versus 5. Oh, nice! 5 Jesus Christ.
Well, combination right there, the good catch, and they find 2 cores. This time they actually did have the damage. And I'm surprised that Atlantis would not expect the same play twice.
I think he got the Gleipnir with like a Maelstrom proc instantly. That was a lot of damage, even though the cores on Atlantis were disarmed. Oh, hello.
Again, going in, Inkswell stun. They find the Broodmother, and this is the reason they went for those 2 heroes. The Tiny is catching up quickly to Wonder Boy there, and it's only a 1k net worth lead for Atlantis, because Karma is top of the net worth by quite a big margin. Would not be a bad Axe game either for the Nature's Prophet, but it kind of flexes. Some Nature's Prophet safe lanes tend to go for it, some despise it completely.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a preference thing. Lifestealer.
Yeah, Avatos, they have the silence as well, and he's dead.
Okay, a lot of questionable moves there. I think, you know, they were pressuring as Atlantis, and that was fine, but Pop was so close to the BKB that I think they kind of overdid it. And now with this Lifestealer dying, the momentum is shifting very quickly. Drums is now up on the Legion Commander. You can see that the Grimstroke did learn Soulbind. They do find the Snapfire as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're finding a lot of insanely quick pickoffs. Also, Tiny's got his Echo Saber almost done. They're going to go in for the Grimsoak. They know that that's a very good target to go for. Sonic Wave gets blown up. Do they kill off WS? Yes, they do. Yaya has a duel available. Is chasing for a catch here, possibly, to hold them down. And that will probably be the Rubik that will be dueled in the process so that his teammates can catch up and finish him off. It will not be a duel victory, but it will be a kill regardless for Karma coming in. And a 1k net with lead now for XERXIA. And my God, the moment JG gets himself a Blink Dagger, together with the Grimsoak, they're making play after play after play. And that begs the question of why didn't he just farm that Blink Dagger and then go for these moves a bit sooner?
Totally agree. The timing of the Gleipnir definitely helped, but I think that at the end of the day, they could have done much more. The fact that, you know, this Broodmother is already disfarmed could be a problem in the future, but they are recovering. So especially considering they have, you know, the better vision team as well as better Roche, if they take 1 or 2 extra fights, Roche becomes a real possibility for them. Brew just playing mid here. It's awkward. There's no way she can just brute force this. There's way too much AoE.
Yeah, the pipe is going to be a big addition to secure on the Brood, considering nearly all damage from XERXIA is magic at this stage. There's very little physical actually coming out of it. So the pipe is going to be a huge pickup going further forward. Tiny's got his Echo Saber now done. And they even get rid of the tier 2 tower top, so opens up the Roche potential for XERXIA, which immediately JG is heading in. They do have a pretty good lineup with the Beastmaster, with the Nature's Prophet, who has a Hurricane Pie completely done.
Yeah, it's rough because the Lifestealer was supposed to be this wall we were talking about, but once he got killed once, he doesn't feel comfortable staying that lane anymore, or staying alone to that matter. So he totally changed his build. He was going for a Desolator. Now he already feels the need to deal with the creep, so he goes Maelstrom. And Roche has been taken down. They do smoke, but they might be a little too late, or are they?
They have delayed the Roche take for now. They're a little bit spooked up. Wonder Boy, the Quap is infested in, jumping onto Bombing, blow him up before any Soulbind shenanigans comes out, but they do get a double roar, double catch, double duel, double control, and there's the Queen of Pain in trouble. Can Wonder Boy turn it around? Does do a lot of damage. They find the kills, actually. They lost the life stealer, but they still had more. The problem is the one that's alive is the Nature's Prophet, and he's going to chase for blood. Double kill secured for Karma, and he wants everyone taken down. JG as well, still going on that Tiny. So the life stealer gets again just completely controlled. The Soulbind into double roar, double duel. Lockdown was immense. Wonder Boy top lane doesn't have the BKB available, and Karma just TPs in to get the triple kill secured on the Nature's Prophet, going for the AC next, and that's going to just bulk his team up significantly.
Karma's playing this game so well. I feel like ever since he got the Gleipnir, he was a part of like some big kills, and he played the team fights pretty much flawlessly. So kudos to him. This could even be Roche. The Cop is dead. They do not have the Snapfire ulti, so that's just a free Roche.
Yeah, Lifestealer struggling against the BKB piercing spells. Kind of what we expected.
Yeah, we did talk about it. I
Soulbind.
was not a big fan of that Lifestealer last pick. He did really well in lane, better than I expected even. And you can still feel the struggle. Speaking of struggle, he was a second away from being killed there. So very smart of him to back off.
His lane was pretty nice, but at this stage, a hero like Slark would probably be a bit more value.
Oh, definitely. Just having the dispel and even the mobility.
Shard. I think the Shard, especially against like Duel and stuff, would be superb to have. There's a jump in mid. Nice two-man stun comes out. They're looking for more. The Brute does get himself back, but the Roar will control up the Lifestealer. Mango Rose, can he get himself out of there?
Silence.
There's actually a great roar onto JG. Wonder Boy coming in with the BKB. However, it needs to get out because the BKB has ended, and Wonder Boy controlled up. The Queen of Pain is getting right-clicked by Karma. And he's again getting a triple kill. He's just TPing in the middle of the fight and right-clicking to his love and life, because this Lifestealer cannot touch him at all.
Ooh, look at the tier 3 tower, it's already so low. And that's prior to the Sprout talent on NP. I mean, this is insane. This
Lifestealer almost
NP's,
just died from magic damage.
dude, his Karma is so farmed. I actually want to check the net worth later. I don't think I've seen a carry have this much net worth in a while. 18k at 23 minutes seems kind of bonkers.
Yeah, it's almost like you're looking at an alchemist at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, what is... Current GPM is 762. I have seen, well, not very recently, but I've seen some carries break the 1k GPM.
I think it's that he's fighting so much. That's probably why it kind of looks higher than it actually is. And as we talked about it, he gets a kill on WS, and they're gonna try and go high ground. There's buyback on Brood, but this is gonna cripple her game.
They are not really being able to respond at all ever since the Blink Dagger got picked up on the Tiny, really. Like the moment that they got Blink Dagger on the Tiny with the Inkswell combination, they just constantly found all the catches they needed. And they're just looking to clean out the Atlantis base. Another infest into Wonder Boy. Queen of Pain needs to get a very big jump. The problem is Karma's got the Aegis, so he's not the best target. And they kind of go for the Grimstroke every single time, but he's now, Bombi is playing very far back.
They have way too many buffs. You have drums, Beastmaster, oh hello. Jesus
There's
Christ,
again
dead.
double roar, double duel coming in, holding them down completely. Lifestealer actually does do a lot of damage in return onto Yaya, but the Lifestealer silence up in the process, and Mangaros cannot respond. He's going to get taken down. Another double kill secured. Pass up Brood trying to disengage, gonna get away. The Spider is in trouble, and the Spider has fallen. Everyone else needs to just disengage. Rubik cannot TP out. He's going for the Rampage. Is almost done with the Rampage. Give it to him. And there we have it. Karma with the Rampage. GG gets called, and Atlantis
Dire's middle tower.
had a good laning stage, but afterwards, not really much once that Blink Dagger on the Tiny came through. XERXIA with a pretty big comeback play. And honestly, everything started once the Blink Dagger was secured.
Yeah, big turn of events. The NP, felt so strong because they had a lot of buffs as well, right? You had the Beastmaster aura, the drums on the LC, the Thunderhide creep, as well as the AC that he got super early. So he was just right-clicking for, at 25 minutes, he was 5-shotting a quap, and the 5 shots were really fast because of all that attack speed. I'm very impressed by XERXIA. They were not phased at all by the laning stage. That was super convincing by Atlantis. And I guess the Beastmaster went for the Axis build just so he could get his item timings. And I think Atlantis could have done a better job at contesting the stacks that they did on the Beastmaster. And maybe they forced that mid push a little bit too much. So yeah, the Broodmother doesn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, you mentioned it as well during that mid push that, they were so close to the Blink Dagger on the Quap. Wait a little bit longer. You can probably take that fight a little bit better, and you don't immediately lose all the net worth advantage that you finally accrued up. But regardless, XERXIA, they found the timings. Karma never stopped farming. He was 16-1-3 at the end of the game. So, you can't really give anyone else an MVP but the Nature's Prophet for constantly getting huger and huger and eventually overwhelming the Atlantis roster. Lifestealer did not seem to be the answer as the last pick that they expected, but we still have more Dota coming up. Soon enough. There we have a GPM 835. Definitely not that shabby. 21k, almost 22k net worth in a 25-minute game. So Karma definitely stepped up significantly this game for XERXIA. But can they win the series? That is the important question here. And after the break, we'll be getting ourselves the answer for that one. So we'll be right back for game number 2.
See ya.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 will be starting momentarily, but currently we're in the waiting game. The players are getting themselves ready for the matchup, and so are we, Bowie. That game number 1 was a short one, actually. It was even with a comeback, but it was 24 minutes long. That is not something you see too often. 25 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, the game got out of control real quick. And, that's the benefit of drafting Siege. Beastmaster is a great hero because you can be losing the game, but if you take 1 or 2 good fights, the hero just plays itself out. You get Roche, and you get a lot of barracks. Obviously, DNP was really the king of that game. You had all of those buffs on him. And honestly, I think that NP has to be taken care of. I think he was way too comfortable in that hero, and it was not really an NP strategy, right? Like, you could have had 4 different heroes, and the NP would still look great, I think. So I would like to see the NP taken care of, and maybe don't try the Brood out. I think it's one of those debate heroes where, like, it's an amazing hero, but I think it's very high execution, and they did give away, the Legion. I think that actually stopped and made the push pretty awkward, right? The Brood tried to collapse into mid, couldn't really, and it's a support 5, just stopping an offlaner. So I think the bans that they prioritize, maybe not the smartest ones if you are playing against Brood or playing with the Brood.
I mean, if you're going to play Brood, I don't think banning out the Legion Commander is your first thought. I think it's a nice hero that you can play. It's not superb every single time. I think this game, the plus that he had was the fact that he could bring in the value with the Grimstroke, with the double duel. It does help that every single time the Quap got infested by the Lifestealer, so the moment they jumped and the Lifestealer jumped out, like, they were next to each other, so it was the easiest soulbind targets in the game. And then you have the double roar into the double duel, stupidly long lockdowns in that regard. So in this game, it specifically worked. I don't think Legion Commander is necessarily like ban material at all. You don't really fear it whatsoever. I do think it's a nice way to deal with the Broodmother, but there are too many different heroes that you need to ban in this patch. There's the Lina, there's the Nate's Prophet that has honestly been in every region, in every, like, all 3 core roles has been played to death. There are too many heroes that you need to ban in this current patch. That is also one plus of this current patch, is that there are a lot of different options, because some teams still love playing the Morphling, some teams love playing the TB. There are so many options, except for Meepo, that one's dead.
Yeah, I mean, what I was trying to say is that if you are playing against a team that runs a Legion 5, which is kind of a niche thing, not everyone does it, then the Brood doesn't become the best option. Because as you said, it's not a hero you want to ban, because there's Linas and Treants and all of that. So if you do know they play the LC5, I do think it actually had a lot of impact against the Brood. And maybe just play something else. I think the offlane pool is pretty big, and I'm sure they can find a better draft against what they showed in game 1.
Oh, we do get to see the first picks, and this is a hero that XERXIA does love to play. One of the fewer teams in the regions out there that loves to play the hero. Primal Beast coming in together with Dark Willow. It is actually a combination that they love to run. Those 2 heroes that are arguably not favored by other teams as much as they are by XERXIA. They really love those 2 heroes.
I think Primal Beast is like an A-tier hero. The Dark Willow is definitely more niche. You don't see it every day. I do like the combination, though, especially against NP. I think you have the reach of the Primal Beast to get on top of him. It's just way too much magic damage, so you force him into a BKB. It's good. And the Clockwork response, pretty good as well. Don't see a problem with that. We did talk about Slark in game 1 and the fact that, it probably would have looked better than Lifestealer. We do see that taken out here. So, unfortunately, not going to be an option XERXIA can attempt. I just hope they don't go Lifestealer. I think that was such a G-bait pick. And it was an overall S pick as well. So, not really the best option.
Here we have Nature's Prophet, Clockwork, which is probably going to be their safe lane duo. One thing that I always find strange is that Onslaught Charge goes through like the cogs, the blocking of the cogs. That one just doesn't make sense to me. That's a possibility. But yeah, for the most part, Clockwork Nature's Prophet seems like a superbly good lane. Clockwork also opens up extra vision for your team. As a support, I've seen some really good Clockworks lately with mid laners like a Puck going around as a gang squad most of the time. But yeah, the XERXIA 2 heroes, the Primal Beast and Dark Willow, I personally love the Primal Beast as a counter to the Nature's Prophet, and Dark Willow in general. The toolkit the hero has is insane. There is something that's holding the hero back. Laning stage wise, it tends to not be the strongest hero. But if it gets to a point where he can abuse his toolkit and join the team fights when he has like a shard and such, the hero is just a stupidly good menace to be able to dominate team fight engagements.
I agree. I also hope Dark Willow doesn't end up in the Nature's Prophet lane, because I think you lose a lot of the value of the Brambles if he can just kill them with his Treants. But otherwise, I just really like what XERXIA is doing here. The Marcy is another hero that has a lot of gap close into the NP, but also out of the cogs and the Clockwork. So they managed to actually draft something that works out really well. And as long as they pick up a hero that benefits from sidekick, I already feel like their lineup feels very synergized. You have this amount of magic and physical damage. You have a pretty good combination of lanes as well, because if this Primal Beast is core, then you could have a Marcy just giving it move speed, right? And giving enough control so that Primal Beast can get kills. I really like what they're doing.
XERXIA has only played the Marcy once, and that was a loss in recent memory. So,
I mean, they didn't win a lot of games, right?
True. but that's not only counted. Like, they win a bunch of games in like third-party tournaments around everywhere. So those statistics are thrown in that bunch as well to keep an eye on it. Though we get to see a TA here. It's not 100% sure. Most of the time TA these days is a safe lane, though against the Puck it's actually pretty good. So it would not be too surprising if they put the TA mid against the Puck to be able to handle that lane. And if that would possibly be the case, there's even a chance that the Marcy could be a core, because a Marcy core is actually pretty good in getting on top of the Nature's Prophet and bursting him down very quickly. And there are some teams that have been running the safe lane Marcy, specifically in Western EU. It's been Duracho and Watson that have been running it quite a decent amount. Obviously, they're like super team fight heavy safe lane players. But it is still a flexibility in the hero that honestly I prefer, as seeing the Marcy more of a core than a support in this batch.
Yeah, I think the hero is pretty legit. They have a lot of flex, because as you said, you know, the Primal and the Marcy kind of flexing between a lot of positions there. The TA could be mid and safe lane. But, you know, Atlantis with this Puck Tiny combo, it definitely got nerfed a bit, but it's still pretty solid. So I do like what they did there. They also stole two of the heroes XERXIA used last game with the NP and the Tiny. So they feel like, you know, that's where the money is at. I just hope that these are heroes that they feel comfortable and not just some, snatch picks. You know, they noticed that they just played well and they went for it, because that can just, backfire very, very frequently. Now, for the last pick, they need what? An offlaner, I think. For Atlantis, they did ban the Viper and the Darkseer here. What else is left and good this game?
You can always flex the NP as an offlane and get a different safe laner. if they feel that that is what they require, because Primal Beast can be very nasty to lane against otherwise. Atlantis does play a lot of Nature's Prophet themselves. It's one of their most played heroes. So in that regard, it's not too surprising. I do like these bans coming out from XERXIA. Darkseer currently has been making a very nasty increase, and considering their heroes have very little, like Primal Beast and Marcy have got decent mobility, but if their spells are on cooldown, they are very slow heroes. And then you just get the Vacuum Wall, TA, Dark Willow there, they're all stuck. That would be disastrous for them if an Avalanche comes on top with the puck. So I think the Darkseer ban is a very much warranted one. Plus the Aghanim Scepter has been making a bit of a march up again, and TA would kill himself very easily with a big illusion smacking him.
I definitely like it. Oh, they go for the Dawn. So that's an offlaner that flexes with a safe lane. I think it's a similar hero to Marcy in the sense that, you know, it is played as a core, as an offlaner, a carry, even as a support. So I do like it conceptually. I think it makes a lot of sense. And now they have to round up the draft with a Monkey King. So probably going to be carry Monkey King and an offlane.
Nope. Unless they're swapping their lanes, but it looks like it's a Monkey King mid against the puck. TA safe lane that will have to deal with the Dawn plus Tiny. And yeah, that's an interesting choice going for the Monkey King last pick. I don't really think that this is necessarily a good monkey game.
I have to agree once again. Kind of a weird last pick carry coming, but this time on XERXIA, and they did surprise us in game one. So I don't really want to. I think like laning wise is okay, but you are playing Monkey King against Nature's Prophet first of all. But like, there's so much vision to find you, right? Even the puck is very good at it. So it feels like it's a very scary Monkey King game. But the lanes, I think, are good. You have the Primal Beast and the Dark Willow making the lanes very strong. You did mention the TA mid, so that's also going to be very powerful in XERXIA. So they're going for kind of the swap here, right? That now they're going to have good, strong lanes, unlike game one, where they kind of got beat. They felt like, you know, maybe that was a problem in game one. They rounded up their lanes. We'll see what happens. I do prefer the Atlantis draft this time, though. I wonder what you think.
I mean, to me, it really depends if they're going to put the Monkey King safe or mid, because that is the one thing that I find a little bit strange in their approach, and it seems it's going to be a Monkey King as safe, so they're putting Karma in the mid lane. I guess, you know, more of a specialist in that regard, and that would be, in my eyes, 100% the better choice, because the Monkey King would be a very weird last pick mid to deal with a puck in this case. But safe lane Monkey, I'm for it, so definitely. That makes me go for XERXIA because of that change-up that they made. It's not a great Monkey King game, but honestly, I expect him to be more of a roaming, playmaking hero, and then Karma, considering, you know, it's Karma, he's probably going to get all the farm and be the actual safe laner, but then do it from the mid lane.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, that's a good swap. You don't see that very often anymore. I think not a lot of teams actually do those swaps. But, you know, when it is a puck versus TA, you definitely take that matchup. It's so comfortable for the TA. And they don't really have like a hero that makes stack very easily. You know, sometimes you have a Mirana. A Dire Side is really good for a +4 that is mobile enough to get some stacks. So it's a little bit awkward for Dark Willow, but she did start with boots. We might see a couple of early stacks. And I do hope Atlantis at least, you know, get some vision in the triangle, because if Karma gets away with too many stacks, this game could be a very quick one as well.
Yeah, TA is a hero that accelerates the game pretty quickly. A couple of stacks here and there. And then you get the Deso at a good timing. You take Roche. With Roche, you start pushing buildings. And then it kind of snowballs out of control. Though it is a hero that does need a couple of items initially to be able to at least do something, especially the Dragon Lance is going to be a big must-have, but dying in the mid lane will not really be the case unless there's a rotation coming in. Refraction charges are something that the Puck is really bad against because he does not have any dot damage. It's all bursty damage coming through from the Puck until the Witchblade has been secured. Monkey King will possibly have a tough lane though, because Dawnbreaker Tiny can definitely bring enough damage.
Yeah, I do think so. I am a little bit scared for the TA, just in the sense that, like, when you look at their heroes, they have a lot of reach, right? If the Puck just gets a coil, you have the NPTP, you have Dawnbreaker LT, you have Hookshot, eventually Blink on Tiny. So if the lanes are even, I do feel like they can kind of, just get on top of Karma very often. And as we kind of agree, this Monkey King, it's not really the greatest matchup. So it's not like they're going to be getting too much out of the Monkey King if the TA is the one dying. That's really the only thing that I'm scared of, because there's not that many saves on the Dire team. You know, Marcy has, a couple of pseudo saves, but it's not really like, Dazzle or an Oracle or something that can really make sure that the TA makes out alive if she gets ganked.
I know that is definitely a big point. The catch that they have is insane with all the spells that you mentioned. Monkey King is not the fastest hero, and they can even find him in the tree lines with the Rocket Flare. TA is a really slow hero until she gets her items, so XERXIA can never try and run away. That's pretty much this game in its entirety. If you go for a push, you have to fully commit. If you try to run away, you're going to get picked off every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that they do have, of course, is they have a Primal, and Primal is a hero that, in a game specifically like this, can run away with the entire game, that you have to be very careful with. Because Nature's Prophet does very little against the Primal. Puck's Dream Coil is pretty nice, but even when you're Dream Coiled, you can just run circles around the enemy while trampling them. It's not the easiest affair. Tiny, the two supports are very good against Primal at the very least. That's one big plus that they do have on XERXIA, on Atlantis, is that Hookshot plus the Tiny Toss and Avalanche are good ways to keep the Primal at bay.
I definitely agree with those words. Now, in terms of the lanes here, I do feel like there's a lot of kill potential on both side lanes, but I'm going to go with bottom this time. I just have a feeling that we might see, Primal Beast either getting first blood or just overextending a bit, because this here is kind of bound to do stuff like that. You just want to force things out. Taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the battery assault from Ponyo harassing him significantly. Went for Uproar level 1, not something that you see too often anymore. Primal Beast these days tend to go for just max level Trample Onslaught and ignore Uproar for the most part. Really wanting the extra armor that you gain in the laning stage against Nature's Prophet, who does have the Blightstone, and in general, the Primal does not have the best armor in the game.
The slow is pretty good, right? Because if the Clockwork gets on top of you, the slow kind of helps you get out of the battery assault. So maybe feeling a little threatened by that. And it's not like Dark Willow has a reliable stun, so you might as well just get that Uproar. Make sure you get a couple of last hits while you're at it, because it is a lot of extra damage.
Well, currently not looking too great for the Primal Beast. Clockwork is honestly as annoying as what was the Ogre Mage, when Ogre Mage was just unkillable. And that's kind of how Clockwork feels these days. He just runs at you. You can't do anything, because if you try to man-fight him, the battery assault damage plus his right clicks will just overwhelm you during the laning stage.
Yeah, ever since they changed the damage on creeps being double, it just feels like such a better hero. I think that totally made the hero viable again, which I like. I think this hero was forgotten for a long, long time.
Deny.
Now it's mid.
You're not quick enough.
Buck's got 7 denies?
well, make that 8.
That's pretty insane. Karma is getting beaten to a pulp here by the puck in terms of velocity, and that's not something you expect normally from a TA. He does go for max level refraction and side blades. Oh yeah, bottom lane first blood does get secured onto Ponyo. But yeah, so Karma doesn't have a point in meld. So actually kinda can't even bully the puck that heavily.
Yeah, I guess the phase shift just makes meld a little awkward. And there's also sentry, so maybe he realized there was a sentry already and didn't really go for it. Regardless though, you do recover as a TA. Obviously, you start getting the extra refraction, so I don't think that's going to be like too much of a problem. But yeah, because there's so much fighting bottom here, I don't think there's going to be any stacks for the team. And that's when, maybe that recovery is not going to come as fast as XERXIA would have liked.
Well, as we speak, Bombi is quickly heading towards the triangle and is making some stacks happen. Did go for brown boots at level 1 immediately, so that she did have the mobility. And with the first blood secured, we'll be able to get the mana boots soon enough. And that means Primal, who is a hero that really struggles in terms of mana. I think he's probably the worst hero in this current patch in terms of mana. That his mana pool is 300 mana right now. That is just horrible for a level 3 hero that has pretty mana intensive spells. Onslaught 120 mana, Trample 90. It's you're bound to get mana boots or just 50 million clarities in the game.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mango and Ponyo both in the brambles, taking a bit more excessive damage. And Bombi's, look at that. He's walking back, going for another triangle stack.
Yeah, I mean, they really got to start doing something about this. As Atlantis, the levels on the TA rapidly increasing. In terms of CS here, Raiden is doing pretty well, though. They have 3 out of 4 heroes in the top CS charts. Only the TA being the first one. That Monkey King, as we talked about, not having a great lane, and I'm not sure we'll have a great game.
Oh, he's getting gone on right now. JG dropping low. Monkey in trouble, and he's going to get taken down topside. And yeah, there's just a lot of burst coming out onto the Monkey, and he only has a Misty for a brief amount of time. Hero does not do well against magic, against just burst in general. The hero needs items before he's tanky enough.
For sure. It was a really good mischief. He dodged the last tick of damage there, but still not enough. We do see TP here. I think they're trying to go aggressive on the zone breaker, but there's no way they have enough damage.
Yeah, Don can just get away. The rebound's level 1, so the cast range is horrible. And towards mid, Bombi steals the Invis rune. That is the luckiest Dark Willow alive.
And she got a stack at the same time. I gotta say, this Bombi Dark Willow doing a lot of work right now.
Oh, top lane, Dawn getting gone on. There's a Mango coming in with a TP from behind. Does not have his level 6 just yet, but they're gonna go in for Jaja. Can they get the control? Seems to be the case, and another kill comes in. This time it's Atlantis putting pressure towards top tier 1. Yeah, the Clockwork couldn't really do anything with the Nature's Prophet being TP'd out. Even, to be fair, if the Nature's Prophet is there, he can't do anything because he'll just trample over the trees.
And the move you talked about in game 1 is happening now. Doesn't even have level 6 of Nature's Prophet, but with that kill, they try to use the Catapult Wave and those treants to force Tower alongside the Blightstone. There's not enough resources on XERXIA to defend unless the Primal Beast comes in. No level 6, but might just get it as they kill some creeps in this fight.
And no Celestial Hammer available, so Dawn is dead. Doesn't have the mobility needed. They all TP'd away, and that means Nature's Prophet's got some farming to do bottom, where immediately JG is going to TP, otherwise they're probably going to lose the tier 1 tower in that direction, which would open, like if they lose the tier 1 tower towards bottom, that means that defending the ancient stack is going to be a lot tougher.
Dyer's top tower
And
has
knowing
been
that that
denied.
might be the possibility here, Karma is going to head into the jungle, is level 6, so the TA with the slow of the psionic traps will be able to clear out these camps very quickly.
Let's see if he can get a stack as well. That would be the dream, but this is a little too slow. They do get a primal kill though with the tiny.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Rupido does get caught out there.
Oh,
the Juke
he got a
mid.
haste.
Onto 2, Wonder Boy could just dodge the stun, or so he thinks. Makes a bit of a mistake there, and Wonder Boy does stay alive still, barely, but that was really off on the timing of the stun. That was very dangerous.
Yeah. Yep, that was a little awkward. Maybe not playing that much puck these days and got confused with the timing. Still, TA did farm the large camp stack we talked about. There's an ancient also waiting. The TA has been left unchecked for a while now, 0-0 and 0, and recovering pretty quickly. So very excited to see if Karma is going to be able to carry from the mid lane, as we talked about. Their stack from Bombi.
Yeah, that's big, fat, juicy stacks there for the TA, and Karma is gonna just accelerate that farm pretty quickly once the Ancient gets cleared. The plus is also, of course, that Bombi is gonna get a lot of farm because of it, and might be stealing some of that XP, which I wouldn't mind here. So the Dark Willow can get level 6 faster. Dark Willow gets level 6. Okay, he's actually going to dip out and just make sure that they won't be able to harass Karma while taking the Ancients. I was really hoping that he... okay, he's coming back. Experience, give it to me! Because if that happens, they can just give the Marcy the tome. And then Marcy gets level 6 a lot sooner.
For sure. I mean, I'm okay with what Atlantis is doing right now. They're trying to actually force tier 1 instead of contesting. Oh no! The creeps! Okay, there's heal.
The neutrals kill off Karma, and they will steal a couple of the ancient creeps, but the plus is that they steal the most expensive ancient creeps. But nonetheless, Karma is still at the top of the board, but this is a pretty painful affair, because in the meantime, Mango takes down the tier 1 tower towards mid. They lost top, they lost mid. Their farming presence is going to be significantly reduced here. Gets control in onto Ponyo. Rupido is rotating through as well. The Clockwork should be taken down. Avalanche keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but the smacks from the Pulverize will be enough to get the kill onto Ponyo. However, it's getting a little bit worse in there. Karma is definitely not loving that engagement.
Yeah, I think the mistake from Karma there was that he was dragging the creeps towards the mid staircase instead of the tier 2 mid staircase. So the orb just randomly got vision out of Karma, and he was low HP, so the puck just jumped on top of him. I think he was dragging the creeps towards a different direction that wouldn't have happened. So a little unfortunate. He's still very farmed, but I think this is one of those games, especially because their draft is a little wonky, where I don't think the cores can afford a lot of deaths, and that's his first one. But I make sure he doesn't die again.
Yeah, they did see him farm the Ancients, because there was a observer ward placed for like a half a second right before he got ganked. And that immediately got counter-warded by the Dark Willow, who was then just standing there to soak it up. But yeah, they did know that he was farming the Ancients.
Okay, so that's my bad. The Monkey King, just going for an Echo Saber. Probably will try to disassemble that for a BKB, because I do feel like they need someone to start joining fights.
We gotta stay on the
Doing the
move.
stop. To get this spot.
Well, you'll just be able to jump away. Bombi with the haste rune won't be able to get a good catch going in. One plus that you will have, Karma has already marked it up after his Blink Dagger, is the shard, and that's a really good way to deal with the puck.
Yeah. That silence is very juicy. Is there any other weird itemization going on here?
Radiant's
I don't
middle
think so.
tower
The
is
clock
under
is
attack.
6 though, so gotta be careful, especially that Monkey King. He's sapping some experience, trying to get a couple of CS with Boundless. They break the tree.
gets cut. And Oksha comes in as well. The lockdown is there. No response from JG possible. And yeah, they do have ways to cut the tree pretty effectively with the Dawn, with the Nature's Prophet. So you gotta always be careful. Kind of when you're playing against a Enigma, you just have to be fearful of them being able to cut down the trees. You're not safe up there.
And it's a rough game because he doesn't have like the safe place to farm. The TA is getting all of that safe farm with the stacks. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the TA is the carry. It's just that I don't think this Monkey King is creating enough space to like kind of justify his, his pick. So it's a little bit weird, but we'll see. Maybe Karma can once again amaze us because it was looking kind of grim for them in game 1, and they just, in 10 minutes, they not only turned the game around, they just won. So we could be about to witness something great once the shard is up for him. They go for Crystal in between. Kind of a interesting decision. Usually you see Blink or BKB, but just got a Crystal into shard apparently.
Or even a Deso a lot of the time, so that they can take Roshan a lot quicker. It's
Invisibility.
definitely an interesting choice. I don't necessarily know specifically why. It's not necessarily a Silver Edge game either, but they are going to get their jump here in onto Mango Rose. But there's the big heal bomb in return. Can these get out of there? No, he cannot. Karma does bring in the damage. A couple of crits do wonders right at this stage, and he's going to chase for more, even as the Tumbler's Choice for the Hunt will be getting rid of WS. The rotation from the supports coming in as well. Karma's going to be held down by the Dream Coil, but he doesn't really matter because he still has the refraction charges to get rid of all the damage. Wonder Boy gets stunned up on the side. Karma, can he reach him? Wonder Boy actually wants to go back in. And during all of this, the only one that is not here is the Monkey King.
Karma is a freaking god. I just... Oh no, okay, I just jinxed him. Sorry.
No, he should
I feel responsible for this death.
You are
so responsible for this.
You're a monster. How dare you?
Still, space for JG. He was having a terrible game. Gets a little bit of space to farm. And, that fight was not bad at all for XERXIA. They played aggressively, so they're not going to lose any real estate after the TA death. And they could even get a kill on the Dawnbreaker. Oh no, that's actually the Marcy that gets initiated.
Yeah, Marcy's gonna get caught. I kind of think it was a bad engagement. They lost 4 heroes on XERXIA's side. They killed 3. Obviously killing 3 is nice, but Monkey King didn't take the tier 1 tower bottom lane. Honestly, his farm didn't really increase by that much. And he lost to TA, who's pretty much your main core.
But TA did get 2 core kills, right?
True.
I think, the fact that she's the last one to die does matter a little bit. Now, the Primal Beast gets engaged here. No, there's no way he wins.
They have a lot of that scary catch. It's just, I'm a little bit worried about this Monkey King not being able to form, really.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh my god, again!
GG! Yep, that's worth a tip right there. Jumps right towards the tree that's being cut down by Mango Rose. And another pretty much freebie there for Atlantis.
Yep. I don't even think he kind of deserved that kill. He was just using that to farm and found himself a...
I think he knew.
Scary hero.
Because he did TP right to where the Monkey King was farming the lane.
Oh, nice Mac there onto the Dark Willow. Can they find this Puck? I think they might be able to.
Is the stun long enough? No, it is not. He gets to jump away, and the Curse Crown stun doesn't last either. Wonder Boy trying to disengage, and he will be able to get away. He is just too elusive. And Karma, he does have a shard. So I guess he didn't keep the trap long enough for the silence to bring the effects that he needed.
Yeah, do need to charge it for a little bit. Still though, I think this is fine. The Monkey King will disassemble the Echo for the BKB, so he only needs like one piece of the BKB to finish it off. SDA she just needs the lockdown, and the problem has been locking down the puck. But if they can actually get a fight where there's a trap already set up, there's no U-Scepter on the puck, he can still die. The only save that they have is the level 1 Solar Guardian. It's really about how they can set up a fight, but the Monkey King, once again, kind of the center of attention here, just being chased everywhere he goes. There's 4 heroes going for him right now.
They're hampering his game completely. He is keeping... He does have the Ogre Axe, a Mithril Hammer now, so the BKB shouldn't take too long. Even with that, I guess with the BKB, he doesn't really take much damage in fights and can get the Wukong's command off. It is a pretty tanky hero in terms of his armor gain. Yeah, he really does need it. The BKB gives him a chance to be able to, at the very least, fight with his team. Speaking of which, there is a chase from Atlantis. Catch onto Bombi. Silence and return onto Wonder Boy. But a good hook shot onto Karma, and Karma is now surrounded. Buyback comes in quickly. Primal Beast trying to charge forward, but the damage is just immense coming out from this Atlantis side. And they'll even find Rupido. Double kill for Wonder Boy. 6k net worth lead. And Nature's Prophet looking to possibly win another game, which obviously gives us a very big tip on what in game number 3 needs to happen.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, just really good vision game from Atlantis there. They had 2 wars that, scout out. First Dark Below, and then the... Oh, hello? This could be a puck kill. Oh, it's so hard to...
Yeah. Global Presence Dawn, Global Presence Nature's Prophet, Blink Dagger Tiny, they're everywhere. Blink Dagger Puck, Hook Shot, Clockwork. If you think you've got the numbers advantage, you're wrong this game. Whatever happens, they have their entire team there in just a split second.
Yeah, I mean, 2 games. I mean, we talked about the NP. Also, 2 games where the last pick carry feels very underwhelming. We were talking about the Monkey King BKB being okay this game, but it's like there's definitely better options. TA gets killed again. This was super over. This is a momentum draft on the Dire side. I really don't feel like XERXIA can do much about it. I really don't.
Yeah. That's...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, no. they just can't do anything. They're just getting overwhelmed. Every single time they walk out, they get caught. Primal is now the next target, maybe with the movement speed buff coming in. But nope, there's the Gleipnir because they've got the TP from the Nature's Prophet trying to disengage. Primal will get out, but the Marcy rebound, does he get in range? No, he does not. In time, and another one down. They spot out Bombi. They were thinking, Dark Willow's also a nice kill. Might as well continue.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Finally get the tier 1 tower as the Monkey King. Oh, he might just die. Oh, Lord, that was so close. The missile gave vision, and the Nature's Call was half a second too late. But his BKB is up, I think, and Roche was not taken. So I think this is really the only hope that they have as XERXIA. They have to either just smoke and grab Roshan without Atlantis really being aware, which is kind of hard because they have Clockwork, or they need an amazing smoke gank that kills like DNP, close to Roshan, no buyback on DNP. Maybe they can climb their way back, but there's a lot of maybes, buts, and ifs, and it's actually Atlantis taking the advantage right now.
Big issue is that Primal doesn't have the BKB yet, so in the team fight he can't do much. I guess that's the only big thing that they can still add in that could possibly turn this around is the BKB timing on the TA, on the Monkey King, who is now getting his BKB delivered. The Primal Beast, I think the Primal Beast probably is the most important one, so he can just charge through a team fight unhampered. Though Dream Coil has been used, there's going to be a charge. They already used 2 ultis, and they're very deep here. But the BKB coming in from the Dawn does keep him alive pretty heavily. Karma with the right clicks. Is he going to be able to bring enough damage? He's struggling to get rid of the clockwork, actually. Finally, Ponyo falls. WS on the run. Drags himself back to get the kill onto Bumby, but eventually does falter. Wukong Scran down. Mango Rose is inside that Wukong Drink, but they will just get the damage that is required to secure the win. Mango Rose joins the fight and very quickly gets a triple kill in the process. Right in front of the enemies, tier 3, and that's the high ground push coming in. Sands with the toss back play onto Wonder Boy. Can Jaja get out of there? Marcy's going to be very unfortunate because Wonder Boy is now godlike on the puck, and Mango Rose will be continuing his push to melt these buildings. This looks like it's all said and done. The fight looked a little bit nicer for the side of XERXIA, but that's mainly because they used the Dream Coil and the Dawn's ulti, and they both got wasted. And still, with 2 very important ultis wasted, it did not matter a single bit.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the lack of Desolator. That TA hit the clockwork for 7 or 9 hits. That's a pulse for a clock. Sure, he has a buckler and a mech, but it really feels like the network on the TA doesn't really translate to enough damage being done. And I'm not sure what happened with the Crystallis, if they were feeling so pressured that he thought that just getting that early cheap damage was going to be better. Can they do something about this Roach? Oh, that's close, but not close enough.
He just gets picked up by the Nature's Prophet going ham. WS takes some decent damage here. He's trying to run away onto the Dawn. Gets chased by Karma. Karma finally does manage to get the kill, but the problem is the rest of the team is struggling to stay alive. Primal did buy back, but it's a long sprint going forward, and there's the GG call. XERXIA tap out of game number 2, and Atlantis show why you should ban the Lina, obviously because it's the Lina patch, and why you should probably also ban the Nature's Prophet for game number 3, because it's starting to get a little bit on the more dicey end. That global presence strat that a lot of teams are running, because there was no running for the XERXIA heroes. Every single time any player got spotted on the map underneath a ward, it was just Dawn ulti, Nature's Prophet TP, hook shot in. They were everywhere wherever they were needed, and XERXIA had no play out of there. And the Monkey King just, the last pick, it did not really do anything.
Yeah, it was not good in lane and not good in the game. So I'm very confused as to why they decided to go for that pick. And that was even a game where the TA got a lot of stacks. I was kind of complaining that there was not that much effort from Atlantis into, warding that early. Sure, they did kill the TA, but it felt a little bit lucky that they were able to get that kill. Still, I think the draft from XERXIA this time was quite underwhelming, and the Nature's Prophet seems to be, the reason that in both games we just saw this very quick duration game. So maybe it gets banned first phase this time, or whoever picks it. I think you need some better counter picks being getting early, because I think they banned Spectre second phase. Maybe I don't think Spectre is really a first phase hero, but you need to have a better response against that hero. Maybe a Void or something that can lock him down. He was just joining the fights whenever he wanted, and didn't really had any troubles in lane and in the game.
Yeah, I also don't really know what the idea was behind it. As you mentioned, the laning stage was kind of already, it wasn't like a super bad lane because you're technically playing against 2 melee, but it's 2 melee that have like a lot of damage between them with the Tiny and the Dawn. That lane didn't go as well as they planned. Then I guess maybe being more of a playmaking Monkey King and try and go for kills together with like the Primal. That didn't happen because he was just underfarmed at that stage. And then the TA had to be the one that made the plays, whereas the TA probably in this game should have been the one that's been AFK farming in that bottom lane, while the Monkey King is going out for hunting kills every single time. So I think the two core idea with like a TA mid and a hard farming safe laner and both trying to get enough farm, I think that's going to be a little bit problematic. Someone has to sacrifice their farm for the other teammate, and I think in this case it probably was going to have to be the Monkey King, but we'll be going towards a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe in game number 3, we'll get a last pick that actually makes us excited for the draft, because it has been a last pick that has been unfortunate in game number 1 and game number 2. We'll be right back after these messages.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Has to take up like the blade cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
welcome back, ladies and gents. Game number 2 was kind of what we sort of expected as well. So currently we are on a roll here, Bowie, for game number 1 and game number 2. Game number 3 will our prediction edge out the way that we possibly expect? Will the drafts be similar? Will Nature's Prophet be banned? Those are the questions that we need to ask.
I don't know. Will we see Lina versus Nature's Prophet? That's what I want to watch. You know, maybe they'll let Lina through. All right, you don't ban NP, but then you give the Lina away. Something a little bit more spicy. But yeah, I don't know. It really feels like NP on both sides felt pretty powerful. I feel like last picking in general, you know, I feel like whoever gets last pick is just gonna lose because I don't know if they don't have a good response for NP or if they're just not great at drafting when they have last pick. It just felt very underwhelming both times.
Yeah, they definitely did not really show exactly why they were picked. They were also not picked into like decent games for them. First game, the Life Sealer was kind of a very bad game with the 3 BKB piercing effects. In the second game, the Monkey King against a lot of catch was a questionable choice in that regard. But, you know, game number 3, everything's reset. It's down to a best of 1 between these two teams, and they need to start winning right now.
I mean, regardless of what happens, I feel like both teams actually took a game out of each other. So, you know, whoever gets eliminated from Division 2, I don't think they should be too fazed by it. They can get back into Division 2. I don't think, like, the level of the Dota 2 here, it didn't felt like, you know, it was a bottom of the barrel battle of Division 2. Like, sure, the drafts could use a little bit of fine-tuning, and, you know, some decisions were weird, but honestly, like, the Dota was fine, and I do hope that these teams keep at it, because, you know, Dota 2 is a tough business, but everyone can get their break sometime.
Yeah, the only downside that I see, obviously, you know, even if you get eliminated and you can make it back, you still have to go through the qualifiers. I don't know if they will be having the eliminated teams in the close qualifiers immediately, or if they have to go through the open qualifiers, because there are some teams that will be coming back. That is kind of scary to deal with. Specifically, the Lil Gun lineup, for instance, they will be returning. They didn't make it through the qualifiers, so you're going to have to deal with them. And as everyone knows, last season, they actually advanced from Division 2 to Division 1, then sold their slot and tried to make it through to the qualifiers again. They failed, but it means that team is waiting in the qualifiers. And there are multiple teams from Southeast Asia that are very scary. I think the quality of, especially like the tier 2 teams, has increased significantly. That it is not an easy feat to make it through. Next season as well, you're going to have Boom and, not Fnatic anymore, but Boom and undisclosed other team name joining in Division 2. So that is going to be Division 2 next season is going to be horrifyingly terrifying, with some incredibly strong teams joining the fray. Obviously, with Army Geniuses and Polaris going to most likely Division 1. That kind of offsets it because you're just going to replace 2 for 2. But we do have a draft right now. My rant is over. Bowie, take us through the draft. What hero has not been banned?
Well, I think the Beastmaster from XERXIA is open, but so far this is the same opener, right? Atlantis getting the NP first phase, and it feels like XERXIA, they're like, our draft was good, Monkey King was bad. Let's just rerun the same draft, but this time we're not going to pick Monkey King, or maybe we're gonna swap this Primal Beast into I don't know, a mid hero or something, and we'll get that Beastmaster that worked so well for us. That said, though, I think Atlantis is covering their bases really well. The carry matchups that are usually good versus NP, all taken out. The Lina, the Slark, and the Spectre, I think are the most popular ones. You can always, try something a little bit out of the box with the Ursa. It's a weird matchup where the Ursa is like kind of good against NP early, but then you get the Sprout talent and things get weird. But he does build into Battle Fury, so it's
that's
it's
a plus.
fine. Yeah.
Battle Fury hero is always nice against an H-Prof. That or something that builds into a Force Staff. Something that gets himself out of Sprout and Sprout leash later down the line. Because otherwise, like the Life Sealer, you're going to have to hold on to the Quelling Blade the entire game. You don't want to do that. And as you mentioned, Battle Fury Life Sealer ain't really a thing anymore.
This is the first change in the draft, and I do like it a lot. Not only you have the tiny flexing, but it's just, carrying from the mid lane is fun, and like you always want to see it. But I think it's unreliable overall. I just feel like the tiny, it worked pretty well for XERXIA game 1, and it's we're gonna see the same matchup. That's weird. It's a kind of a combination of draft 1 and 2. They go for the pop into it. Yeah.
Go Grimstroke right now. Come on, give us Grimstroke.
They can go Beastmaster if they want to. There's a fair amount of AoE on Atlantis, but I still feel like the attack speed on the Tiny and just the vision and the Roche potential when you're Radiant is always amazing.
So you'd make the Primal a support at that stage.
Okay. Okay. I guess it's gonna be carry at least.
Yeah, I think this time though we'll run it into the safe lane. Probably. Because against Swap, you have that nasty dot, so your refraction charges are gonna be gone constantly.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think he had a really bad time last game in the mid matchup.
You're right. Actually, it was not easy. I guess we didn't really talk about it, but the fact that it's a carry player against a mid player probably played a role into why Puck did so well. And I think we were talking about being able to force staff out of the NP. TA is a perfect candidate for that. You also have the Primal Beast being able to break trees. I think that the draft is fine. Now the question is whether this Primal is going to be a support or if they're gonna last pick their 5 on XERXIA. They are banning supports. They even took that Grimstroke you suggested here.
I mean, Grimstroke was the reason why they lost game number. Not necessarily the reason, because Nate's Prophet went kind of ham, but the Inkswell with the Avatos combo was pretty nasty. And Grimstroke with Primal Beast is disastrously dangerous because of the Inkswell movement speed that you also get. So you can just really hunt down the enemies at all times. And they actually ban out the Puck here. So they're expecting... I have no idea what they're expecting. They banned the Grim and the Puck, so they expect to flex at the very least.
Yeah, I think they just want to cover this co-op. In game 1, Atlantis rushed BKB on co-op, and it still felt so bad. Like, she couldn't really commit to fights properly. So they're just taking a couple of counters, which is weird when you pick it this early. But regardless, they will... Yeah, I think they're gonna let's pick a support for XERXIA, and Atlantis needs to pick an offlaner. They can obviously flex, pick something like a Dawnbreaker where NP and Dawn can flex lanes, but still probably gonna be NP carry. It felt so overwhelmingly powerful in both games.
Yeah, XERXIA expect the same to come through with the Darkseer and Viper bans. I think that those are the two same offlaners they banned last game as well. One thing that the Quap has this game that is an advantage is the fact that they don't have any BKB piercing spells until Primal gets like his level 20 or 25 talent. I think it's his 25 even. So they don't have any like nasty BKB piercing spells. that was a big problem in game number 1. She rushed the BKB, but then could not do anything because she still got soulbound, dueled, or roared on, and then she was still dead. Speaking of which, there's the Beastmaster. You did mention it. It is on the other side, but it's the Beastmaster Rubik lane. It was actually not doing too shabby well, actually, the lane did go pretty wrong in game number 1, but it is not that bad against TA because it does have multiple damage instances coming out.
Yeah, I just like Atlantis draft so much. Sure, the co-op can struggle against Tiny Dark Willow, but I don't know. I think Beastmaster NP is a very strong win condition. You're playing Dire, so the Ruby can stack for this Beastmaster. Even if the lane is tough, they pick this Undying. They can probably make the lane a little bit hard. The Beastmaster can just get, a lot of points in his axes, farm it up. They're not going to be contested because Dark Willow is going to be doing the same thing, stacking for TA. I just feel like the draft on Atlantis gets online faster and it's just stronger. Weird. XERXIA had such a strong game 1, but I have to go with Atlantis here.
Yeah, I personally think Atlantis as well. They have the Nature's Prophet, obviously. But in the rest of the draft as well, it's a pretty good Beastmaster game. They've got the attack speed to deal with the Tombstone. It's... I guess Undying is pretty okay in the lane to try and keep the TA alive, but I also don't necessarily think that it's that dominant of a hero against the Beastmaster Rubik, because Rubik can just outrun him for the most part, and Beastmaster is a slightly more range melee hero. If he goes for the boars and with the wild axes spam the entire time, that he should be just fine, actually, for the most part. I'm not really loving this last pick, Undying. I don't think it brings as much value as other options would have possibly brought, especially in terms of control. I think there's a lot that has to be riding again onto JG, and if he has obviously in game number 1 he had a really good time, really good play coming out once the Inkswell Blink Dagger was ready, but there was that long period of time that he struggled until he got his Blink. And he was trying to find fights every single time, did not come through. So if Atlantis plays it like that again, I think the recovery for XERXIA is a lot tougher than in game number 1.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Undying just... They put themselves in this box where they have to win the early game. They need this Tiny to do well. And if those things don't happen, it's just going to be the same thing. Like this NP, Beastmaster is going to take control of the game. And the late game is just insanely better on Atlantis. I don't think it even compares. But yeah, they want to win the lanes with the Undying and get a couple of stacks. If they can get 1 or 2 Roshan's, sure, XERXIA can win, but it has to be kind of a flawless game. As with TA these days, the hero isn't as strong as it used to be at the beginning of prior season of the DPC. Yeah,
Dark Willow is
I don't know what
out of there. Okay. Shadow Realm plus boots of speed and no way to lock him down.
All right.
That's rather surprising, to be fair. To give a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. Maybe Repeater can steal it. And it is going to be a straightforward 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. No big surprises, and it is going to be, the Quap versus Tiny mid matchup that we saw in game number 1. And JG kind of got destroyed in game number 1.
He did. I mean, the lane was fine, but he was just like rotating, trying to savage the side lanes they lost. This time, I think it's going to be better. This TA Undying, seems strong enough. And the Primal Dark Willow is really strong. I feel like they were just focusing so much on stacking for Bombi that they couldn't really play the lane as much as maybe they should have. So now that they have the mid Tiny, there's not going to be that much stacking, I'm assuming. We might see this lane getting more kills than in the previous game.
Bombi Pulling the creep wave, making sure that the small camp does not have to be warded at the moment. And we'll just drag the creep waves, everyone's favorite game.
The fourth lane is going to be forming very soon, I believe. Not really. Oh, the Primal Beast might just... Nah, he's fine. He's fine.
Bombi made a slight bit of mistake with the movements, and we'll just be farming everything underneath the tower.
Level
That's going to auto-push that lane pretty heavily. Interesting choice. I think something went horribly wrong there with the the drag back from Bombi.
So weird to watch these games. Like, do these pro players even know what's happening in this stage? Like, there's 11 creeps in the lane. So much chaos going on. But, going back to mid, we were talking about JG struggling. It feels like this lane is feeling even a little bit harder. Sure, he has some extra creeps that he didn't kill, but still a 10 and 2 from the quad. Usually, I expected Tiny to be doing a bit more with, 95 base damage.
It doesn't have the fastest attack speed, but he does almost have 2 full creep waves coming into the tower, so he should be able to catch up pretty quickly in terms of CS. Wonderboy is doing a good job at annoying him at the very least. And in that bottom lane, there's decent enough farm coming out from the Beastmaster. They do have a magic stick on the Beastmaster, so he can spam a lot. This time he's not gone for the 5 mangoes though. Slightly different build, wanted to focus more on the armor, and the magic stick tombstone gets dropped underneath the tower,
Dire's structures are fortified.
which is an interesting place to do it. So Yaya is going in aggressively, so is Karma. They're diving pretty deep here so early into the game.
Yeah, they're just trying to dive this Beastmaster here, prevent him from getting any
Radiant
creeps.
structures are fortified.
Which seems to be working, kinda. But TA really low fighting this Rubik.
And is Ed first blood.
My.
This is kind of what happens when you fight underneath the enemy's tier 1 tower at level 3.
Yeah, they had the level advantage, right? Just because there were so many Radiant creeps. But still, TA, that's why I was not a big fan of the Undying. I don't think the TA wants to be fighting as much as the Undying wants to. It's kind of a weird situation there.
Well, Undying is chasing in after the Rubik, but in comes Wonderboy, and that should be a kill coming in again for the side of Atlantis. Wonderboy gets a freebie, and we'll be able to walk towards the river to get that water rune secured. So, yeah, they're kind of the bottom lane, last pick Undying, not working out necessarily like they want to. They were winning the lane. Then they went for a very aggressive, weird move underneath the tower. And there's a couple of strange moves already in this game.
Yeah, they just they wanted too much. Sometimes you just gotta take what you have, be grateful for the things that you have. Another tombstone being dropped. That's a very low Beastmaster. He's not gonna die though.
Yeah, no, they deny the tombstone as well, but the Beastmaster is kept pretty low in terms of HP. Has his Helm of Iron Will, so we'll have at least the regen coming in to try and be able to sustain his lane at this stage.
Well, top lane though, Beastmaster. I'm sorry, the Primal Beast goes on Ponya, but not enough damage. Only level 1 trample.
And Battery Salt, Power Cox can be such a nuisance coming in later down the line. Dark Willow looking to go for a Yule Scepter this game. Very early at bottom. Yeah, taken down. Karma on the run, wants to turn it around onto Sands. They have the Invis Detection thrown out. Karma, can he get away? Does have the melt to try and dodge and weave. In the meantime, Mango Rose dies towards the top lane. But in return, they will find Ponyo.
Dire are scanning.
It's not looking too shabby here. They're fighting a lot aggressively on the side lanes. Mid has been pretty stale in that regard, but Tiny kind of needs a rotation to be able to kill off this squad.
I mean, that kill is very important. I think that's the kill they wanted in game 2, but they never got it because the Dark Willow was stacking that much this time. No stacks being done, which means they were able to kind of force that. So that's great. Pop taking some damage here, but JG not strong enough yet. But this is good. The problem is that, you know, this TA is not having the perfect game that Karma would have liked. So they need to shut down the NP. If they can keep shutting this NP down, it's okay that the TA is not doing amazing. If not, then I just feel like the matchup on NP is just better. I feel like NP is a better hero.
It's a pretty strong hero. There are, of course, times when you can deal with the NP by having like late game TA with Ags shenanigans, but that is, you know, 7th item territory.
Yeah, and these games have been so short that I would be very surprised if we get to see like a 70-minute game or something that goes very late. I do like the item build change though on Beastmaster. He actually gets 3 points in board this time just because he can abuse the TA a little bit more, especially breaking the refraction. It's always nice having those boars, and not that great of a start, so the TA is not really doing that much damage to the boars just yet. And Tiny having a much better game, I think. He does stop for the phase boot, so already feeling more confident, not really rushing the blink, and we'll be able to control the rune, I think.
A lot better this time around. It's a regen rune, and JG manages to scoop it up. Wonderboy, though, is here. Could go for the kill onto the Tiny. Bombi can keep them at bay. Wonderboy has a Sonic Wave and the Scream of Pain. Is it enough? Yes, it just barely is to be able to secure the Tiny kill. And, well, you know, you gotta stop praising these guys. You keep cursing them into oblivion. Oh, Karma.
Instant. Yep. He's blocked. Cannot
very
be
dead. There's no way out of here. They can get rid of the refraction charge. As you mentioned, the boars are just doing too much work against the refraction charges. The TA is not having a fun time. TP towards bottom, but the Hawk is giving all the vision. They know JG is here, and they're gonna roar in onto the Tiny. Nice avalanche though to keep them at bay, but JG is taking a lot of damage. If he dies again, that would be a huge loss for the side of XERXIA, and he's gonna get taken down, chasing for more. They might get the kill onto Mango Rose here with the Pulverize. They do get that kill secured, plus the Rubik. In comes Wonderboy, and they're continuing for more. They need to keep the Primal Beast from charging forward with the trample, and that's a good hook shot from Ponyo. Jaja is still he's stolen 36 strength in that fight on the Undying, but it's not going to be enough.
I mean, really good TP from the Primal Beast. It kind of looked very grim because the lift actually pushed him out of all that. Oh, yeah, the interaction you mentioned with the cogs, but he still dies.
Charges through, but stands on the other side, and there's the kill onto Rupido. Mango is actually the one that gets the kill. 1k net with lead now for Atlantis, but Tiny was top of the net worth of the cores, of just in general, and now he's bottom of the cores after those 2 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, that's the debate that happens so often with Tiny. Like, you see so much action going on, your side lanes are not doing as well, and you just feel forced to TP. At least he does get a co-op kill, so he's still bottom of the cores in terms of net worth. The Dark Willow, very close to him even, but they shut down the co-op a little bit. And I think really what's going to dictate this game is this Primal Beast. We saw like a really good fight from Rupido, and he needs to keep creating space, ideally so that the Tiny can get his blink. If he keeps joining these fights, it's just gonna take way too long. It's already 11 minutes and he's pretty far behind in terms of that timing.
Dire's top tower is under
His supports are really farmed. Like, they're insanely farmed. the Rubik, the Dark Willow, even the Clockwork. They have had some pretty nice engagements, all of them positive in kills. Shasha slightly less so. The Undying has done the dying part of his name. At the very least, there's going to be the Avalanche stolen. Bumby takes a lot of damage in return. JG continues for more with the Arcane Rune. Can they get kill onto Sands? Tombstone dropped. Wonderboy quickly trying to get rid of it. Pulverize on the side, and WS does have the roar, but he's going to get feared off into oblivion. Sonic Wave comes out. JG will falter. And Wonderboy, no blink available. There's going to be the trample, and the double kill comes in for the Undying. Now he's making in some extra cash. And that one will go to Rapido. So, you know, now he's the one that's getting his kills with the mana boots being able to be secured for the Undying. But another fight that this time does not work out at all for Atlantis.
Yeah, the Primal Beast doing so much work this fight. And he's actually being controlled fairly well by the Rubik, but you know, the Tiny making sure that he controls everyone. The problem is that he died so much on JG. He is just having a really tough time. The TA though does stack for herself. Those stacks are huge, and we'll start recovering. We'll probably surpass the NP net worth once the ancient stack is also farmed. That's great. No vision in the triangle, only those wards approach the Roshan pin.
I think definitely going to need the Deso this game, because they're going to need to be able to take Roshan soon enough. Otherwise, Atlantis is going to pick it. They have an H-Prof and Beastmaster lane lineup, so they can take Rosh pretty quickly, and that Deso with the Undying should be able to get them. Because we saw last game, like the Chrysalis, it took like 12 shots to kill off the Clockwork. That can't happen. That takes way too much time.
Yeah, most definitely. It was not the greatest TA performance game too. He is going for the Desolator, by the way. Already flew out the Mithril Hammer. We see Atlantis using this really good ward that they placed in the prior fight. So we're gonna push back XERXIA. But the hero that matters, the TA is farming, and Tiny somehow actually recovered quite a bit here. He is about 400 gold away from the Blink Dagger. Can probably finish it around the 14-minute mark. Might allow them to defend this mid-tier 1 tower that is being pushed right now, but no catapult inside, so it does take a while, even if the Beastmaster rotates like he's doing right.
Radiant's middle tower
This is the one plus that Atlantis have this game heavily over XERXIA, is the Hawk plus Rocket Flare spam. That gives a lot of vision to them. They have traps on XERXIA, but that's the only way that they can get vision this game. Comparatively, Atlantis have a lot easier chance to pick and choose their fights.
Good move here from the Primal Beast trying to drag the creeps, but yeah, a little bit too late on the Blink Dagger. Tiny once again shows up, which, you know, shows that he is willing to defend his towers, but it keeps on kind of delaying this timing. But now he will finish it. We'll get this large camp stack. We see Rocket revealing the Ancient stack, and now Atlantis will try to get back into their jungle, kind of push the TA away. But there you go. Blink on Tiny. I really feel like they have to smoke, utilize this mech on the Primal Beast. Just keep playing aggressive to, you know, if they can win a fight close Roshan, they can just Rosh very quickly.
They're going to look for Wonderboy top lane. And Wonderboy, does he have his spider senses working? He's going to get jumped. The stun lock is there, and the quick burst comes out. So a pretty huge kill secured onto the Queen of Pain. Without Deso, it's very close, but without Deso, Roshan still feels a little bit of a pipe dream. They do, of course, have that constant spam, and they have vision around the pit as well on Atlantis. So you got to be very wary of taking the Roche attempt.
Yeah.
To take it, you probably have to pop both the Undying cooldowns, and it does make things scary.
They had no Deso at the time as well, and as you said, you do need more vision around the pit. Right now, they need to bring a couple of sentries, ideally get a ward into that cliff, which I think the Dark Willow maybe wanted to do, but actually gets a a more safer ward. This one a little bit harder to be taken down. And smoke on the side of
Radiant's
Atlantis.
middle tower is under attack.
Auto the Undying. Hookshot actually hits
Hookshot on
the
the
Hawk on the back line. That is a weird one. And El Ponyo, he just hookshot it into his death because of it. Though in comes Rapido with a big catch coming out onto the Beast Mouse, who does have Aurora available. The control comes out, but there's Karma. He does have that Deso, has a lot of damage. And too close is Mango Rose. And Mango Rose is easy pickings. 3-on-3 ensues. Karma still is pretty scary to deal with now that Mango Rose is dead. Bombi in towards the pit. Can they get away? But Wonderboy is getting rooted up, and Karma, look at that damage coming out. WS is next. Tombstone gets dropped. Wonderboy on the Quaff. Can he get out of there? Blink in a couple of seconds, but it is the Karma damage with the minus armor coming in to play. And yeah, that's the Deso showing right there. It's incredible amounts of damage. Ponyo's even going to be hunted down by Bombi, and Karma just smacks away for more.
And unfortunately, the NP went a little bit too overeager. I think he TP'd way too far away from his team, so even though he was able to get a good Gleipnir and get a kill, he just ends up feeding to the TA that shows up later into the fight. I think Mango Rose jumped the gun slightly, and now TA actually ahead of everyone, and if they can get this Rubik kill, stolen. Oh, nice. Stolen on. What's the name of this spell? Yeah, Onslaught.
Onslaught.
Is this Roche? That's the question. Do not have Tombstone, but they have the momentum.
Well, the TA now has a Blink Dagger as well, so he just finished up his Deso. Blink Dagger is already built up. All of a sudden, this TA is looking very scary, and you saw in that fight, Nature's Prophet does not like the nasty armor reduction, because Nature's Prophet is not a hero that has a lot of HP from the get-go, and needs a bit more time to be able to build the sustain to survive against TA. And with that Blink Dagger, TA is going to be able to hunt the Nature's Prophet down every single fight.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised he ended up going for this build, because in all the other games we saw the Hurricane Pike as a second item, and I thought that against this very farm TA that wants to close the gap on you, that's one item he would have gone for. Instead is the BKB, so feeling a little bit pressured as the NP, as the initiation. Co-op might just be dead here.
Wonderboy gets blown up, hookshot, misses the mark, we're thrown out, but WS is not going to be able to stay alive at all. They just need to disengage. And yeah, right now it's stem the bleeding time, because Roshan should be able to easily be secured for XERXIA, and Karma is starting to get out of control on the TA, two-shotting the Queen of Pain, and it's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah, in game one, we saw the cop rushing BKB, which always feels a little bit bad, but I think this Kaya that the cop ended up going for is just really didn't feel good this game. Got picked off twice, I think, and now the Kaya Sanj actually doesn't work against the Primal Beast Pulverize, because it's always the same duration. So as long as they can get that spell on the pop, there's no save. I guess, we could get a hook shot to cancel it, but the clock always needs to be close enough. Has an angle initiation here on the clock.
Well, they will find the two supports. Hopefully they can take them down for the side of Atlantis. Nice Sonic Wave onto Rapido, keep them at bay. Mango Rose, actually the supports from XERXIA went a little bit too deep. Rapido is now on the run, does have the onslaught. Charge back to safer territories. And yeah, there's a lot of minions here to possibly contend with, so they got to be a little bit careful.
Boy.
Oh my god, Karma just coming in with right clicks. WS gets controlled up in the process, and the three cores are making it work right now. Chasing for Mango Rose, the Nature's Prophet's not anywhere as tanky as he'd like to be. They're just tearing apart the Atlantis team. Wonderboy, yeah, the impact is just not there compared to this TA.
Yeah, it was a weird fight, because TA was not close enough when that fight started. So it was a really good take by Atlantis, even though there's Aegis on the Radiant side, they were able to grab that kill. But Karma just found an angle somehow, And they initiated even without having one of the XERXIA heroes alive. You know, when Karma has a good game, like his decision making and like his target selection is so good. I'm very impressed by the way he's been playing. But yeah, at least they do stop this push here with the catapult wave. Top, though, that's going to be popped once again, and that pulverize, man. Ayasanj not feeling this item this time here. It's gonna delay his item progression so much. Rubik does do the refraction. That's the only reason he lives here against Karma.
And the Dark Willow was ready to catch out. The Quap had the Yule Scepter, and Yule's into Bramble Maze, into Primal, Pulverize. Too much lockdown for the Quap to realistically deal with without the BKB. The pushing power of XERXIA is also pretty strong. Tiny is pretty good at hitting buildings. It's actually kind of interesting to see because JG went for a 4-staff on the Tiny as a mid-Tiny, which is more of a supportive build, but that's kind of how he plays the game with Karma going ham in terms of being the actual farming hero.
Yeah, he definitely feels like one of those position 2.5 type players. He's always TPing. He really doesn't mind, you know, dying, defending a tier 1 tower if he allows his character to get a couple of kills. Really selfless player. And I mean, if you have a player like Karma in your team, feels like, you know, more often than not, he does deliver the results you want. And still 2 minutes of ages, so wouldn't be surprised to see XERXIA just collapsing here in this mid lane, or if they can find a pop again. They have the shard on the TA. Nice hook shot, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, now Ponyo is going to get caught himself. The big plus of having a blink on TA is refraction always makes it so that you can't constantly keep blinking, even if you take quote-unquote damage in the process, because you never really take damage. Mango Rose forced to pop his first BKB charge to TP out of harm's way. And that is really painful that is the usage of the first one when the enemy is knocking at your high ground with the Aegis still left for another minute.
Sands does able to force that away. But yeah, so many resources here being used by Atlantis just to kind of hang on apparently. As this Beastmaster, oh, really nice dodge there with the Shadow Realm. Dead Beastmaster. Bombi has been playing really well both games. This time, though, feels like, you know, just playing more in the lane allowed them to have a much better game.
Yeah, in game number 1, Bombi was also pretty good on the Grimstroke. But his Dark Willow is looking pretty exceptional as well. The first item Yule's pick up so that he can get the easy select catches, especially on the Quap, has been pretty much a godsend for the side of XERXIA. And Wonder Boy blinks forward, gets silenced up by the trap, but just manages to get out of dodge. However, the moment you peek your head on this map, the TA's on your tail.
Yeah, it's such a tough pop game. Oh, and they find the NP, force pop BKB again just to survive. At least they get the Dark Willow kill. Can they find anything else? No mobility on this Beastmaster.
We have a hook shot. Yeah, but the hook shot's too far away. Ponyo couldn't find the lineup. And they'll lose the tier 2 tower in the top lane in the meantime. Karma is close to the full Daedalus, just needs the Demon's Edge. And with the farming pace that this TA has, it will definitely not take too long.
They're out of control. I'm so impressed that Karma was able to recover from this game. The 2 lane deaths really felt so underwhelming at the start, but you know, the Tiny made sure to create a lot of space. This Primal Beast, you know, joined a lot of fights, and they were messy, but they still managed to recover here with some good stacking for Karma and good target selection.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bombi is going for the Octarine. It's been a while since I've seen it, but there was a time in the game when Dark Willows went first item shard into Octarine Core, just to get like 17 brambles during the team fights.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
It's very annoying to deal with cooldown reduction. And it's honestly, the Dark Willow spells are so incredibly big value. And there you have the brambles, no way to run away. The silence onto Wonder Boy, control comes in. The Avatar does not work out because he doesn't get the toss connected. And Sonic Wave in return to try and stay alive, but it is going to be the kill picked up for XERXIA instead, and Quap has fallen to the Undying, who I initially doubted, but right now he's actually doing a lot of work in this game.
Definitely, he's doing so much. I'm very impressed by the way he was able to recover. I felt like the Tombstone was gonna feel underwhelming just because you have Quap and NP that can just blink and locate it. But they have so much overwhelming burst on XERXIA, it doesn't matter. Like they always start to fight with -1 hero. Speaking of that, the Beastmaster's just gone in the tier 4s. Has buyback, but they're holding on to them.
And that's going to be almost team wipe. Mango Rose, though, needs to be careful to man-fight against Karma, because Karma's got the support of a Guardian Greaves Primal, of an Undying with the Soul Rip, so they also have a lot of sustain on their part, which, yeah, their opponents don't really have. I guess Clockwork has a mech, which is a nice one. There's, again, Mango Rose dropping low, but he's being chased by some blast. Doesn't get a crit, though. So Karma does not get a little bit of luck on his side with the Daedalus. Nonetheless, second set of racks to be secured. They can't go for Megas yet because of the bottom tier 1, tier 2, and the lane is pushed out incredibly far. Question is, are they going to play this one as safe as can be?
Oh, Sprout buying some time.
Oh, shot in. Catch onto Rapido. But WS gets jumped in by Bombi on the side. They're going to get the control in onto the Beastmaster. No roar to be used. Actually does get it off onto Karma, but in the meantime, they are losing way too much on the side of Atlantis. Wonder Boy with the rotation, with the, return from the grave, trying to continue in for more Bombi. So many brambles in the area. And they do manage to get a double kill onto Mango Rose, but TA did not die. TA is just going to walk away, and they got 2 full sets of racks in 28 minutes time. Roche has respawned. They could go for it, and it seems they are going for Roshan with the Undying popping his ulti. And honestly, they're probably not even going to be able to suspect this whatsoever.
Yeah, that's so fast. I felt that, maybe that was enough of a numbers advantage for Atlantis to TP the NP there. But he doesn't have BKB, he has no vision. The map is entire, in its entirety is XERXIA. So, yeah, just a rough situation to be in. They took a good fight. That Sprout actually bought a lot of time saving the barracks. But I don't know, man, this Quap just feels like a non-factor. For a while now, all I've seen is Wonder Boy being jumped and dying, and he might finish this BKB, but it just feels way too late.
Tiny's got his Ags now done, so you're gonna have a lot of damage coming out from the Tiny, from the TA. Well, Primal's been a massive nuisance in these engagements, and he's got the Guardian Greaves, Kaya Sands, BKB, and Shard. So this is also a very scary Primal at this stage. I think he got the free Shard from Roche. Instead of giving it to the Tiny, they gave it to the Primal, so he has that rock throw.
It's a fun little spell. Have you seen the Reddit clip where the guy uses Hurricane Pike to combo with Primal Beast? Have you seen that?
No.
Yeah, you have to look for it. It's just the most useless combo with the Shard I've ever seen. But it's fun, People they don't get the patch, they get bored, and they find out that you can do some fun stuff with Hurricane Pike.
I mean, there are some nice things that you can do with, let's say, Centaur Ags, but no one buys it, so you can't. Most people haven't really realized the things that you can do with that nastiness.
Yeah, like what he does is he blinks in behind someone, then he shards to the direction he came from, and then he Hurricane Pikes, so the person gets hit by both the initial rock and the second rock. and then he onslaughts towards them. So that's like a lot of damage and a lot of stun duration. But it's like you
that is
purchase Hurricane
so
Pike on the primal.
That's so freaking niche. That is so not
Yes.
worth it.
that is exactly what Reddit is for, you know?
Some wild theories that will never be able to work. Then again, Witch Doctor offlane works with an IO support, so the game is weird sometimes.
I mean, Bait almost won against... there we go. Quap is not dead. No,
that's a big fat damage. Clockwork is going to get taken down as well. Primal Beast charging for more. Yeah, they're going to get the control to Mango Rose. Can he get out of there? Did pop his BKB. But they just need to focus down for Megas to secure. Good silence coming out onto the Beastmaster before he can get the Roar of Karmas going in. He does have the Aegis, so he does feel very comfortable in killing for more. And they do manage to get themselves the Beastmaster. Karma's even, they're going to tree volley towards the fountain. The pain. It is XERXIA that's definitely going to look to get themselves the W here. Mango Rose gets off back in that. Where are the two letters that we're looking for? No, they're not going to tap out. They're just going to let this one ride out. Okay. Karma, BMing in the enemy fountain. GG, there we go.
I mean, very impressed with XERXIA. I think, game 1, they played it flawlessly. Game 2 had a weird draft, but when it mattered, it feels like they cracked the code to beat this NP. Honestly, I still feel like Atlantis shoot themselves in the foot really hard with the quad pick. It's probably comfort for them, but it's just not great versus the Tiny. And, they did so well in the laning stage as Atlantis that I think they got kind of baited into going Kaya, and then the quad just died time and time again, right? The Dark Willow, there was so much catch for her once the Blink Dagger on the Tiny was up. It was just a really rough game, and there was not anyone creating space for this NP. He was forced into the BKB, but the first time he used it was just to run away. He kind of snowballed against them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it got kind of out of hand. There was too little impact coming out from the heroes of Atlantis this time around. The co-op specifically had just a really rough time getting caught every single time by specifically this man. Bombi right here, 14, 5, and 16 on a Dark Willow support. That is a scoreline you don't get to see very often on a position 4, but my god was he impactful on the Dark Willow. And it's good to see because Dark Willow is a very fun hero pretty much always, and has the most entertaining toolkit I think in Dota at the moment.
Yeah, it's a really fun hero, and that's probably why they even felt a little bit self-conscious picking the Beastmaster again, because you could see that there's so much stuff that you can do. You can bait the cast time of the Primal Roar. There were a lot of cute little things that Bombi did the entire game. In game 2 he was just stacking, but game 1 laned really well. Kudos to them. Feels like there might be a path for XERXIA to stay in Division 2, and that's always super hype, the kind of redeeming story of a team that didn't have the best start.
But we do have ourselves an interview with Yaya, or Jaja. I'll have to ask him. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
So,
Hi.
Congratulations on your win, first of all. It was a hard-fought win. Immediately the question is, was that last pick Undying, was that your choice?
It's kind of for the team also. I asked them if you, especially GG, I asked him if he wanted to counter pick the Queen, because they for sure putting Queen mid. Then I can play Tiny 5, but if I go Tiny 5, the lane's gonna suck a bit against the Beastmaster. So we concluded that Tiny should just go mid.
Okay. Well, it seems to have been very successful, considering there was JG's best game so far. So also in game number 1, there was like you guys kind of had a struggle during the laning phase. But the moment JG got his Blink Dagger, you started giving out those ink swells every single time, everything turned around. But did you feel confident enough the entire time during game 1 that you'd be able to come back into the game? Or did it get a little bit exciting for you, or a little bit scary for your team?
Oh, you mean the LC game, right? Game 1?
Yeah.
I think it's what we expected. We just need to wait for the blink, then we can start making plays. Because I'm just playing LC, then holding the lane against the Broodmother. So there's no pressure. Like they're trying to pressure with Brood, but just kill the Spiderlings, wait for blink on Tiny. Then 3 of us can run around, make some plays. That's what we're planning on the game 1.
I do have a question. When you guys are playing with JGS Tiny, do you sometimes have to like tell him to go farm a bit? He's so active around the map, always like TPing into defend towers and stuff. How does that work?
Actually, we tell him he should hit creeps also, but it's really up to him if he wants to run around, make kills. Because we see the Beastmaster and the NP carry on game 1. They're farming the whole map, especially the enemy jungle. So we're like, doesn't really matter. It's okay. 2 of them are farming a lot, so it's okay to sacrifice your game so we can make plays later. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, in a quick question. In game number 2, you guys went for a last pick Monkey King, and then you swapped your positions with the TA going mid and then JG playing in the safe lane. That did not pan out as well as you would have thought. What was exactly the reason you specifically chose Monkey King? Was it just for the lane matchup, or was there any other reasons for it?
It was actually a pretty bad draft, honestly. We picked Marcy also on 15. We thought they're gonna go for 16-17 Marcy. We try to steal, but it's actually so bad because their heroes are very mobile. They can just easily collapse on one lane by being 4 to 5 heroes instantly because they have Puck, Clockwork, NP. Those heroes can easily be around the map. Also, Dawnbreaker. It's so easy for them to connect to heroes. So our heroes need like at least BKBs to fight. So they just abuse their timing, basically. They keep running at us without BKBs, so we just die. Cannot fight back. Yeah, that's just how it
that's definitely a learning moment right there, because we were a little bit baffled at the Monkey King last pick, and we were like, oh, okay, there must be some hidden meaning why they're going for it. But I guess trying to counterpick your enemies can be your worst enemy as well. One last question. So the drafting, who handles the entire drafting for your team, or is it like a collaborative effort?
Mostly me, but I ask them for suggestions also. Like, let's say, what do you want? You see your opponent already. Like, he show mid Queen of Pain. What they want to play here, stuff like that.
Is it really hot in there? Because I see everyone walking around in their underwear or something.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Good luck further with the DPC. You still have a couple of very important matches: UDV, Myth Avenue Gaming, and obviously Army Geniuses, which are probably the scariest ones that are still left. Good luck in your future endeavors, and thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
So that was kind of what we expected, right? A slight oversight in the drafting phase in game number 2 with the last pick, but hey, from those kind of mistakes you learn a lot, probably even more from a win. But yeah, that means we'll be going towards a short little break. Any last words for the people at home before game number 2 starts?
Well, stay tight, get hydrated, and be ready because the next match is also super hype. We're not gonna see Army Geniuses or Polaris, but we're going to watch a lot of teams that are fighting for a bigger prize pool and staying in Division 2.
We got UD Vessuwan versus Myth Avenue Gaming. That will be next. It will be give or take 25 minutes to 30 minutes until that matchup is ready for the fine people at home. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. We'll be right back.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first series has been concluded with a 2-1 win from XERXIA over Atlantis. The second series will be starting momentarily. My name is DK Truman, and I am once again joined by Bowie. And, well, now we have a middle pack matchup coming through. We got ourselves UDV, aka UD Vessuwan, versus Myth Avenue Gaming. That's going to be the next showdown in the Div 2 of Southeast Asia. And it's going to be an interesting one because both these teams trying to make it, of course, still to that top spot. It's going to be rough, but there is still obviously a chance considering Army Geniuses and Polaris have to play against each other. And if you win the next matches, there is a reasonable chance that you at least can force out tiebreakers.
A pretty similar match, I guess, to the first series that we had, in the sense that both teams kind of in the same position in the groups, right? They're tied in points. For the people that don't follow SCA that much, Myth Avenue Gaming actually has Miracle playing as the carry, the famous Naga player. That's pretty hype. We might be. I guess it depends on what you consider hype, right? Not a lot of people like watching Naga, but that is something that could feasibly happen today. And yeah, I mean, I think this match is going to be hype just because, as a team in Division 2, sure, you're fighting for first and second place. It's probably not feasible, but, tiebreakers are a thing. And if Polaris or Army Geniuses drop one game, you do need to win as many games as possible so that you can tie with them later once those losses pop by.
Yeah, UDV has already played against both Army Geniuses and Polaris. Myth Avenue Gaming still has to play against Polaris. So they definitely have a chance. There's a possibility where they can make it through. Here we have the lineup of UDV coming through. I think Bombe, probably the most experienced player of the bunch, 30 years old, has been playing professionally since 2014 at the very least. Actually, 2013 even. So, yeah, he's been around a couple of teams here and there in the region. And honestly, they started off the DPC pretty well. They started off with a 2-1 win over Atlantis, but then they had to face up against both the Army Geniuses and Polaris, and those are the only two losses that they have. So arguably looking like a very comfortable spot to be in.
Yeah, that's true. We already fought the current two best teams by a pretty big margin. So yeah, they're it kind of scares you at first, right? Just getting those losses, but once the groups kind of settle in and you realize that you lost to the best teams, I'm sure that they don't really feel that phase about it. And the Army Geniuses and Polaris will play against each other still, and there are also potential upsets that can happen. Even in Europe, right? We saw Tundra doing really well in the beginning of the groups, but as time passes by and the teams have time to study what they're doing, someone might figure out what they have going for them, and there's always a chance for tiebreakers, dude. Division 2 is always crazy. You never really count anyone out.
Yeah, the last weeks tend to be where most of the biggest upsets tend to happen when the teams have figured each other out a little bit more. Also, Polaris and Army Geniuses, they had like a boot camp starting before Division 1 even started, so they've been like building up to this team, whereas the rest probably started a little bit later. Some of them are like Spawn and Myth Avenue Gaming are open qualifier teams. They came together a lot later, so there's a little bit more build up to them getting onto the same point. But yeah, nonetheless, it's gonna be an interesting matchup between these two teams because they have very similar hero pools. Both of them love picking Tusk. Both of them love picking Nate's Prophet, Rubik, Treant. Honestly, obviously, the main, this is the meta heroes. but they really love playing the same heroes. Mirana is one of their most picked heroes. They love the Riki as well on both these teams. So you kind of can't expect them to play the exact same Dota against each other.
All right. Yeah, I mean, dude, Riki is fun, you know, not in my pubs, but in competitive matches, I'm always down for some Riki Maru.
For me, Riki is the first pick material, mainly just so that the enemy picks it and it immediately gets banned out in my pubs. I ain't dealing with perma-invis heroes that I have to buy 50 million Century Wards for. That's just not fun.
And what if you end up with Riki because no one...
Then I'll play Riki. 5. Sure. I'll get Shard. I'll stay AFK.
Dude, it's so good, actually. Like, it's terrible in lane, but once you get the Shard, it's just crazy.
It can be good in lane depending on your laning partner, because the double pounce can do a lot of damage initially. But the hero, it can definitely be found out if you're up against a capable, coordinated team, because they'll just have vision everywhere and they kind of expect the Riki to come into very nasty moments. We do have ourselves our first bans already secured, and this is actually kind of funny. So Nature's Prophet was left in the pool, but the last ban from UDV is Batrider, which obviously they probably had in their mind, let's ban out Batrider right now so he can pick up the Nature's Prophet. Now they ban out Batrider and the enemy's like, oh, no Bat, easy Nature's Prophet pick. Thank you very much. We'll take that one. It is their most played, both these teams' most played safe laner, by the way, is the NP.
What a surprise. Linus to OP gets banned, and P is the second best one, always goes through. This time, they also banned the Primal Beast, so that is a hero that we saw being paired against the NP very often. Very decent in lane and after against the NP. So, I mean, Myth Avenue Gaming, I think they're already starting this draft with a bang, and you can see that UDV, they were definitely a little bit phased, a little bit uncertain about what they wanted to do. They get the Doom, but they don't know the pairing that they want with it. It's not the most confident start, I would say. But they, when in doubt, just pick Rubik.
Yeah, they love Rubik. Both these teams big fans of Rubik. The Doom is a hero that has honestly had not the greatest win rate in the DPC in general. I think over all regions, it has struggled significantly. It's also not. Some of them these days are building more towards the Guardian Greaves, but most of the time they still go for like the Hand of Midas into BKB Blink build, and I don't know. Something about it doesn't work that well. The Aghanim Scepter, a lot of people said that it's great, but one 4-staff and it immediately has counted the entire Aghanim Scepter, so that's kind of out of the question of being super successful. But what is successful is that Treant Protector, a hero with a pretty high win rate, keeping the buildings alive, and with comboed with the Nature's Prophet on your team, you're just going to be split pushing most of the game.
The opener on Myth Avenue Gaming is so strong already. Like, you get NP Treant, and there's no Primal Beast to counter both of those heroes. There's no Batrider. I feel like that Batrider ban really kind of shot UDV in the foot there. I think they're gonna regret this a little bit. They also banned the Miracle. Miracle is in Myth Avenue Gaming, but he's probably going to be playing the NP, so they take the Naga out to make sure that matchup is not going to be possible. Yeah, I think they're in a great spot. Maybe the Spectre also gets taken down. We saw that being taken as a second ban pretty much every single game of the last years that we cast. Yeah, I think Spectre is probably the highest value you can take down here.
Spectre, I think Slark's also a hero that does pretty well against the Treant Nature's Prophet, because he can get through everything and get on top of the enemies. Has also been slightly making its mark in the safe lane position. UDV, what safe laners do they tend to go for? They love the TB, though their win rate's not that great on it. Sniper's a hero that they love to play as well. Obviously the Nature's Prophet. Lena, for obvious reasons as well. They play decent Naga. Arc Warden is a hero that they've actually picked up a couple of times, so you can't keep that one out of your mind either. That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, Arc Warden. It's pretty decent versus NP. Having the bubble against range heroes is nice. I would like to see something a little bit more active though, since they have that Doom, as you said. A lot of times we see the Midas, and it just feels like the game becomes too slow, too greedy, and you're playing against this NP. You're not going to be able to take any towers because your team is so passive, and at the same time, it feels like they have so much farming capabilities as well. I do hope Arc Warden doesn't get picked this game. But you never know. Maybe this Doom is a support, and then it's feasible to go for something like that. But they take the DK actually as a hero that can just initiate on the NP and make their lives annoying. It's also decent push. I'm sure they want to keep their towers alive with that Treant Protector pick.
Yeah, DK with the Blink, BKB, Manta, Aghanim Scepter build's pretty nasty because the Manta illusions with the Black Dragon form have ridiculous movement slows, hard to deal with. That has been honestly probably one of the best builds on DK that I've seen in a long time, because the hero tends to be very still for the most part. But they're going to go for the Ember Spirit here. So they're going to be a little bit more agile on UDV, being able to get catches onto the Nate's Prophet or the Treant if he goes through the trees. And that is probably a very good choice here, because that's one thing that they definitely were lacking, is that global presence, catch, chase, tools on their side. And Ember Spirit is a very capable mid laner, does have a couple of matchups that are unfortunate, but most of the time should have a very good lane against most mid laners.
Yeah, Ember is really strong right now. They do go for another strong pick on the Leshrac. We actually didn't see a single game of Leshrac last time. I was kind of impressed by that. But yeah, overall, I look at Myth Avenue Gaming's draft, and it just looks so much cleaner and easier to run. You have this super strong lane on the NP tree, and like they show it from the first phase, and you're still like kind of figuring out how you're going to deal with it. Then you pair that up with a Leshrac, top tier mid laner, forces towers. You also have the NP to kind of aid with that. So, not only they scale, but they fight well, they lane well. I just love what they're doing with their draft. Ideally, what they can do now is pick like an offlaner that can flex with the NP, something like a Dawnbreaker. I wouldn't mind having something to cover up the Leshrac a little bit. But they go for the Dark Willow, actually, that we saw a lot in the last series too.
Okay, yeah, Dark Willow works well with Treant, Overgrowth into Terrorize combination. It also works well with the Lesh, Split Earth on top of that. Also, Lesh, I think, is probably the strongest mid laner in this current patch. Just in general, doesn't really lose to any other mid laner out there. If it goes slightly unfortunate, you just head into the jungle. Gets rid of the Flame Guard from Ember Spirit incredibly fast, which is kind of scary for the Ember. Though Ember does have outplay potential with the Sleight of Fist dodge and shenanigans that he can throw into the ring. But with the Ember, you probably want to have a support to rotate through soon enough, because I think he's definitely, like, most matchups he can win pretty healthily. The Lesh seems to be a tougher one in that regard. They're going actually for the Coddle, which is a wide swing pick here. Normally this patch, Coddles tend to be mid laners. I assume this is going to be a support Coddle, but it works so well with the Ember Spirit, because he is with that low cooldown on his Sleight of Fist Searing Chain, so he can get those double slights immediately back to back, and it's such a good combination later down the line to get quick kills.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool combo. It does sacrifice a little bit of proactiveness and control into their supports, right? You only have this reliable Rubik stun, which is not going to be that reliable because I'm assuming it's going to be a 5 Rubik. But it is a good combo. It also protects their towers a little bit. You know, it can kill the Treants from the Nature's Prophet. It kind of dissuades the Shrek from going into those early pushes. So that I do like on the Kato. I do feel like, you know, if their lanes go badly though, it is really hard to like gank anyone. It's kind of an awkward lineup to smoke into, especially if this Doom's going Midas. So we'll see what the carry they're gonna select. I hope it is something that maybe utilizes the Kato. So, you know, maybe they actually play this as Kato 5, and I don't, obviously you don't want to go PL because there's other Shrek, but something that can use the Chakra Magic, you know, maybe a Sven? Something that just farms fast and uses the Kato. I think Sven is good, like against NP, so you will be able to deal with the Treants, and it's kind of a strong laner.
Does need a Quelling Blade though, to always be in his inventory. And against an Age Prophet, I think that's a little bit of a scarier prospect.
Yeah.
Also,
Battle Free Sven, let's go.
Well, that's a fat report right there.
Can you report in competitive games, actually? I don't think so, right?
I'll do it. I'll make sure that I ever get someone to join their pubs and immediately report them.
You're gonna email Gaben?
Yeah, Gaben, please report. They do weird stuff I don't like.
I see.
Yeah. So UDV need a safe laner, most likely, unless they're gonna like flex the Doom, but that's unlikely, depending on the scenario. And the center gets last picked, very good against the Doom. You just pop this. Someone gets Doom, you pop Stampede, he runs out of there. You get the Treant heal on top of it as well, and you're going to be in a just very fine position. Also hard to kill. Doesn't really care about either the Rubik or the Coddle at all in the laning stage. Ursa might be a possible tool. They need.
I like it.
Yeah, I
think they
some
need
big
an
boy.
Ursa. They need, like, the Ursa actually benefits from the Kato, and they just need something that can kill these tanky heroes, and there's not a lot of heroes left.
Oh,
okay.
That's a blast from the past right there. The Coddle Bristleback combination coming out from UDV. It
does struggle against the Sprout, though, right? It doesn't go Battle Fury, but it lanes well with the Kato.
Yeah. It does have. I mean, I don't risk. You get the Quelling Blade and just hope. This hero is not meant to play the game until, you know, a 45-minute game when everyone has their like level 20 talents and stuff. With the Bristleback Ember Doom, you're looking to play this game fast. Bristle gets like Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter, and that's go, go, go. And if you don't go, 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 win, it's over. That's kind of the sense of the hero, especially against the Nature's Prophet, Lesh. Hell, even the center Stampede is really good against the Bristle because you can just Stampede away if he gets too many stacks on your team. So I'm definitely liking Myth Avenue Gaming's draft a decent bit more here than I like UDV, even though I love the fact that we're getting to see a Bristle. They have a significant timing on their side.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think they really need to do well in lanes and kind of snowball from that, because you know, not only everything that you said is going to happen, you're playing against the Treant. The towers are gonna, you know, be very hard to take if you don't take them early. You're gonna have this Treant just coming from the sidelines, blink on Centaur. It is really hard to take a fight against them. Silver Edge is going to be a possibility onto that Nature's Prophet, and then your Bristleback is going to be such a sad hero. And yeah, I mean, even the eggs, right? The Treant can walk through the trees. You have Stampede to disengage from the Doom anyways. Yeah, the draft from Myth Avenue Gaming just seems much more thought out and crisp.
Yeah, you did point out one very important aspect, of course. It is the treant with the living armor to keep the trees alive. And it's also the problem of them having only the bristle as tower push. So you're probably looking at a late game, and then it definitely favors Myth Avenue Gaming because they got split push, they got mobility, they got a Lesh that's going to refuse to die because there's no Scotty builder on UDV. They have a possible Shiva's builder with the Ember Spirit and maybe a Spirit Vessel. Lion X is going for the urn, so he's probably going to try and get Spirit Vessel on the Coddle. But they
Scotty Ember, sorry. You get Scotty on all 5 heroes?
No. That's just a big fat no. Right-click Ember. Physical damage Ember is dead because Eternal Envy doesn't play Dota anymore.
True. I mean, still, there are a couple of chances for UDV. It's just a harder draft to execute, as we kind of talked about it. I think, you have this Doom against NP, which is really kind of a weird lane, but I can see the Treant maybe dying. The Treant actually ended up going for this Orb of Venom to trade a little bit. And, it means there's no Fairy Fire, no move speed item. They can maybe kill this Treant in lane and just snowball that Midas, get an early Blink BKB. And then the game can be pretty hard.
Centaur starting off with a very interesting couple of opening items. Iron Branch, Magic Stick, and 2 Ring of Protections. It makes sense, obviously, he's playing against the Bristleback, so he's going to need the stick. Normally, as you can see on the Doom, you'd go for the Wraith Band, but it's a heads-up move to make sure that you get the extra armor against the Bristles, physical damage, which he only has, really, and against the just having the Magic Stick to boot. So, good opening items at the very least so far that I can witness.
That's some Eternal Envy starting items right there. The very thought out, looks weird, but probably the right choice.
Yeah, because Zero starts off innately with 0 armor, and that's not very good to have in the lane against Bristle.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't they actually... I think they went back with this change, right? I think when they released the cart for Centaur, didn't he get like 4 armor, level 1, or some like really OP change? Oh no, base health regen. Yeah. From 0.25 to 4. So, just your standard 7.8 base HP regen with no stats.
It's almost a tango right there.
Yeah, just, who needs tangos when you're a tango yourself?
Oh, he's in a sense the new ogre.
30 seconds
Okay,
to
good to know. Good to know. Just put him. I mean, to be fair, Puppy would play him as a pulse 5 anyway.
One of the saddest things for me was when Ogre got like 20 base damage and no one played him as core. Like I was so certain someone.
No, that's just psycho. Ogre is just such a slow dumb hero.
Being a psycho, dude.
Oh.
This game is not for everyone. Okay, they do get the rune there, the sector stop.
To bounty rune trade, they did take initial nasty
Doom
damage.
is just taking a beating. Treant is so angry.
Elite Seed is so freaking good at the moment. Why? Okay, Bristleback has his courier in the top lane, so that is a very interesting.
Yeah, waiting
position.
for the Ring of Health already, right? Because when you send it there, it takes like a minute and a half to get there anyway, so it's probably just wants to make sure he gets it faster.
Looks so weird though. Ooh, top lane. There's going to be a lot of harass, but the biggest question obviously is where will that real damage come through? What lane is the scariest to witness?
Bristle tanked 2 Brambles. definitely not the start he wanted.
Yeah, without Bristleback, he is not as tanky as he'd like. At this stage, he's still very killable. If he gets a couple of levels going, he will be a lot scarier to deal with, especially once Kato gets more of the chakra magic levels. And mid lane should still favor the Lesh. Definitely kill threat possibly for BB as well. Especially if there's a rotation coming in from the Rubik, or to be fair, from Mikado with the mana gift. But for the most part, unless you make a mistake, that should be a Lesh favorite lane.
Yeah, I would say so. The Ember can do some cutesy stuff, but overall, Lesh is just the king. Oh, and there we go. They actually do get the gym kill. The chain lightning creep healthy.
And the Bristleback in the bottom lane. Also, God, it's been so long since I had to say Bristleback. Bristleback gets taken down, and that is a bit problematic. Of course, he comes back to the lane with full HP, full mana, but he is starting to lose it in terms of experience. And the Centaur is also a pretty bulky boy that is hard to kill. Will have his Ring of Health soon enough, whereas KMP, his career is still chilling in that top lane, all this while waiting to be able to purchase the Ring of Health himself.
Yeah, he does have the gold for it right now, but yeah, I mean, because he's going for this Ring of Health build, I don't think we're gonna see that much kill potential here coming with the combo of the Kato, because he's probably gonna rush Vanguard. He's gonna tank so much damage here from the Centaur and the Dark Willow. It's kind of a weird start, honestly. I'm not sure I like this Bristleback too, especially because of the way they're playing this.
The downside as well is a Kato plus Bristleback lane is constantly going to push the lane out. So the lane equilibrium can be very unfortunate to try and get a hold of and control in that lane. Speaking of lanes, top is going to be a pretty easy one, it seems, for the Nature's Prophet. Miracle should not have a problem at all. There is a potential that he could get overwhelmed if they can lift slash Scorched Earth him out of range of the tower. But with the way that they are handling this lane, that should not be the case. Miracle is just getting kind of super free farm. They're sacrificing the Treant for the most part to make that happen, but that's a sacrifice Miracle is willing to take.
Yeah, pretty much every core on the side of MAG is having a better time. They until now they had all three cores with the highest CS. Bottom though, they are playing very aggressive here, trying to push back the Dark Willow. But yeah, until they have boots, I don't think they really can run down Fishka, because he already started with boots anyways. And the Centaur's giga tanky, has the wand. They don't really have enough damage. They need more levels on the Bristleback.
Yeah, they do have 2 points in Chakra Magic now, though, so the Kato will at the very least be pretty effective at the harassment game together with the Bristle. I don't think the Bristle should struggle too much. However, Kato, nicely dodges the Brambles completely. Will be just fine, but the lane is constantly going to be underneath the tower for Myth Avenue Gaming. So they're in they're pretty happy with how that lane is going. In the meantime, top side, they are going to catch themselves a nice little Treant who's trying to disengage. I am trying to figure out, so that's RR. Sorry, his name is for some reason VV, and that's going to be very annoying to say every single time.
Quadruple V, QV, call him QV.
QV, yeah, QV, to be fair, sounds pretty good.
All right. But yeah, I mean, they're actually killing this Treant quite a bit, and the Doom going for a pretty unorthodox build, Arcane Boots into the Midas. That's going to allow him to harass here with the Chain Lightning, and also aid the Rubik with some extra mana for the spells. So I don't even mind this build too much. The question now becomes, can they play aggressive with the Ember and defend the towers, even though you have this Doom that is rushing your Midas? The supports are going to have to rotate. You already see the Cotto and the Rubik kind of collapsing into the lane. And now it's time to see if the other cores are going to suffer because the supports were left out. So far, it doesn't feel like that's the case. But I could see the Doom being both.
Miracle's got half damage on the tier 1 tower top already. That's with the first catapult. He's using the treants to soak up the shots from the tower, so the catapult siege creep stays alive. It's doing a really good job, and yeah, the Doom really needs to clear it out because they're actually getting bullied back in that lane currently. PB is now level 6, so there is rotation potential coming in for UDV's mid laner, and that is definitely going to be a big must-have soon enough. He even has a point in Searing Chain, so he is looking to go for early engagements.
Yeah, getting the NP is definitely the target here. There is level 6 on the Doom, as you pointed out, but no boots. Wait, no, never mind. There is boots on the Rubik. So the catch is really kind of the tough part, and they don't find it, so Ember forced to Remnant back. And I mean, all towers, the Lashrak already doing so much damage. The Doom kind of, oh, look at that, just waste the TP. And that's really the problem. It feels like MYG, not only they have the late game, but they can actually pressure the towers early. It feels like a nightmare to play as UDV.
They have the lineup that has the better push, which is scary considering they also have the late game lineup that Nature's Prophets from Miracle having a really good time so far, but all cores are not really hampered this game just yet. Bottom lane center's got the Vanguard plus center Stampede, so there should not really be a situation where Zeal will get killed off by the Bristleback. They're just going to farm up next to each other, and Miracle already gets the first tower kill secured. They're going to go in onto Linex with the center Stampede, and that is another kill coming in from Myth Avenue gang. But the top tier 1 tower is gone already, and that, luckily enough, they're not the strongest, but that opens up the potential for Roche a lot sooner for Myth Avenue Gaming than you'd normally expect. And they even find the second tower with Lesh just hiding in the trees.
Yeah, that was my problem with the Cotto pick. It really feels like this Ember wants to play aggressive, but the supports just don't really have the stuns or the ability to play with him. Now they're gonna steal the stack here on the Radiant jungle. Like, they're just getting everything as MAG. Can they get the center? He doesn't have Stampede, so I think that's one kill.
Lash is chasing for Bumbu. Can he get the kill onto the Rubik? Nice jukes there. And it will be the Lash trying to TP out, but the chains will hold him down, and that is going to be a Lash kill to be secured. Or is it? Turns into the Piggy, will be able to run away. And the supports, can they back off? RR is not going to be so lucky either. So very quickly they lose 3 of their heroes on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. Granted, during all of that, Miracle is just loving life. He's got the Maelstrom almost completely secured already. But yeah, the 2 tower net worth advantage that they managed to accrue is gone.
Yeah, the map advantage is huge. They did overextend a little bit. Nice ward there coming from UDV, which allowed them to take the fight better, cancel the Lashrak TP with the chains. So they just dove a little bit too much. But I know the damage is done, and the damage on the Radiant side is unhealable, whereas on the Dire side, not only they're gonna struggle to push as Radiant, there is this freaking Treant making sure that their efforts are not gonna count as much as they would like.
The top tier 1 is currently being pushed in. Bottom lane has been secured as well by Myth Avenue. That's already all 3 tier 1 towers in their favor. Top, they're going to go for the Doom chase. He does have the speed aura, so he is a pretty swift boy. And the Doom get out of there. Yeah, with the Scorched Earth, it's not even going to be possible because Kishka does just bring in too much damage there with the Bedlam coming into play. And the Treant's going for the heal spam onto the tier 1 tower as well. So that will be fairly annoying. But look at that. KMP in the triangle. That gigantic ancient stack. He's going to get the Nature's Prophet, the Bristleback, his Aghanim Scepter at a pretty exceptional timing.
Yeah, that's what they need. I mean, we talked about it. You really need to hit those early timings. There is kind of an equivalent stack being taken by Miracle on the right side. But yeah, the Bristleback definitely hits hard once he gets going. The question is, you know, for all that to work, like you need to at least take some towers, or else you're never going to be able to take some good fights. So let's see if they can brute force top. It is the lowest HP tower on the MAG side. I think that's probably the move that they have to go for as UDV. The Treant can delay, but if he's alone, he's not going to be able to stop this.
Double damage Ember should be able to clean it up as well.
Dire's structures are
One thing that the Bristleback does bring, of course, once he has Ags, they can take Roche. That's just a big one. Otherwise, their lineup has almost no Roche potential. But the added Ags gives 7 stacks of the viscous nasal goo, and it's the extra armor reduction is always a superb plus.
Yeah, it's definitely good. Their lineup is so bad at Roche, but definitely the Ags makes it like okay-ish. But I don't think they can just like, you know, join Roche and take it down. They need to win a fight first, and that might be the
Especially
problem.
with the towers gone and the fact that they're up against what is soon to be a Bloodstone on the Lesh.
10 feet stolen though on the Rubik. That's pretty big. They have a smoke. Maybe it's a sign for them to go for an aggressive play.
I think they just want to make sure the Bristle gets his Ags. And once he has Ags, they can probably go aggressive. But until that point, I think it's... VB also doesn't have his Maelstrom done just yet on the Ember. But once they have those tools combined, they should be able to start knocking more buildings down. Doom's going for the mech. He's actually done with the mech, so he is going back for the Guardian Greaves. Just wanted to hand a Midas for farm. That kind of is the obvious point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that spell is amazing this game. Not only the armor is going to be nice against DNP, but dispelling the Dark Willow is always awesome. But he might be in trouble here. There is a little Treant, a very big Treant actually, looking for him.
Oh, Doom comes out. They don't have Stampede, but the enemy does. He's going to use it to get on top of the tree. And however, he can just run through the trees because he did not get right-clicked. And he's actually getting a little bit of that extra healing from the Nature's Guys buff in the trees. He gets 40% self-heal and regen amplification. So he's just fine. That is a stolen Stampede and the Doom used, and it resulted in nothing.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. Nothing to see here, guys. Balanced hero coming through. But yeah, speaking of balanced heroes, Bristleback about to finish that eggs, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to force this T1 mid with the catapult wave at 15. Problem is that they did use a fair amount of resources with the Doom and Stampede, so while it's nice to do it, I wonder if they feel like they have the firepower necessary.
And Miracle also pretty much has his Glypnino done, so he's got the AoE route. It's going to be pretty important to lock them down. Then you've got the Overgrowth route, then you've got Terrorize, then you've got Centaur Stomp, then you've got Split Earth. They've got so much AoE control on Myth Avenue Gaming. And the two supports of UDV are range, but the three cores are melee. So they're going to definitely stand next to each other at a certain point, and then getting hit by all those AoE spells is going to be really hard to control without a BKB.
Oh, totally. And the scary part is that, you know, the Scuttle, by the way, he just died. He's going for a Vessel, which means none of the supports have a 4-staff. You know, this Ember, if he gets Gleipnir, he can die super easily with the follow-up of a Centaur, which, by the way, just ulted.
No, that was the Rubik Stampede that he still has. Centaur still has his. The Rubik Stampede was about to expire in like, I think it had like 5 seconds, so he just used it considering it was gone
Radiant's middle tower is under
regardless.
My bad. My bad. Pretty late here, but you are correct. Eggs finished on the bristleback. But yeah, I mean, I think this game is gonna be pretty slow. I don't see too much eagerness from UDV to fight, which does scare me. We, did talk about the late game and all. His NP, level 12, Giga farmed.
He's actually not even that far ahead of the Bristle. The downside is that the Ember is trailing behind significantly. The Doom has decent farm, but of course Hanamitis is like 2.2k something. That is just net worth not really doing anything at that stage, but giving him some attack speed.
Are scanning.
Okay. Nice tanking of the gank at the very least. Dark Willow, does he get the TP away? No, he does not. Nice interrupt comes into play. But towards mid, they're going to go in for KMP. The Bristleback is going to be the target. Center Stampede. There is going to be the AoE control coming in. The overgrowth immediately afterwards as well. They managed to get the kill. In comes the stomp from Seal. And a huge double pick-off comes in. Yeah, they have just... Without a BKB, you cannot move at all on this side of UDV in team fights.
Such a rough game for the Bristleback. He just gets way too kited. And I mean, that goes back to the point that I was making about the support items. I mean, the Vessuwan is great versus Centaur, great versus the Bloodstone, which by the way, finds the Ember.
Lightnax got to run on the Coddle, but there's a slow throw now. He's going the long way around. And he does actually get himself out of there. But yeah, they just... they have a very scary lineup. They have bots now on the Lesh as well. They've got the Treant, so the Nature's Prophet, Treant, Centaur. They have their global presence lineup at the red. Versus kind of only the Ember Spirit that has like heavy mobility. The rest of the team, pretty slow.
Yeah, the difference between the Ember and the Lash is pretty much the net worth advantage that NAG has right now. Zero just, well, the Ember was trying to set up plays with a team that doesn't really allow for that too much. And the Lash was farming alongside that NP, and now he is a force to be reckoned with. The tier 2 bottom tower, very low. They could maybe force this knowing that Glyph is down, but looks like the Lash is just gonna chill. They're in no rush, right? They have the late game.
Yeah, no problem for them. Centaur is building the...
has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under
He has to actually drop the... Look at the Centaur. He's trying to figure out how he can get his Lotus Orb equipped. Finally, he gets it sorted. He had to break open... He had not enough space in his inventory, so he had to break open his Vanguard and then get the piece from that,
the Vitality Booster.
Ring of Health. And then he didn't have enough space in his inventory and everything was locked, and then he had to pull it back in. It was just a mess. He was spending there a solid 10 seconds trying to split that open and close it again.
I mean, I cannot blame him. I hate it when that happens. Now, another, aggressive attempt, but they like stuns, they like catch, they have no vision. So this makes it even more awkward.
Yeah, because Centaur is going to be now the main target that you want to doom before he gets his Lotus off.
Oh?
Nice catch from behind. Oh, there's going to be excess of Learn going in. Jill, they quickly get rid of the Doom, and so do they get rid of BB. KMP gets stunned, gets the chase onto Miracle, but Miracle can just TP out. They have no way of interrupting that TP attempt. The Nexus Learn is going to be able to continue on to KMP. Yes, with Miracle joining back in and Seal jumping in aggressively. This looks like it's all in hands of Myth Avenue Gaming. Again, they lose all 3 cores on the side of UDV. That is pretty much the same picture that is being painted this entire game.
Super rough one. But yeah, I mean, expected. I think their draft just needed to do better in lanes. They didn't get stomped, but they lost the towers early. Even though they got a good fight after the towers ended up falling. The map control is just way too big. MAG can do whatever they want. This mid tier 1 is full HP because of the Treant. And I don't know. The Kotl pick, not a big fan of. I think they got G-baited. There's nothing. Like, they banned the Mirana themselves as UDV, where that would have been a much better support, I think, to play with the Ember.
It's really just hard for Bristle to deal with like control, and they have so much control on the side of Myth Avenue Gaming. And the fact that everything is AoE. Currently, Learn is going for the BKB, and then afterwards Shard, which, thank the Lord, finally I get to see a Lesh going for an actual Shard pickup, because they never get a Shard in all the matches that I watch, but it's so good. Especially in this game, because you do have Gleipnir, you have Overgrowth, you have Terrorize, you have Bramble Maze. Soon enough, Kishka on that Dark Willow is also going to have himself the Shard, so you're going to have even more roots to work with. Speaking of which,
the Ember.
Again, BB, no BKB, no chance, no problem. Myth Avenue Gaming looking for more. You've got the Bloodstone on the Lesh, back to full HP. Tier 2 tower is going to be the target here. Or is it? Actually, they're going to back off with that double kill, even though it didn't actually cost them much, because they're not really that cooldown reliant. Top lane, KMP is going to be charged at, being held down. Bristle can't move. He just cannot move at all.
He doesn't have a Quelling Blade. I think we mentioned that in the draft. I mean, he has it. It's just in the backpack. So... yeah, I mean, they're already, like, their lineup's just not great. They already passed the prime of their lineup, and it's 22 minutes in. Like, you know the draft gun didn't really go well when something like that happens.
Yeah, late game hasn't even started yet. And Alesh has his Shard that he bought. I love it. Right, so even with the nerfed version of it, it closes such a big portion of like a team fight where the enemy just can't stand.
I mean, you're praising the guy. He's so rich. Like
Yes,
he's a billionaire.
I have seen Leshes with like 35k net worth, 40k net worth without Shard. That's what's tilting me every single time. And they're like high ground defending or high ground pushing without Shard. Right now, Bristle being slowed down, doesn't have his BKB yet. They're going for multiple fights at the same time. Doom gets thrown up, but a spell reflect with the Lotus comes out. KMP is dead, but the Doom is right now rooted up, muted, and killed off. Another kill coming in for the Lesh. Does still have the Aegis, has the Bloodstone to use to try and regen up. Actually, he's going for the TP all the way back to base. They're just in full control here, Myth Avenue Gaming.
Yeah, it's just good old stompy stomp.
Radiant's top tower
Just yeah, I mean, I don't know what they could have done to make this game easier, because you know the Bristleback rushed the Ring of Health, so they're not gonna kill anyone running people down with the Kotl. Ember vs Slash is like a 50-50 lane. And then you have a Doom Rubik against NP3, which is like one of the best lanes in the game. Even if they played really well, I think this game would have been really hard. You know, something just went wrong, unfortunately. And yeah. Yeah, maybe they're thinking about the game to draft here, because this game, they're gonna have to dive the fountain 3 times as MAG.
It wouldn't be out of the question if they did, but yeah. They do finally have the Bristles BKB done, so he will be able to keep that Quelling Blade in his inventory, and also be able to get out of some places, because of course if he pops the BKB and then still gets hit by the Overgrowth, he is still very stuck, which is going to be fairly annoying. But for the most part, he should be able to chase a little bit more to try and kill off the enemies and catch them out. Especially Miracle, but Miracle does have is full Silver Edge done. So now they have the break against Bristleback, and he's going to take an increasingly heavy amount of damage going forward.
Yeah. Super hard game. Kato is going for that 4th step now though, so if he can farm that, I think it's going to help a little bit during the fights.
Building a fight. Oh, that shows you enough.
Dude, he popped the Hood of Defiance when he got building the tier 2, and he melted like he had no items, like it was a level 1 wielder. That's how fat the Leshrac is right now. By the way, he's holding the Piggy, and there's a lot of neutrals here. I guess the level 2 neutrals are kind of bad for him. Maybe the Eye of the Vizier is the only one that would be fine, but probably better on the Willow anyways.
Yeah, and with Piggy you get that movement speed increase. Plus it's 6 all attributes, which is actually pretty good.
He's one of the most fun items.
Yes. You turn on Pulse Nova, Diabolically, they can go for Piggy charge, but right now there's going to be a charge in return. Zeal with the center stampede out. Does get himself out of dodge, but Excessive Learn, he's up against 3 BKBs, and that's not what he signed up for. Does still have the Aegis. Their BKBs are now on cooldown, and that means that they can't fight. But yeah, the Aegis is still available on the Lesh for 35 seconds. With the BKBs used, I would assume that this is probably your best bet at taking a fight on Myth Avenue. They're just going to back off and farm.
I mean, this game is like... The only way they throw this game is if they overextend, because it's all about damage over time on the side of UDV. So, you use your stuff, just wait for your cooldowns. It might be kind of a slow game, but we were talking about this Div 2 mindset, right? You just want to make sure you stay in Div 2. Every game counts. You are playing for the possibility of a tiebreaker, maybe. So you really cannot give away any more games besides Polaris and Army Geniuses, right? Those are the only 2 game series you're allowed to lose.
Well, no, I think in Myth Avenue Gaming, they definitely want to win against Polaris, because if they lose against Polaris, there's also no chance for them anymore.
Oh, that's true. They didn't play. I'm sorry. I thought they played both. They only played Army Geniuses then?
UDV played both. Myth Avenue lost to Army Geniuses.
I see. Full time though. Let's see if they can abuse the...
Lesh is pretty fast. He actually has level 2 bots on the Lesh. Pops the BKB just in the nick of time. And the overgrowth comes out, but they all pop their BKBs. The Lesh is just a little bit too fast. Yeah, no, the Lesh is just too fast. Level 2 bots, and it's almost full haste movement speed. Going back in, KMP is going to get controlled up in the process. Miracle has the BKB used as well, so it doesn't take any damage from the AoE. And without BKBs, they have to disengage. Kishka gets the route in onto BB, throws down the Observer Ward to get vision, and the chase for the Ember Spirit is there. The control comes into play, and that's 3 kills. Again, all 3 cores are gone for UDV. And so... yeah, that's going to be a Lesh on towards the high ground. He is really fast with the bots level 2. It is bugged for me. It does not show his movement speed.
How much does it say?
It shows 325.
Oh, okay. No, it's 460.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering because he was outrunning the Centaur and doing Stampede. And I was like, something seems off here. But for me, it's currently bugged. Nonetheless, looks like they're cleaning up the enemy's base right now. There's that Split Earth shard, making it the enemy's forced to go the long way around. They'll just back off because they are playing this very safe comparative to their lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty much flawless, I think. Very few mistakes on the side of MAG, and I think that's the good mindset to have as a team that wants to climb Division 1. You can start being more clowny once you're there, once you're taking games against the big boys. Right now, The mindset should be improving, making very few mistakes, which I think they're doing a really good job. The problem, though, is can they actually farm this blink dagger on the Doom before the push? I feel like, you know, maybe with a really good blink Doom on NP, I think that's the guy that you might be able to kill. The Shrek is just like the spell life
if you
steal.
get the blink Doom on NP, they'll just center Stampede and they'll get away. That's a big problem. The Centaur is
Press
there.
chains. You get the chains.
Yeah, and then hope that the entirety of the enemy team is not there. Yeah, sure. You can go there. Miracle actually went Moonshard.
That's pretty good. The night vision against Doom, also underrated. Gonna allow him to pop that silver edge before he gets jumped.
Centaur now also has his heart done. He's going for the AC next. So the Centaur is a tanky one. Doesn't have much armor. He's only on 4 armor, but 4k HP. And all of his spells also do a significant amount of extra damage with all that strength.
Smoke gank on both sides, but I feel like KNP is going to be jumped first. But they do know he's kind of hard to kill, so they want, you know, the better targets. Everyone's still under the guys of smoke, though. It's just really awkward. Like, they didn't took this tier 1. It's full HP. Like, they're gonna force this Roche?
Okay, they get spotted towards the pit.
Yeah,
they know that they got spotted towards the pit as well. They do smoke again.
Okay.
Also, Rubik finished up the pipe, and it's really, really sad if you're playing Rubik position 4 and you have to build a pipe. Oh my god, Miracle! Just jump it, TPing in towards the Roche pit, gets doomed up in the process, but he got his BKB off in time. He's going for the right-click fight. RDP is dead. KMP is going for the fight. Miracle might just get taken down. They do get rid of the Nature's Prophet, but of course he has a BKB and, a buyback available if he wants to. However, his team doesn't need him. They're going to chase for more without Miracle's help. They will be able to get rid of the remaining heroes because KMP TP'd all the way back to base to defend his base, while Roshan, I guess they're not going for Roshan. They're just going to go for any push shenanigans here. Because without Miracle, Roshan is slightly more difficult to kill.
Definitely. They don't want to buy back. I mean, I'm not going to lie. They are playing pretty much flawlessly. Like, they don't go for weird diebacks. They always get the most reasonable objective without putting themselves in danger. This is looking very, very nicely done by Meg, which we kind of expected. They're doing pretty well so far in the tournament, but looks like they will defend this melee barracks. They might just be forced to wait and go Roche as they control this triangle.
Well, they're just going to be waiting now for NP to respawn to take Roche and get themselves the second Roshan with a free shard to boot. There's also the Satanic now done on Miracle, so he'll be able to sustain a little bit more even though he gets doomed with that added lifesteal in these engagements.
All right, who gets the shard here? Either Tree, NP, or the...
I prefer Centaur because he can run around with like 8k HP. Gets double edge connections. I really think that that's such an underrated shard as well. But they're going to give it to H Prophet.
Yeah, he gets it.
Literally the worst one of the bunch.
Yeah, it is definitely. I remember like when he came out, I heard Cinderin talking about it, that maybe could have been good. Oh, wait a second, they find the DB. He has a Quelling Blade though, so the Quelling Blade plus BKB allows him to get out.
Yeah, that's slightly unfortunate. That
Cinderin was saying that maybe the shard is good. I don't know about that. It's such a weird, like the way it works is so weird.
Yeah.
Maybe
I guess it's
support in
okay.
P with Veil.
It's a slow and does a bit of damage, I guess, but I'd rather have Treant that's just invis the entire time and can root you constantly.
I guess like the vision aspect as you siege is fine.
Oh well, there's going to be a fight coming in. The Doom gets thrown out onto the Lesh, and the Lesh is actually dropping very low. They managed to get the huge kill onto XERXIA, who does buy back immediately, and with those level 2 bots will immediately rejoin the fight. Misses Splitter, but they don't have BKBs available on the Radiant side. Miracle with that BKB and the H still available. He's just going to go in for the right click fast. They're pushing them all the way towards the fountain, and the GG does get called. It's UDV that loses game number 1 after Myth Avenue Gaming. Honestly, not a problem in sight this entire game. The Bristle just could not get any damage in. He could not find the right clicks. He got kited, he got rooted, he got stunned. Yeah, the last pick Bristle just did not, unfortunately, pay off for UDV.
Yeah, that's just one of the worst drafts I've seen in a while. It's just so hard to do anything. Like, the Ember cannot play with any of the supports. The Bristleback can get any kills because you're against this tanky Centaur. And I know the Doom just farms. Like, he went for this Greaves build, but he was farming most of the time as well. So just is weird. I don't like this combination of heroes. I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming's draft is better, is more meta, and they're gonna have to scrap most of the things that they did and go back to it. I assume we're gonna see NP first picked for UDV because Div2 SEA doesn't like banning the hero too much, but maybe we'll see a curveball.
Was MVP there for the Leshrac. Not too surprising. He did dominate pretty heavily this game. I also do think that definitely an honorable mention, both the Kishka and Seal. That Centaur was constantly on point with the Stampedes to get out his teammates out of harsh problems, but that was game number 1, and yeah, it definitely felt like a drafting issue. They just had no way to move really on UDV's side and get the control in their favor. However, that was only game number 1, ladies and gents. Game number 2, new draft, new chances, and hopefully that will be more favorable on their part. We'll be going towards a short little break, and we'll see you back for game number 2.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Flame Cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 was at least an interesting pick in the bristleback. It did not pan out, unfortunately, there for UDV. It was a little bit on the more problematic side of the game. Myth Avenue Gaming, of course, a very strong team in their own right, but they were a bit too tough to handle this time around, weren't they, Bowie?
Yeah, it's one of those games where it's really hard to assess how the teams fare against each other, because one draft was so much better and easier than the other. But who knows, like maybe game 2 is a total stomp the other way. We could go to game 3 easily. At the end of the day, the teams are tied in points, so I don't expect them to be, that much different in skill, at least from the results we have so far. But Bristleback, I do not recommend picking that hero against NP. It's just the build that he went for just didn't help. Like the Coddle, everything was just a little bit too weird. Coddle, there's a reason we only see it mid these days. It would probably be better, if they actually didn't force that early Ember and just went for the Coddle. I think, it could actually defend the towers the way they wanted, but still be able to have a support, or even the Coddle just getting the Force Staff himself would already make the fights much easier for the Bristleback to do the damage. Because he had farm, he had the eggs very early, right? With the stacks that we saw. He just couldn't hit anyone because he was just kited the whole game.
Yeah, they had a full-on lockdown on him in this patch. It is kind of the root patch with the Gleipnirs, with the overgrowth, with the so many ways to hold the enemy down, and a hero that is relying so much on his mobility without having any status resistance or way to purge off those debuffs is going to be very tough. That's why Ursa's and Slarks are still reasonably well picked. Obviously not as well picked as the Nate's Prophet and the Lina, and hell, even Drow in some situations. But still, in this patch, you need mobility that can purge itself. I honestly think Shadow Demon with the Shard could be a pretty big hero this patch if some teams give it a little bit more of a shot, because that Shadow Demon Shard that constantly keeps on dispelling could be very useful against this rooting patch.
I like Shadow Demon 4 on the Dire side. I think it's so easy to stack for yourself in lane. Yeah, I agree. I think the hero is definitely underutilized, way too underpicked for how potentially good he is. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Shadow Demon this series. But maybe just I would love to have a game where NP is not the first phase hero that we see. What about anything else? Let's just ban NP, let Lina through. Let's see what happens, right?
Then the team that picks Lina wins. It doesn't really change much in that situation. I do agree. Banning NP is a big plus, and I also saw it. Yes, indeed. Spoiler alert: they banned both the Lina and the NP. So we finally, after 4 games, get a different safe laner to witness. Oh, thank the Lord, because it started to get very stale. The Lina patch turned into the NP patch.
So what was the other ban that they were going for besides the NP here?
Batrider.
Was it? Oh, true. All right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They go for the Treant Protector, but what makes Treant Protector really good is when you have that carry, that range carry that can dish a lot of damage. So most of the common, super long range ones are taken down. I guess Drow's still up, but usually you don't want to pick Drow this early. I don't think it's that good of a hero. So we might just see kind of a totally different direction here.
Okay, we get to see a Tusk plus Mirana. Mirana most likely a support. Tusk is still definitely flexible. A lot of teams still run it in mid. Some teams run to off lane, 4 position, 5 position. The only thing it doesn't do is play the safe lane for the most part. But it is, if it's a support duo, it's a very dangerous support duo to deal with, because if they get on top of you, they can lock you down for a very long time.
I mean, I love this. Already so much better than what they had. Way more proactive. You still have a lot of flex, as you said. You know, Tusk plays any lane besides position 1. And even Mirana, you know, you sometimes see it position 3. Some players even try to play position 2. I think SCA is probably where it was most popular. I remember, you know, Moon playing a lot of Mirana 2 when pretty much no one else did. But yeah, there you go. Triangular Shrek, still top tier pick this patch. Super meta direction that MAG likes to go with. And I mean, it's just good, right? Why would you change it?
Yeah, there's no reason to change a winning strat. XSI Learn can just easily pick it up, bans out the bat immediately, because Treant hates it, Lash hates it, everyone, well, most enemies hate it, obviously. If you have like a Slark, he doesn't really mind that much, the bat. To be fair, however, I'm a little bit worried because the Lash looked so freaking good last game. There is a possible save with the Tusk and a lot of cash with those two heroes, the Tusk and Mirana. So Lesh does need probably a little bit more support behind it to keep it alive. Something like that Centaur that we saw in the previous game that was really well played as well by Seal.
I thought we were going to say Shadow Demon, but
I mean, Shadow Demon,
Centaur?
obviously, but that's, you know, I lost hope.
It's okay. Patch is coming, I heard. Just gotta wait for the Lima Major. And then SD might be meta again. So far, though, I think we're going to see... What do they want to take down here? Taking this Ricky is interesting because I don't think we saw that ban at all. So I think they're gonna go for some anti-mage Dota here. This Ricky, just... You don't see, like, it's good, you know, versus Storm, AM, those heroes that rely on mobility. But because it was never really touching any of the games, I feel like they have something kind of different going on.
I'm actually baffled that they ban out the Naga. Obviously, Naga is a miracle hero, and it's very annoying to deal with, but I have seen some very mixed results with the hero. I don't think it has been looking that good, and most teams just dodge it like the plague.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, the Shrek is on the other side, so you already don't have that counter, and the two heroes that they have are pretty bad versus Naga. So I kind of get it. You know, it's not that the hero is good, but they don't really have a lot of tools to deal with, and a lot of those are already banned. You know, the Primal Beast and all that. So yeah, I agree that the hero is not great, but in a good game, you know, it can still be great, especially if it's Miracle playing it.
As long as no one tries the PL anymore, because PL just gets destroyed.
No, that hero is total trash. It is definitely worse than Shadow Demon.
I mean, Shadow Demon is amazing, so obviously it's worse. But we get to see the Doom ban as well. So that means Lesh is a little bit more freeform this game, not to fear it from the enemies to be secured. UDV with another Coddle pick. Are they going for the same route? Because that would be very terrifying if they did. For them.
I hope it's a mid Coddle. You know, I think playing offlane Tusk with the Mirana looks good. You have this Coddle that sure is flexing right now, but it's probably mid. And then you have overall last pick, you just get anti-mage, you win the game. That's the direction I want to see, you know, from UD. If you don't get the anti-mage, then get something like a Lifestealer, actually. I don't mind the Lifestealer here. Maybe that's the hero, because it's also Ricky. It's pretty decent versus that hero. You know, just get the silence down, and he is a cripple until he gets a BKB.
Does need to be careful, of course, of overgrowth and those shenanigans. down the line. Both sides have tools to deal with BKB targets with the Tusk's Walrus Punch and Ice Shards block as well. But there we have it again. Kishka, Dark Willow. That's 4 games of the 5 today that we've seen Dark Willow being picked. That means we've seen Dark Willow the same amount as we've seen Nature's Prophets in our games.
That's true. That's kind of crazy, actually. At least from the other regions I've watched, definitely not that many Dark Willows being picked, which is awesome. I think the hero is super fun. But going back to the Lifestealer, you also have Coddle, right? So you have Infinite Rage, or pretty much Infinite Rage. So
depending on if it's a Coddle mid, because if it's a Coddle mid, he's never going to give his mana to anyone else.
True, very true. Do have a point. Now, I guess they have to pick their offlaner here, but it's very tough because you don't really know your lane at all. So what can you do? Maybe just pick the carry that lanes well versus Mirana, and you pray that's the lane they'll go for.
Yeah, but that's still like that's a hard lane to call, because what's good against the Tusk Mirana? That seems like a very painful lane to deal with. They're going to go for the Magnus. That should be most likely the Zeal offlane Magnus. Does honestly survive against most things in the lane regardless, and can always find himself some farm if the lane goes horribly. You still are a hero that can farm in the jungle quite effectively compared to other offlaners.
And I mean, Dark Willow Mag is a classic combo. You just get the Brambles and the Shockwave together. And that allows for the skewer back. It's so powerful. Like you hit 2 Brambles and you get the Shockwave and the skewer damage at the same time. Like you can pretty much solo kill a hero level 2. So one of the most underrated strong lanes, I think. It used to be really popular at TI10, but Mag got nerfed to the ground, and now that is like actually coming back.
For obvious reasons, collapse.
Yep. That guy definitely made the hero look amazing, but yeah, I was wrong actually. They go for Coddle support.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're pretty much sure Tusk is offlane. That's what I don't like about their draft. It's very obvious. There's no flex possible here. Like every hero, we know where every hero is going to be playing, which is true for Myth Avenue, but I just feel like their heroes are more meta, so they're just stronger.
Could be a Coddle offlane. That one is not too far off.
True.
But they definitely need a safe laner as a last pick. I don't think we're going to get to see some Eternal Envy safe lane Embers. Though,
no.
Last game, Ember definitely... I mean, he had a pretty A-okay time, but Lesh is not going to lose the lane against the Ember.
Yeah, they chose the same matchup also, which is pretty interesting. I don't think the Ember lost the matchup. And this time, at least, I feel like they do have the means that, like, the Mirana and the Ember playing together should allow for more kills. The Tusk also does a much better job than the Doom. So I think they fixed a couple of things that they didn't really do right in game 1. But, their hero pool is quite unique. So I feel like they're going to have to really play those heroes to the limit to kind of have the same impact that Myth Avenue has with the heroes they picked. Lifestealer that I mentioned gets banned, Ursa's Lark, so we're going to see some wonky carries because most of the good ones are already taken down here.
Yeah, the choices are starting to dwindle pretty quickly. You still have your Sniper, possibly. The Drow is still a hero that's available. Obviously, for UDV, they're looking for something that can lane with the Coddle. So your Bristleback.
I would like a Dawnbreaker for Myth Avenue Gaming. I think it benefits from the Empower. It's really good versus the Leshrac. Just makes their draft more mobile in general. But yeah, any other melee should work just fine. Even PA, they have a lot of kind of squishy heroes. What? Oh, I was not expecting LD, but
that's a cool one. It's a miracle hero, definitely through and through. It has been, honestly, it has a pretty high win rate from the matches that I have seen it being picked, because it just does not really lose in the laning stage nearly ever. And the building tower push that they have between the Lesh and the Lone Druid is ridiculously high. Also, they have currently no way to kill the Lone Druid or the Bear. And that does help significantly, but if I'm not mistaken, Lone Druid popping his ulti, the true form, he gets like 20 armor, and that's not base armor, so he's still not very easy to kill. The Bear does die significantly easier though, but I like Myth Avenue Gaming's draft quite a reasonably big margin more.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think, until this draw is big enough to kill the Bear, the Lone Druid can just push, even if the Kotl is farmed, just because, the Bear doesn't care about Illuminate. It's not that much damage. Kotl is also not a core, so it's going to be under-leveled.
Kotl is a core. It's the off-lane Kotl.
Oh, you're right. Okay. I mean, a little bit better, but still, I do feel like Myth Avenue Gaming's draft is just easier to execute. The heroes are a bit better, but it is a closer game. So I would be surprised if the game is as quick as the first one that we cast. This one, we might actually see some Dota 2 being played. You have Drow versus this Dark Willow, so the silence is pretty annoying. You even have the Tusk to maybe get some cool saves against the RP. It's going to be an interesting match, especially this offlane Kotl. I think that the Bear overall doesn't really threaten this hero at all, but I also feel like he's going to free farm. So, giving Miracle a hero that he free farms, always very scary.
Yeah, Miracle on the Lone Druid. He's playing against a Tusk plus Kotl, which honestly should not die and should not really have any problems in that lane. They'll both most likely just farm next to each other, and it will be pretty problematic to deal with. If they win the laning stage, though, on Myth Avenue Gaming, I feel like this game can be over in 3 minutes. With their pushing power behind them, Lone Druid plus Lesh, and if they play it the same way they played last game, where they had like the 3 tier 1 towers down by 10 minutes, you're looking at a very rough affair.
I definitely agree with that. Now, one thing that can work a little bit better for UDV this time is, because this Kotl is kind of self-sufficient, sure, he's not going to pressure the LD, but he's going to farm by himself. We could see the Mirana and the Tusk actually trying to just, cripple the Leshrac lane. And they have the means, the chains into arrow, into shards. There's lots of things that the Leshrac cannot deal with. So that's really the way for them to win this game, I think. You have to get 1 or 2 kills in the Leshrac early on. You ward the jungle, you chase him down, you make sure he cannot recover this game. He does have this ward that I do think got clipped by the Radiant ward. So maybe the Ember can take it down later on. But yeah, if they can kill the Leshrac, that's probably the only way I see them winning this game. But just like killing him over and over again.
It's otherwise going to be a little bit more problematic. Miracle places a rather interesting position for the Observer Ward. Places it into the lane, which normally you do tend to have vision because there are creeps there. So I guess he wants to make sure it doesn't get counter-warded. I never have seen that actual lane ward being placed towards mid. It is going to be a pretty interesting matchup, but Drow is already dead first blood because they went for the 3 heroes bottom lane first blood gank. I mean, Lone Druid doesn't actually need no one because he's pretty much 2 heroes for the price of 1. But that's not the way that the Drow wants to start off his laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, not only he doesn't need anyone, but he's against an offlane Kato. So, you know, that and nothing is the same. They do go for the Chin Protector here. Do they have enough damage? Not close. Yeah.
So
not a great start.
That was first blood, Bowie. But what lane will be most of the shenanigans happening? Where are our eyes needed?
I'm just gonna be watching Kato offlane. You know, he has this Quelling Blade. We're gonna see some really weird stuff. He's gonna be trying to hide. The Chin's gonna be looking for him. But, you know, the LD is just farming under tower, so he cannot help the Trian. I think we're gonna see a lot of clowny stuff going on top.
Okay, well, speaking of Clowny, they are going to try and kill off the bear. Which does get healed up nicely because Treant is a pretty nice hero. But he goes for the resummon. Obviously a very long cooldown, but it's also going to be really hard to kill off the bear because Kato is just blasting. In the meantime, Linex gets skewered back, but it is a Mirana, so plenty of leaps to get out of there. Kishka actually dropping very low, doesn't have his Shadow Realm just yet, and it's going to be a kill for the Mirana. Going in for the catch onto the Magnus. 2 kills secured, and Linex is going to suicide for the respawn as well. That's a huge double play from UDV to make sure that KMP has a recovery from that first blood.
Yeah, and I mean, that actually goes back to the tri-lane play they did at level 1. The Dark Willow was not level 2, then they had the Shadow Realm, and they abused that timing perfectly. So, very nicely done. But now, that play is not possible anymore. He does get that level 2 finally.
That's quite the arrow, Mirana.
They are hunting for more. She'll try to go for the skewer play onto the Drow Ranger. And honestly, that is probably his best bet at making anything happen in that lane from this point on. They do have the lane positioning in their favor, though. It's an obvious big plus. And top side, yeah, Miracle. He's got lane equilibrium on his side the entire time because Kato's just pushing the lane. So there's no real problems whatsoever. Maybe a creep pull could come in from the Tusk, but for the most part, it's just constant blasts with the Illuminate that he has to contest with.
And yeah, I mean, ever since they nerfed the level 2 Illuminate damage, it also means that if he blasts the wave, Miracle will get all of the range creep denies because the damage is just barely enough to kill a range creep. So there's a lot of, you know, little things that made, especially offlane Lash that is sharing experience not as good as it used to be, because you have to be very, you know, you have to get an angle where you're hitting the melee creeps but you don't really hit the range one, or you actually have to hit first but then you can be killed or take damage. Mid though, they're trying to play with the Shrek, but he's a very, very tanky boy. Ember only level 4, actually getting a collapse onto here. He might just be dead.
Oh yeah, slights to dodge some incoming damage, should be just fine. But yeah, the mid lane tower is not really taking damage. The Lesh did not go for point and diabolic. He went for a slightly different build as last game, because last game he was already trying to push out the tier 1 at this stage. But instead he's going for just straight up the more damage. And BB, he's keeping a sleight of fist the entire time just to make sure that he can dodge the split earth. While bottom lane, that Mirana is doing so much harass. It's actually like he's single-handedly pushing back the Magnus and Dark Willow every single time.
Yeah, the attack range on that hero is very significant. And Mag and Mirana here kind of fighting the skewer against the Mirana, but maybe that's actually worse because he dies.
And Dark Willow, the arrow flies through. Will not connect, and the magic stick keeps Kishka alive. But that bottom lane is really not working out in the favor of Myth Avenue Gaming. No, Miracle is top net worth, and that is kind of what they were looking for. He's building his army of Wraith Bands. The ultimate lone druid build. Just a bunch of Wraith Bands, and you'll never die. especially once you hit level when it hits 25 minutes in the game and they all get that double buff, you're going to be walking around and that drow is like, oh yeah, I can remove your base armor with my marksmanship, but then you've got like an extra 40 armor on top of yourself.
It was not love.
Inex is so good on the Mirana.
Yeah, there was even a ward there, so kind of lucky that he TP'd into a location where he didn't really give vision. But I agree, the Wraith Bands are definitely going to be a problem for the Drow. And I also imagine we're going to see this Magnus going for a Greaves build. So not only being able to dispel the silence of the Drow, but giving that extra armor and HP regen will make those fights a little bit hard. The damage might be lacking, especially considering this Ember is... I mean, his CS is fine, but he definitely feels like he spent more gold in consumables than the Leshrac. But he's only 100 gold behind, so actually, I take that back.
Otto's actually also having a really good time in terms of farm. Is going for the Spirit Vessel. It's not going to take too long until the vessel is done. And it's going to be a must-have item against the Leshrac once Bloodstone will be secured. Ooh, that's nice. Fairy Trinket on Lesh. That's always a big plus.
Just farming, having a really good time here. The Treant actually made a lot of stacks because that lane's not really, that annoying for Miracle. He is top net worth, whilst the Treant was just getting stacks for the Leshrac. So even though the Kotl has a lot of farm, the trade-off is really something that we're gonna see in a couple of minutes if it was worth it or not. So far, I'm not sure if I'm a believer, but we might see this Kotl popping off with his Vessel. That's actually pretty good versus the Lone Druid just for the lifesteal. Oh, mid lane. Can they get the arrow?
Yeah, the controller's there. Regen does get scooped up to make sure that the enemy doesn't get it in their favor, but that's a big move because now there's some earn charges on the Kotl as well. They need to be careful. The blast coming in, and it should be a kill onto Kishka on the side while VVV or RR wants to get rid of Bumbuy. Will lose his courier for it, but at the very least the Tusk will falter in the process.
And yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about, the Leshrac being threatened by the Ember plus supports. In this case, they didn't have to use the arrow. So the Leshrac, I wonder if he's gonna have to change his build, because the way they can play is totally different now. They can play very proactively. I just wish the Mirana wasn't getting this many kills. The Ember is the core, I guess, behind just ahead of the Magnus. It would be nice if he was getting a couple of these kills just to progress better with his item build.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but the Mirana, sometimes you gotta get rewarded for your due diligence. And he's going for the Guardian Greaves as well, so it's really important that he has some decent farm on the Mirana. All things considered, good Guardian Greaves timing on a support is definitely a big fat plus.
Really important that he steals kills. Yes,
yep.
Yes.
That's. I mean, to be fair, he's making sure that those kills happen. They're his due diligence that gets it secured. He deserves them. Okay, Ember's just standing there. Without him, he would never have gotten the kills.
True. Speaking of Ember, going for 2 points in the chain, so definitely showcasing that they want to play with this combination quite a bit. They do have that ward, which gives vision of the Willow, but the arrow doesn't even get shot. They're just waiting for the rune. Unfortunately, it's the Leshrac that gets the invis, and he might find this Kotl. Poor Kotl. Nope. I guess he'll just retreat.
Yeah, currently the top net worth is Miracle, and he is very comfortably at the top. No one is even heading towards the top lane either to harass him or bully him out. He's got the Mask of Madness, is going for the Deso. With the Deso, buildings are going to melt very incredibly fast. That is a scary prospect for the near future. He's even already demolishing the tier 1 tower towards top. They are going to TP in to try and stop him. Miracle doesn't get the last hit on the tower, but goes for his Lone Druid true form. His bear dies, the tower falls, resummons the bear.
Oh,
And that is probably going to be his resummon dying. Actually, he's healing up thanks to the Lone Druid bear going ham. Split Earth is not going to connect. They will lose Miracle and his bear, and that's a big problem because he doesn't have a resummon for quite a while once he comes back alive.
oh, that's so
They might
bad.
even
The
find the
Lesh also
Lesh
dies.
next. Look at that double kill for the Mirana. Oh my god. Inax beast mode right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I don't know. They thought that the bear was going to be fine, and now they're even diving for more. The Ember very low, gets a good double slide of fist because of the auto, and they will get this treant as well, I think.
Nope. Skills right there. Just barely survives.
Dire's middle tower has
Just the
fallen.
extra 40% self-heal makes a lot of sense.
Gotta get the value going, and is keeping his tier 1 tower towards top alive, while Miracle is having the slowest farm of his own life in the jungle right now. Needs his bear to be able to keep it going. That's the one big downside of the hero. You're very reliant until you get Ags on both the hero and the bear to stay alive at all times.
Yeah, that it's definitely very, very slow. Kind of afraid of walking back to the top lane because he can get engaged. So this will reduce his farming by quite a bit, but still, gold advantage pretty even, which means that the Latrak is farming a decent amount, and he's not going for the Bloodstone. He's going for something. Is he just
Lotus
getting
Orb.
Lotus?
Yeah, he's getting Lotus against the Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
And the Silence and the Root and the Snowball possibly, but also the extra armor is always very nice against the Drow Ranger. But yeah, not going for Bloodstone first item on a Lesh, that is something you don't really see ever. In this patch, it's kind of like the staple Lesh. Why do you pick Lesh? Because Bloodstone's really good on the kind of move.
Yeah. Definitely agree.
Radiant's bottom tower
I mean,
is under
it
attack.
is a good item, but I just can't help but wonder, if that's something that the mag could have gone for.
Shadows.
But he's feeling threatened, and does finish the item pretty early. 13-minute Lotus Orb. So maybe now is the time for them to group up and try
Radiant's
to
bottom tower
utilize
has
a little bit of those timings. They even have a fair amount of heroes close by. But now the Radiant Smoke looking for one of them.
Oh, they got the Magnus now with the Blink available, so you got Blink RP threats. So that is definitely going to be coming up momentarily. Miracle still building up the death. So his farm speed has definitely been hampered by the death of the bear. He was that double bear lost top lane was very painful. Nonetheless, they are still ahead in net worth on Myth Avenue Gaming. The cores are all doing just fine. They're not being hunted here. And the Lesh gets time to be able to farm the Bloodstone, that would be a really big problem for UDV.
Yeah, for sure. Just the fact that you're shutting down these heroes that could be farming faster, either the Lesh, the Bloodstone, or the Bear by killing it twice is already huge because, besides the Kato, the heroes on the Radiant side don't farm really fast. So the fact that the game is, just a 2k gold lead is very impressive, considering they still have all towers up but the mid lane. So pretty nice here. The Treant making it very hard for anyone to take the top tower. But the Kato also doing the same thing whilst he farms the 4-staff. This game might go super late because these early moves are just not happening.
Oh, Miracle Deso is very close to being finished. And they're actually just out farming
Radiant's middle tower is
UDV
under
right
attack.
now, which is a little bit scary. I mean, to be fair, it makes sense because both those heroes are better farmers than Drow is a pretty decent farmer, but Embers tends to be a very weak farmer, especially because he went for Orb of Corrosion first item, doesn't have max level Flame Guard, so the farming speed of an Ember is not the fastest. They're going to go in onto the Treant, who does have a full Force Staff already done. That's a really farm Treant.
That's so much commitment, dude.
Yeah, Snowball though should be able to catch him. Actually, eventually he does die to BB, but he forced out 3 Fire Remnants in the process,
Dire's top tower
and
is
a
under attack.
lengthy chase, while in the meantime the tier 1 tower towards mid takes a heavy beating.
Yeah, they also forced 2 TPs. The Mirana does show up, but yeah, they will actually convincingly take 1 tower. But as that happens, the gold advantage keeps increasing. It's not equalizing. So it means that the Magnus is farming really fast, that this empowered bear is doing the same thing, and now middle, they find the Tusk.
Well, there's an RP onto 2, drag back into the Brambles, and they find a 6-kill streak to Mirana. Both supports get taken down, and right now they're on a 5k net worth lead,
Dire's top
whereas
tower
UDV
is under
felt
attack.
like the more aggressive
Radiant's
team.
bottom tower
Myth
is
Avenue
under
Gaming is
attack.
just playing pretty much this patch better by farming their way to victory.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better response. Like, you actually killed the bear twice, but the end result was the net worth advantage actually increasing the last 5 minutes. So just goes to show how they're playing the map, and how, like, even though they're getting a lot of kills on the Radiant side, taking the tower is really hard even when they get kills, because you need to kill the Treant. And when they got that kill, you know, it was 4 heroes rotating, 3 Fire Remnants, just a lot of resources overall being spent.
Miracle now has the shard built up, so he can use the Savage Roar as well. That gives a nice dispel. Arrow lands on Takishka. Dark Willow in trouble. Skewer gets the Tusk towards the bear, and that bear goes ham. That bear is looking out for blood, and it also has the Empower buff. So the bear has Cleave and extra damage coming into play. Always a nice addition. There's an Overgrowth available. They use it. The bear's going in onto the Ember Spirit, and luckily enough, the arrow did keep the bear from killing off BB. They're going to try and get the bear out of there. KMP actually needs to be a little bit worried as well, because in comes the Leshrac from the side. KMP going to get out. He has a Hurricane Pike as well. There's a Blink Skewer possibility, but a nice Sleight of Fist chains. Make sure that Zeal will not be able to catch out the Drow Ranger.
This gold advantage is getting out of control way too quickly here. Yeah, like, I feel like 3 minutes ago it was a 1k gold lead and we're at 8k. So not only, you know, they are farming on the side of MAG, all the efforts from UDV are like trying to defend this tower, and they're not getting kills and also not farming. You know, this Drow's the most farmed hero, and the only thing she has is a Hurricane Pike. Like, this is just not enough to compete into the mid game, I feel like.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit rougher. There's also the Bloodstone done on Takishka. They will get rid of the Dark Willow. Looking for more. Can they find the Treant? RP on the 2. Drag him back towards the Lone Druid with the Fear coming in. The damage is there. BB is dropping low. BB is dead. They lose the bear, but there is... they lose BB. And the Snowball save comes in, but is it going to keep you alive? Nice Hurricane Pike from KMP to get down to the low ground, but Zeal is on the chase. He has a Skewer in 1 second, gets the slow with the whip as well. The chase is there. Skewer comes back, drags him towards the cores, and that is a triple kill for Miracle Lone Druid. Boom, baby. That is a terrifying LD in the game.
Yeah, it's just a really hard fight to take. They have dire wards in this bottom cliff as well as one in the mid lane. So they saw the heroes actually engage onto Dark Willow. They baited her really well, which allows for the RP. The bear was in position to do so much damage. And yeah, it's just weird. The Drow, they don't really have any actual reliable saves on the side of MAG, so the Drow kind of dies before even popping the Hurricane Pike. Like she did, but she was really low in HP and just gets chased down.
Radiant are scanning.
It's rough. Like they're fighting with 5 heroes on the side of UTV and still losing most of the fights or just getting out underfarmed when they trade even. The heroes on MIG just far much better.
Yeah, they just better at farming. They have map control. I mean, the towers are all melting on the side of UDV. Top tier 1 was destroyed very early. Bottom, both tier 1 and tier 2 gone, and the mid tier 1. That's just the advantage that their lineup brings. They have so much immense push compared to their opponents, who have okay-ish push with the Drow, but it's also not great. Plus the Coddle off lane. It did not have a shot at keeping the Lone Druid out of the lane. There was just no way that it would be able to bully a Lone Druid out at all. If it was a support, maybe, but because he was supposed to farm, it's going to be impossible, and there's going to be again a catch by Zeal on that Magnus, playing a really good game. There's going to be a catch onto BB, gets hit by another root. Overgrowth comes in, Bedlam damage. Does the bear get any right clicks going? There's a Lesh on the high ground looking for blood here. And the RP skewer comes into play. It will be only the Bumboy Tusk that gets caught out, but probably should give them a chance to walk into the pit and get that first Aegis of the game.
Yeah, the Coddle, got farm because that's what Coddle does. Really hard to shut down that hero. But I don't think they killed the Lash enough. They got 1 kill in like 6 minutes, but I think they needed to do a bit more with that. So I get what they were trying to go for. They just didn't execute to the level necessary to compensate for all these meta heroes, for the fact that Treant just allowed that tower top to be up for so long whilst farming. So, he had that 4-step, just made life so hard for UBV to get kills on him. The Mirana solo killed by Dark Willow.
Ishka trying to get away. Randomly gets spotted by VB there. And Kishka is going to get caught out, so they do manage to get that kill secured. But in the meantime, the tier 2 tower top lane is gone. It's 3 seconds that tower was there. I swear to God, gone.
Yeah, it feels like every time UDD gets a kill, it's a support kill. And, it either takes a minute to get the kill or there's a building falling. MAG just playing the map much better. And
it is kind of disgusting, though. Lone Druid there with the AC, Deso, and Empower. That bear demolishes buildings.
Yeah, that bear is just a weapon of mass destruction right now. Just ready to kill everything on its side. And considering they have the Aegis, I wouldn't be surprised to see something a little bit more aggressive. The RP is up. There is even Aetherlands on the mag, so even easier to get some good shockwaves into skewers. Look at the tower. There's no way the Coddle can stop this.
Oh my lord. That's so much damage. Tower is still alive. There's going to be the skewer on the Coddle. The Fear actually sends him back in the opposite direction. There's a bit of anti-synergy there coming in.
Yeah.
The Lone Druid Bear is going to get taken down. The Miracle goes for the resummon. And because of that resummon being used, they have to be a bit careful. Even with the Aegis, the Aegis at this point does very little. Because if you lose the bear, it will not be able to rejoin for the foreseeable future. So play a bit more passively.
That is one interaction I have never seen. Skewer into mid Savage Roar. I had no idea it worked like that. Now, UDV, I mean, they killed one bear. Like, maybe if you just kill the bear, it's good enough so that you hold your structures, even if you take a bad fight. The problem is that, like, it could delay the game. I just don't know how they would ever win the game. I think this round needs about the network he has right now. Look at that. There's a double damage here just waiting for MAG. Oh, that's scary.
I'll send the bear to break some buildings. Backdoor protection through mid. Should not be able to do much, but Miracle, if he just gets a split second, the enemy's entire base will have crumbled. Question is he going to try it? Seems he wants to. He has a resummon in 40 seconds.
I want to see how much damage it does.
Radiant's top tower has been
Auto
denied.
denies the tier 3 tower.
Shadows. Take a
There's no repair kit anymore in the game, thank the Lord.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, backdoor protection is for suckers.
My Lord.
Just as well.
You lose Kishka somewhere in the Radiant's jungle. Ooh. But Miracle has his BKB now done. XSI Learn actually went for the Kaya Sanj instead of going for the BKB. But it's now a Lesh with 2.7k HP as well. So this Lesh is not easy to kill. Is gonna... Actually, no. BB guesses incorrectly with a Sleight of Fist. Bug broke and he thought that they were in a different direction.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. It's nighttime, so he did not have vision. And look at that. They're gonna go high ground.
One hit.
They are... Yep, that was fifth of the range barracks. Force Glyph. Yeah, I mean, they're just taking, inch by inch, very, very slowly, very calmly. Very similar to how they play game 1 as well. I don't think they... Like, even though the draft on the side of UDV is a bit better, the overall game plan and the way they're playing is very similar.
Yeah, don't make too many risky plays. Don't go any tower diving shenanigans. The Aegis has now been reclaimed as well, so they gotta be a bit more worried. They do have level 20 now on the Lone Druid, so he's got the True Form cooldown talent, cooldown reduction talent. That means he has a downtime of 10 seconds in Lone Druid True Form. And the top set are actually just gone, because that's Lone Druid Gaming. The Bear has a BKB. The Miracle has 36 extra armor right now on the Lone Druid. So the Drow still does no damage to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only the Drow, I think. I'm not sure if the entirety of Radiant tries to collapse onto this Lone Druid if they get the kill. He's so tanky. He has Savage Roar. There's, living armor. We're not even accounting for that, but living armor by itself is like 12 armor on top of it all.
Yeah, that definitely does help. And I mean, yeah, there's no real way to stop this bear. Except for killing it, I guess. He has a BKB available, but it's not gonna die. He can TP it back to base if he wants. Or yeah, there he just sends it back to base. We'll be able to resummon it with the return and then continue for more racks.
So I have a question. Like, if if animals are struggling or being victims of crimes, you call PETA. Who do you call if animals are actually being making humans as victims?
You call the butcher.
But there's no pudge this game, so
unfortunately not. So no pudge, no glory in this case.
Oh man, yeah, that bear has seen some victims for sure. Roche's gonna spawn. Considering how Crisp they've been playing, they're probably gonna wait for Roche, and that's when they'll go for the end of it all. But yeah, Radiant, they know. So they smoke. Kind of a Hail Mary because there's absolutely no vision. So the Tusk with a gem and a couple, at least one Observer Ward. Ideally, they would like to fight here.
Even a panda bear, which is like the most friendly of bears. Or, well, the most stupid of bears, but that's, you know, it goes both ways. Oh,
That's what they want you to think.
Kishka gets controlled. Bear goes for racks. Bear takes racks. Okay.
4 hit range barracks, sure.
Okay, and B. Overgrowth actually is going to miss the mark. And XSI gets stunned up in the process. They're actually going to try and go in here. But XSI, can he get himself out of there? The damage is pretty immense. They get the control, but the RP onto 2, and right clicks coming in from the bear. They get the control, and the bear is going ham. Looking for RDP. Can he get out of there? Very unlikely. It's a pretty swift hero, but Kishka has respawned, and they get the full-on control. Kishka gets that kill. Also, Lone Druid's got his ags pretty much done, so now he doesn't even have to be with his bear anymore. He can just let the bear do his fun stuff and finish up this game. Fifth Avenue Gaming looking very convincing in this series.
Yeah, they sure do. That this has been a huge shellacking. They do find Krishka once again. Feels like she's been the sacrifice for most of these kills as they find a good skewer. That is a dead drow.
That's a dieback drow as well. And that is a GG call, ladies and gents. That is gonna mean that UDV will be 2 and 3 in the DPC, and MAG, Myth Avenue Gaming will be 3 and 2, aka they still have a shot to make it towards Div 1. Granted, it is going to be a lot of skill needed and a little bit of luck added into the mix to be able to make it to that point. But big props to Myth Avenue Gaming. They made it look pretty convincing. Not anywhere in both Game 1 and Game 2 where you really thought that there was going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, they played really well, and it feels like the heroes they like playing are also meta. So it felt like UDV, they were trying to kind of play stuff that was meta, but also that they liked or they were comfortable with. And their dress would always look a little bit too wonky. And sure, they got this LD on the side of MAG that maybe it's not the most meta thing. But everything else was super, the NP in Game 1, then they have to ban the NP, but then other stuff comes through. They just played really well. And sure, their chances of going to Div 1 are slim because, 4-0 and 4-0 as first and second place is definitely hard to beat. But you never know. Maybe an upset happens and they just have to keep playing like this, ideally lose 0 series, and, maybe there's a chance for tiebreakers.
That's what they're going to be banking on. As you can see, the MVP for game number 2 was Zeal. I think it's obviously like a toss-up between Miracle and Zeal. It wasn't XSI that was as impactful in game number 2, but Zeal did have a lot of good catches on the Lone Druid. The dragbacks constantly with the Blink Skewer that caught most of UD out of position. Yeah, I definitely think that Seal deserves MVP. Also for his Centaur game in game number 1. I think overall over the series, I would have to make it a toss-up between... No, I'd go with Seal because I think that game number 1, XSI did a lot and Seal did a lot as well. And then game number 2, Miracle did a lot and Seal did a lot as well. So I think overall... I'm giving my MVP to Zeal for the series. Where do you put your MVP award towards?
I think that QV played really well both games. I think the way he was able to play Treant, just delay the game as much as possible. He traded so well. He always allowed Miracle to leave the laning stage very healthy, very farmed. So I kind of want to give it to him. I know he died a little bit, but like he had that 4-step that we saw in the at 10 minutes where UDV has to send 4 heroes to kill this position 5 tree and spend so many cooldowns, and you know everyone else is farming. We saw the net worth advantage skyrocket. But I think everyone played really well, especially their drafter, you know, whoever is drafting. I think they're doing a really good job. Like they have like this very strong foundation of meta heroes, but just that sprinkle of, you know, Miracle, Lone Druid, and other things popping up here and there that make it really hard to draft against. Even this Dark Willow, right? We saw a lot of it today, but I think in general, it's not, you know, in the most popular heroes of the DPC, at least that I've seen so far.
Yeah, their drafting was definitely interesting, and we'll ask them about their specific process in that regard. We'll be heading in towards an interview with Miracle, the Lone Druid player. Hello, Miracle. Congratulations on your win today.
Hello, nice to meet you guys. Thank you for congratulating me, I guess.
Yeah, so quick question. Well, obviously we have a couple of questions. In game number 1, you guys were put up against a Bristleback, a hero that honestly I haven't seen a single time in any of the DPC regions. Did you expect the Bristleback pick, or was that one just a surprise for you as well?
I think we kind of expected the Bristleback pick somewhat, but it's not really like in our in the back of our heads. Like we didn't really care too much about the Bristleback because our heroes were actually pretty good at dealing with it. Like I think I can't remember if we banned the TB. Like it's only between TB or Bristleback we were expecting them to pick at the last phase.
I see.
Okay.
Now, can you rate Naga Siren as a hero in Dispatch for competitive and for pubs?
I think for pubs, I believe the hero, if you know how to play it, is actually I would consider it as a very easy hero to up MMR, because like not a lot of public games, you know, people actually don't really deal with waves that well. As for competitive, I believe if you are actually like if you have like the fundamentals right, the hero is still very strong. Like I would see it as like just as good as during TI, where it was like quite popular during the Tundra run. But yeah, I still think this hero is definitely playable. Definitely, I believe we played it like 2 days ago or something, but it didn't go too well. But I put it the play mainly like we didn't really play that well that series against AG, I believe. Yeah.
I see.
So a quick question: who, considering how both these games went, and it felt very much one-sided in regards to after the drafting phase, we already gave you guys the bigger chance to win in both games. But who handles most of the drafting, or is it like a collaborative effort?
So basically, we got our coach Yamate. He's like coaching us right now, so he's doing the draft. Before this, it was like between all of us, like we were just talking about what heroes we want to play, what heroes we want to draft together, like try to basically form a draft that makes sense in a way. But now that there's like Yamate coming in to help us draft, like it's a very recent addition for us, so like it's just trying to keep us in control. Obviously, we still have like our funky picks, but then like at least if he doesn't feel like that hero is actually good, he will just tell us, okay, it's not good this game. Like before that, there was no stop button for us somewhat.
So a bit more control on the team later down in the DPC. Obviously, right now you guys are 3-2. There is still a chance to make it towards Division 1. Granted, it is going to be tough, as you might well know, with Army Geniuses and Polaris at each other's throats at this stage. But you guys still have a matchup against Polaris, which I think is on the almost last day. Are you guys completely prepared for the Polaris match? Because they haven't lost a single map so far.
I mean, to be honest, after this game, I believe we are not really, we won't really get relegated anymore. So, the rest of the series is just how we just got to keep, our mentality in check and everything. Just, go one game at a time. Because, all the other teams that we haven't played, which is, I believe, XERXIA and Polaris, and I can't remember, is there one more team? I can't remember. But so basically,
those are the only two left. You only have XERXIA and Polaris left.
Yeah, actually, both those teams, I think they are also pretty strong. Even though XERXIA is not doing well in the DPC, but they are actually still doing well in the BTS. I'm not exactly sure why they are not doing good in the DPC, but yeah, we're just gonna respect both our opponents and try to we just take it one step at a time. If we win, we win. If we lose, we just have to keep improving. There's still always next season, so don't have to worry too much about it.
Yeah, next season totally doesn't have X-Fnatic and Boom joining in, which does make things very spicy in Div 2 again. Any last questions from you, Bowie?
Yeah, I actually just wanted your comments on how you think the new format of the DPC is going. Do you prefer this format? Do you think, is it nice to be able to play other tournaments? And what's your overall take?
I mean, considering now that the DPC is 3 weeks long, I actually don't really enjoy playing too many tournaments at the same time. Before this is 6 weeks, and a lot of us join a lot of small tournaments, but because it's only 3 weeks long, we just want to have something to focus on and get this 3 weeks out of the way, and let's see where we go after that. But I guess it can be good if for certain teams, because 3 weeks long, it's kind of it depends on your form at the beginning and the end of the week, and see how maybe you have 3 games or 2 games at the start of the week and you do very well, and then by the time you run out of the honeymoon period and then you start losing at the end, which is I think we saw one of the teams in Division 1C, I think SMG, they were doing not very well at the start, but they started stomping everybody near the end. It's rather unfortunate, because if it's the last DPC format, they might have actually qualified for the major. So, I mean, for me personally, I like that it's 3 weeks long. That means we just have to be fully focused during these 3 weeks, and it's short.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then, during Div 1, you guys can practice and boot camp and play other tournaments and whatnot to get prepared, see what all the Tier 1 teams do, and then steal all their strats. That's also a useful tool, possibly. But yeah, thank you very much for the interview, and good luck further in the last 2 remaining matches of Div 2.
Thank you.
So yeah, Bowie, that does mean that this is another 2-0 for Southeast Asia. A very convincing one, I might add, because they just looked on top of their game with Avenue Gaming. He did have a point there. I do agree with if you with the short format with 3 weeks, it does get a little bit. You fall behind in the beginning, and it's really hard to recover later down the line. Someone gets sick, it's all very short packed, so it gets a little bit dicey in that regard. But regardless, I'm really enjoying these games so far. I see some wild picks coming in. A Lone Druid here, bunch of Dark Willows coming into play, and definitely having fun. But that will be all for us today. For me and Bowie, not for us on this stream. There will be one more series to be witnessed. That will be Spawn versus Flow. That one will be up in give or take 50 minutes, ladies and gents. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Any last words for the people at home, Bowie?
Nah, that's pretty much it, guys. Stay tuned. 50 minutes, another series that's going to be cast by other people, but lovely people nonetheless. Thanks so much for watching, and stay tuned.
Stay tuned. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the CDPC, with myself this time taking over, Epidamnos, and joining me once again is Free Dota. Adam, how are you feeling today, wherever it be? Afternoon, I think, where you are.
It is currently 7 p.m. on a lovely Sunday evening.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, that's pretty late compared to me. But we've got a snazzy game coming up. It's the final best of 3. If you're just tuning in today, we've just had ourselves UD Vessuwan versus Myth Avenue Gaming that's just gone 2-0. But the game that we're going to be blessed with the finality of today is indeed Spawn Team versus Team Flow. Now, I haven't actually seen any games from Team Flow or casted them at all during this DPC, but a lot of Spawn Team. So we're going to see how this one turns out. But Adam, you are the expert here. Give us a little insight into, I guess, Team Flow first, because they're going to be having a lot of stuff to combat against Spawn Team. I think Spawn Team are pretty solid at the moment.
Yeah, Team Flow are kind of an old school, I wouldn't say name, but definitely an older roster. His team's been around for like 1-2 years, hovering around Div 2 and a lot of the Tier 2 tournaments. Have never really seemed to take off, I guess, but still deciding to play with each other because of friendship, I think, is what Nevermind told us in his interview. And I can respect that. It's kind of cool. Fortunately, they're kind of fighting for, I would say, relegation. They're tied with XERXIA right now in the 6th and 7th place, and they could really use a win here to kind of secure Div 2 for them.
Yeah, definitely. As if I can recall, Team Flow, they're very, very close to potentially either XERXIA overtaking them and pushing them down into actually kicking them out of Division 2. So winning the last few games that they have to win, I mean, they've got them, after this game, they've only got 2 games to actually keep themselves within the standings. So they have to really make use of these last 3 games that they have and keep each other in. But on the other hand, we've got ourselves Spawn Team, who are sitting comfortably in the middle of the standings. We've seen this team all too well before, of course, with Mamang Dyer, signature mid player here, along with G-Croy as well, Delol, Travins, and Red. All magnificent players. We've seen them all before. Do you have any words to say about them?
I mean, this team's just a really young, promising, I would say low veteran-ish kind of Indonesian squad with the new addition of Red. I think they still have a chance to make Div 1. They do have some of their last 2 matchups are against the lower teams in the group, so most likely going to end up with a 4-2 score here. So hoping that AG and Polaris both drop games so they can reach a tiebreaker.
Yeah, as currently at the moment, they do have a chance to, obviously, of course, they're still going to stay in Division 2 here, obviously, with Spawn Team also having 3 games remaining. Not sure if they can increase their lead, though, against the teams like Polaris and Army Geniuses. They are doing extremely well right now in the standings. Both Goliaths currently with
8-0, 8-0.
8-0, 8-0, 4-0, 4-0 with the game and the match score. It's pretty nutty to see 2 teams battling out at the top of there. But the fixation for us today is indeed Spawn Team versus Team Flow. So a little bit about Team Flow. I mean, one of their wins was indeed 2-1 versus XERXIA. But they have gone up against some Goliaths here, so we do have to give them a little bit of leeway because indeed their games they already have played some games here against Polaris and Myth Avenue Gaming. They did get 2-0'd in that, but they, from what I can see, they put up a valiant attempt, especially against Myth Avenue Gaming. One of those games going around about 57 minutes. So they did pretty well to hold that. But Polaris, Polaris is on kind of another level at the moment, potentially even going into Division 1 at the end of this Division 2 tour. It's quite nutty.
Yeah, Team Flow, they're kind of inconsistent in the way they play. I think there are games where they look good, but I think the team has the tendency to choose to farm over being active on the map. We see a lot of their games where they're like 5 or 10k a hit, and they don't want to take like risky plays to take the map. Instead, they just choose to like farm, be stable, which I guess is kind of respectable, but it's also a chance for your opponents to come back into the game, I would say. We'll see if that kind of haunts them here against Spawn.
We've been seeing that quite a bit recently. I was quite surprised commentating C, where teams have actually been a lot more cautious of each other and actually, you know, taking the respect to actually not push against them possibly in the high ground and stuff like that. Is something changing within the region, or is this just teams picking up a lot of respect for each other and being very cautious?
I mean, I think in the first week of Div 2, there were a lot of games where the team that should have won kind of threw their lead. So this is probably the most simple approach you can have to not throwing a game. You know, you just kind of out-farm, you have the whole map, you take your time. The games are really important to these teams, so you also don't want to force moves where you have I'd say a higher chance to make a mistake. So yeah, I think it's kind of natural, I guess, that the teams end up this way.
Yeah. As hopefully we are blessed with a draft very soon. We are. Moonwalking Beastmaster will give us the draft. And it's a first pick Rubik here for Team Flow. And look at this, they're actually going to ban out the Lena on Spawn Team. First ban with Brood. And then we also have the Nature's Prophet and the Marcy banned as well here. Red not going to be able to get his Marcy.
We'll see what Spawn prioritize here. Nothing too special in the pool. Lena, Nature's Prophet.
Okay. Get themselves up the Mirana there, and we'll see what they'll try and combine with the Mirana. Hopefully we get some more stuns and lockdowns here from Spawn Team, because I have seen a situation before where a Mirana is picked up without any stuns, without any lockdown, and Mirana just has to cross her fingers, fire the arrow, and forget and just hope and pray that it lands on someone, because it is kind of a little bit depressing if you don't have yourself a stun or anything like that to combine with the arrow. But they do get themselves something similar to that. Get themselves a tiny with the avalanche. The task that's around about 3 or 4 seconds where you can keep someone in the same place, so that should be good enough to combine with the sacred arrow.
Yeah, really strong combination here. Also kind of a flex pick on the tiny. Team Flow, I think usually they'd go for the Death Prophet here, one of Mercury's more comfortable heroes, but seeing this tiny can go to post 4 and Dalu definitely does play it. I'm not sure if they want to pick a core here.
So they're coming into eating out some of their reserve time, but they'll pick it. They'll get themselves a Bat Rider, so definitely picking up their first core here on Team Flow. What did you think of the Bat Rider so far being picked this early on?
I like it a bit more than the DP. I think the hero is one of those you pick it early, you ban for it, kind of easier to make work than the Death Prophet, I believe. They have a Rubik too, and I guess they kind of want to prioritize Nevermind's hero, because I believe the DP is kind of showy, I guess, in the sense that you don't really want a Rubik DP lane, you don't really want to pick your offlaner too early, especially when you don't see the carry. Maybe prioritizing the matchup against Jukroy a bit more, since Spawn do play around him. Bristleback ban, that's a new one.
A Bristleback ban? When was the last time you saw that one?
I don't know, but they do play the hero. They like they played Io Bristle yesterday, I think, in some game against UD Vessuwan. Let's look at the Dota buff here. They are a Coddle team as well, so not too surprising, I guess. But I'm just trying to think of like what Spawn wants here that they would ban the Bristle. Maybe Tidehunter.
We will see. We will see. There's some interesting comfort bans coming out from Spawn Team. See what they have further to ban. I mean, Queen of Pain was banned from Team Flow, not wanting to go against that with the Bat Rider on the mid lane, so they'll definitely ban that and be happy about that one. Pangolier gets banned on Spawn Team.
Yeah, just a big Nevermind hero, I think. It's kind of removing comforts. Meanwhile, Team Flow just banning for the Bat Rider purely. Slark, Quap, and LC, just heroes that will do pretty well against Bat.
Yeah, very well.
We'll go for it here. We've seen a lot of Ember into Bat Rider. It's a very player preference thing. I think some players like Bat against Ember, some players like Ember against Bat. Curious to see what Spawn would go for here.
What's picked up? Oh, it's going to be a Beastmaster. All right, okay. All right, they get. I mean, I think we've seen the LoL actually play a Beastmaster before, but we've seen it quite a lot within the tour, the DPC at the moment, and Beastmaster has been pretty solid. He's been able to push out the waves, grant a lot of vision. Hawk, very underrated spell. Might be good for Spawn too.
Yeah, Red is the Beastmaster player here.
Oh, Red, sorry, yeah, Red.
I don't think it's a big comfort pick for them, but yeah, I do agree Beastmaster is a really strong hero right now. Now, wonder what Team 4 will go to counter this. Usually want heroes that can kind of deal with the helm creep or just kind of wreck him in lane. More commonly, we see heroes like Sniper. Like Sniper Tusk, for example, is a really strong lane against these beasts. Or we see more commonly maybe some Naga Siren or Drow. You know, you just kind of kill his units super easily. You don't really care about his pressure. Morphling. Yeah, that's another hard to kick out hero. Even with Roar, with Helm, you know, the Morph can kind of still sit there.
Yeah. Morph, one of these heroes that can just use its attribute shift and... Sorry, one of these heroes, the only hero that can use attribute shift and... stay in the lane like so we'll see how that one comes out. Got to be careful though, Yuna. Don't get too low on the HP and then receive a Primal Roar to the face and a Naga Siren.
Yeah, I was going to say the Bat Morph cores, they're kind of weak against the same things, the PLs, I guess the more of the Illusion heroes. Illusion heroes like PL Naga have the Dispel in lane. They also have this Net or Song into arrow combo, which is kind of nice for the lane. But Morph has this cool mechanic where he can buy eggs and turn into an illusion, and he steals stats from your real Naga, which can be super annoying in the game. Yeah, it's not a super one-sided matchup.
It is very, very annoying, and of course, if Morph if he is able to get himself away. Actually, that's a good question. Right, this is going to be one for you, Adam. I don't know if you tested this. Agnim's Morphlin.
Yeah.
Naga summons some illusions with mirror image.
Yeah.
You use your replicate on an illusion, which works. Do you steal the stats and stuff from the illusion, or will it be from the actual hero?
You steal from the main hero, which is why Morph kind of works against Naga. But there is a mechanic where if Naga buys Lincolns, you actually cannot replicate the illusion. Yeah, that's how it works.
That sounds weird.
Because you steal stats from the main hero, so replicating an illusion is actually casting it on the main hero somehow. If the Naga has Lincolns, you can never replicate the illusion.
Okay, that just blows my mind. What the hell? That's nuts. How did you even do some research into that before?
I played with Miracle, man. Boy's a Naga understander.
A Naga understand.
Ooh, I like the fudge. All right.
My gosh.
So good against the Beast Naga. This is a Beast Pudge game.
Oh my god. Okay, so Pudge comes out.
What's the Pudge killer here? Oh, this is a tough pick. They need some high physical damage here, some Razor.
So is this Pudge offlane, or is this going to be something like a 4?
I think it's offlane.
I think it's Pudge offlane, yeah. You get yourself quite a bit of armor, get a plate mail or 2 against the Naga. Obviously, of course, you're going to have your Agnims as well, which rips through the illusions.
Yeah, it's just really nice in the game to have a hero that helps you deal with Naga. And you don't have pressure in the game. It's Naga's farming, sure, but I have Morph Pudge, I'm farming too. We're good. It's also safe against Roar when you have Shard, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. There's now just a little bit of reserve time remaining. Totally forgot to speak about the bans here because the Pudge coming out, along with the very weird use of replication on the Morphling. Primal Beast and Kunkka was banned on Team Flow. Understandable heroes there. It would give a lot of front line there for Spawn Team. So ban those 2 out. On the other side, Leshrac and Timbersaw get banned here. Not wanting to go against that. Obviously, of course, Timbersaw wins the lane. We're able to apply lots of pressure to the Naga Siren, with Leshrac also dealing a lot of damage to those illusions. So just protecting the Naga, but they'll pick themselves up that Pudge anyway. And now we get to see the final pick for Spawn Team, and that is a Keeper of the Light. How do you feel? Oh, it's a Keeper of the Light mid. Oh.
Yeah, it's just a Vessel hero, I think. Like, they want damage against this Pudge and Morphling, but they're definitely on a timer with the Coddle.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if this is risky or not, because obviously, of course, Mercury, if in a good space and has some good advantage, is able to take down Keeper of the Light quite easily. I mean, you do have yourself a lot of movement speed, but it's slowed down with the sticky napalm stacks, and that is especially what you need to try and take down the Coddle. Do you think this will be okay for Spawn Team, or do you think Team Flow will have the upper hand?
I like Team Flow's draft a bit more here. I think Team Spawn probably has the advantage to like 15 minutes, but if Team Flow win a fight around that time, I think the game's kind of over. I feel like Naga cannot carry his game, and Spawn Team has a lineup that needs to keep playing the map, but it's kind of hard against bad Pudge, I would think.
Yeah. Okay. Some very exciting picks though, nonetheless. We got ourselves a Batrider, a Morphling, and a Pudge. You really don't see that too much often all together in one team. So hopefully Team Flow will be able to actually synergize together all of their spells, team, and communication. Maybe perhaps we'll be in for a juicy game one, but also Mamang Diet, have not seen him play the Coddle mid. So that'll be an interesting one for us ourselves. What lane are you feeling here? What would be the lane to watch? Do you think Pudge and Naga or the Beast and the Morphling?
It'll probably be the Pudge lane, but I feel like what's going to happen is this Pudge going to be secured by the Rubik or Tuskar, and then once he has ring, the post force going to start rotating to mid to bully this Coddle. And I feel like Spawn Team has trouble protecting their stacks. Like this Batrider +1 support comes in for the stacks, it's gonna be a bit rough.
It is, as now we get into game one, ladies and gentlemen, of the third series of the day, the final one of week 2. Spawn Team versus Team Flow. Who's going to be taking game one? We will find. What team are you feeling here, actually, Adam? I've not asked you that.
I definitely prefer Team Flow's draft. Although I think Team Spawn is... I just think that it's hard to win with their heroes. I think it's harder to win.
Oh. Okay.
Just from draft, I do prefer Flow's draft. I think it's much easier to play.
Well, I'll be excited to see how this one turns out. So, Adam says quite a little bit of difficulty here for Spawn Team. So, we're going to see some real skill try and come out here and see if they can come out on top of Team Flow. Bounty Rune's going to be spawning in about 20 seconds. Both teams actually hanging around the mid lane. Apart from Morph, you'll find him bot, just sitting there with full agi. And what Bounty Runes are going to be contested here?
The battle begins.
Tries that. Not going to be going for that. Just two Bounty Runes either side. Not really much skirmishes going on there. And we'll just go to the lanes. So you are definitely feeling this this Pudge. Actually, you know, they do have Pudge and Rubik on the off lane, of course. You know, Rubik being one of the annoying 4 heroes which can contest. They have the telekinesis as well to throw anyone back into a rot. So it could work out well here. Although Travins does have an escape with Leap. But I'm sure that CZY on the Rubik will be able to harass and push away the Travins.
Yeah, I feel like the lane, well, if they go on the Rubik, he can just get hooked away, so the net arrow isn't really a threat, and Pudge is kind of hard to kill. I do expect them to have a slightly harder time, but I think the matchup gets easier over time. Fate Bolt, a very strong defensive spell, as well as Flash Heap, extra strong.
I gotta say, though, that one of the most annoying physical attacks here, Travins just laying into both CZY and Nevermind on the Pudge. Look at those auto attacks.
Yeah, Mirana's such a bully when you don't have like trade on her level 1. She just kind of mans up when you throw Star Storm and you can't really trade against her.
It's very, very annoying. Meanwhile, it'll be exciting to see now once we get some more points on the mid lane here. Just Mercury stacking up those sticky napalms. Going to be level 3 soon. It's going to affect Mamang Daya a lot more as he gets himself level 4, level 5. They perhaps put a point into Flame Break there to push back the Coddle. Is that something that we may see on the mid lane?
I think even with Flame Break Hall's a bit too fast when once he gets boots. It's such a fast hero.
Would have been in a tough spot there, but Tiny actually not having Avalanche here, only the tree grab and the toss.
Yeah, I think Trezam went on him and he just tossed him back. That's why he took so much damage, didn't really get to trade. Kind of something different, I guess. You definitely see Avalanche most of the time. Oh, another toss. Just a lot of damage. Has no regen being sent out actually, Trezam. They both don't have regen down here. This lane might get a bit hard for a while.
That's really difficult because Trezarem's also just used his courier as well. Yeah, just delivered a magic stick, so even if they want some regen, it's going to be quite a long time before they get it. So this lane bottom is pretty much going to be dead at the moment, and Red's going to be able to free farm here on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, both still even in CS, though no Avalanche, so not too much of a threat. Meanwhile, top lane, never mind, has his Ring of Health now, no point in the flash hit yet. But he's doing fine. Oh, top lane, never mind. Might be in a bit of trouble. Can learn the net if he wants to.
Find first blood as well. It may be another kill here onto Trezarem. As the lull right underneath. Toss in 5 more seconds. Oh, but the Wild Axes will find that kill. So they actually find 2 kills bottom.
It's so weird that the Morph died like that. He just walked up and tossed him. No way farm, I guess. No regen as well.
Of course, you can't use
Adaptive Strike.
Attribute Shift when you're tossed.
Yeah. That one shift, not the highest, but I hope Trezam does need to bring more regen down here. Don't feel like they should be dying. Maybe this one death's like still forgivable, but more should not feel weak in this lane. How's mid lane doing? Coddle. Top net worth, every CS blasted. Typical Coddle game. No stacks yet though, which is kind of weird. Like once you get boots or like windlace, you kind of just run to jungle stack. It's so efficient on Coddle. It's so fast.
I mean, both of them are going for boots of travel. Batrider and the Coddle. Both of them wanting to rotate to the fight. So maybe perhaps we're in for a treat of a lot of kills instead of quite a passive game here.
I hope so. I mean, his Coddle has to do quite a bit, I think, early on. It's so easy for him to open the lane for the Beastmaster because Red's doing really well down here. Once he gets trail, he just comes down and this Morph can't really stand here anymore.
We do have a Helm of Iron Will now on the Beastmaster. There's a rotation here from Trezarem. With the tag team, they want to try and find a Mang Dyer. They will find it indeed.
Oh, this is really nice.
Got a kill.
This is what I was talking about. I think like this is what's gonna change the matchup when their supports get to rotate. I was kind of expecting the support in the punch lane to move, but Trezam finds the opportunity. Unknown down here, still kind of chilling. He knew Dalu wasn't in the vicinity as well. Gets a ward to see the stacks too, so that's really nice. Look at Mercury, he's hunting for stacks as well. Finds a bounty room. Also does not see any stacks.
There's stacks at the triangle though. They have got the ancient camp stacked along with the large camp as well. Gosh, never mind. Got to be careful. Oh wow, getting ripped up by the Riptide. Really got to be careful. Even has a ring of health and still really finding it quite difficult to live through it. Maybe. Oh
nope.
No.
Yeah, he's fine. Finally picks up a point in Flesh Heap, so can't really die anymore.
Vanguard soon.
Yeah.
And then maybe perhaps it'll be a lot easier for Nevermind.
Yeah, it's only annoying because he's low HP, so there is a threat of dying. But he has the 10 magic stick. Also has to rot these illusions, which is not the most fun.
No.
So he's kind of low. Travin.
Very low, actually. Uh-oh, Travin's from the behind. Oh dear, Starstorm. That might be enough to take down the Pudge. Telekinesis is there. Lovely usage from CZY.
Oh, spoil that shot.
Send some regen, guys. You can do it. Goes to his Vanguard. CZY should probably bring him some regen, but...
One more
Travin?
last hit.
Travis
Oh, yeah.
might be in trouble here.
No, 2 more leap charges. 2 more leap charges. Where's Snowball?
Snowball?
Snowball. Shazam! Oh no, it's gonna snowball into
Oh,
the...
that's a very deep charge.
Uh-oh. Oh, they'll find it. Okay.
It's a kill.
Shazam will just survive. They can find the kill onto Travis.
Yeah, I like how they're being active on supports. They have pretty independent side lanes, I would say, in the Pudge and Morph lane. Morph obviously didn't really have that good a start, so Red kind of bullying him here, but he is accomplishing things on the map, I would say. Bad Rider above the Coral and Networth now, which is really, really nice for Mercury. And if he can change this outcome, well, this bad, once if he gets travels first, like, the tides change, right? Suddenly his Morph is the boss of the bottom lane with this bad TP. Red, bottom.
Bottom as well, yeah.
It's a very aggressive shot.
Fine, though.
But nothing really gonna happen.
Oh, never mind. Actually started to heal up now on the top wave. Around about 900 HP is okay now to start farming and take out these big creep waves with Naga actually rotating a little bit away. Gonna be level 6 soon on Pudge, which is going to be quite useful. Meanwhile, though, Avalanche on the Morphling. And Morphling will still survive.
Mercury trying to look to clear stacks here. The Shazam camping Mamang Daya, the Ludas TP.
Never mind though. Top.
I'm not sure who's in trouble here.
Oh no, the Vanguard keeping him alive. Oh, trying to hide around in the trees. Going to try and TP now. Do they have themselves a cancel? No, they do not. Sacred Arrow, it was on cooldown.
Shazam? Oh, dodges the blast. And probably just walk away here. Ice shards.
Very nice. TP though, it's on cooldown for 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's
Toss
alright.
forward.
Meanwhile, Mercury.
Very nice. The blast. Oh, lovely stuff there with a blinding light. Pushing the Tusk back into the Illuminate.
Yeah, there's space for Mercury to kind of clear his stacks. Has an Arcane Rune too, so he feels good about it. He's being scouted out here though, so Mamang Daya probably will just walk away.
Mercury wants to try and find someone here. He's got himself a double damage, but hasn't had the opportunity to get behind Mamang Daya. Oh, G-Crow's courier actually taken out as well.
Well, I want to talk about this G-Crow Naga. He's one of the only Naga players I know that always goes this Yasha Orchid. He doesn't complete Manta. I've seen him do it some games where I think it's good, but I think there are a lot of games where he's done it and he just farmed with the Orchid, and I was questioning it many times. So we'll see if he chooses to be more active this game. I say that, but he...
Mercury. Lasso. No Song of the Siren there. Lovely invasion from Mercury on the back rider. They'll punish the Naga, not let her farm. That's what you definitely want to do. You do not want to let this hero get ahead.
I don't understand how this left cliff is not dewarded, and they have an ops in their jungle too.
Morphling.
He's fine.
Still using Adaptive Strike, actually turning forward. Well, fine. Oh, that's a nice little
he didn't live.
Adaptive Strike there. And they may actually find a lull. The toss is there. Morphling's still alive, but no mana remains. Primal Roar coming down on CZY. Mercury's going to rotate in now with the double damage. Here comes the Firefly, staying right on top of Red. That'll be Red definitely dead. Killing spree for Mercury. Lovely stuff coming out here from Team Flow.
Yeah, the early game rotations from the support dictating the pace of the game. Mercury has this travel so much earlier than the Coddle. I mean, they both have it, but Mamang Daya can't really outpace the Bad Rider now. Mercury definitely ahead of the game. Buying a Blink Dagger too, so close to it, my god, he's so fat. And he has a Urn on Mamang Daya. I'm starting to question if they can even get kills with the Vessel now. The pace of the game is kind of heavily in Team Flow's favor, I think. It's a lot
wondering,
more.
it's like, if anyone joins with out of context, it's like, oh my god, he's so fat. Because we do have a big boy in the team. We do have Pudge.
We do have Pudge.
We do have the Pudge.
When you insult him, he says, never mind. Pudge taking over bottom. I kind of like this because the Morph doesn't want to lane the Beast anymore, and Pudge, it's kind of hard for him to die down here, I think. I say that jinx him. It's fine.
The mine, stuns,
He's gonna kill
illuminate.
the
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of new damage. Although, the dismember coming out.
Oh, the
Secret
arrow.
Able to block it. Trazam is. Though, another illuminate coming out once again. We'll find the kill there. Onto Nevermind. Victory coming forward with the flame break. Got to be careful though, because taking a lot of damage. We'll use the lasso there onto the lull. Snowball there as well with the Warrior's Punch. We'll find the kill, but nonetheless, they will find the kill onto Trazam with the center.
Oh, Starstorm still. It's a really strong spell. Yeah, Beast going down once again. Don't really want this to happen. Flow doing a good job of just defending the bot lane. You know, they understand they need to bring heroes here. Meanwhile, Morph and Naga just both farming, both being happy. Mercury almost dagger. 100 gold away. Almost a vessel on Coral too. Looks like they will give up this bottom tower. See if Team Flow can get a trade here. Setting up on the Morphling. Not sure if Dalu can get it. Oh, it.
Illuminate. Oh, that's big. Yeah, there's no escape from that. Not able to use attribute shift during the avalanche. So setting up perfectly there for the Illuminate.
Yeah, I guess not really expecting Dalu to be in the trees. Nicely done from
double
spawn.
damage.
That's probably the worst rune to find on that rider though. Every other rune is like so much stronger. Okay, just gonna farm. Has the dagger now. See if they try to open the top side of the map. Mamanglai does have the vessel, so if they don't kill him, it's gonna be a pain in the ass, I would say. Really, really strong. Shazam.
Oh. Yeah, Shazam might be dead here. I mean, going forward with the Warrior's Punch. Maybe buying some time because he said why. The Illuminate will find the kill.
Finders, keepers.
Meanwhile,
the Morphling.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, there's a Moonlight too. It's kind of scary. Unknown.
Oh, he's used waveform. He's used waveform.
There's a sentry in the tree. Does he know?
They're going to charge it. Avalanche and Sauce. It won't be enough. Morphling. Still alive.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Never mind. Still farming. I guess everyone's just kind of farming. Trying to use the vessel, but Unknown doing a good job getting the strike morph off. Feel like I want to see them smoke with this Blink Dagger on the Bad Rider. He's had it for like 2 minutes now, still hasn't done anything with it. It's not an item that you want to buy and then just farm mid lane with, you know, it's a surprise factor.
Double damage is going to be activated.
Down here.
Mercury being scattered out there by the Hawk. One team are just going to get away with ease. So still not able to do anything as of yet on the back rider. The mid tower still stands. About half HP. Morphling in some trouble. They've got a Spirit Vessel upon him. Will be able to waveform and TP in the trees, but another avalanche comes off cooldown there. Actually able to cancel that TP.
Oh, Mercury going in.
Oh yeah, finds the kill. Mamang Dyer being taken out there, utilizing movement and the boots of travel.
Yeah, nicely done. The double damage rune, not so useless after all.
Look at Flo right now. He was like no mana, no HP, so he couldn't even that attribute shift.
Yeah, he got TP cancelled by Dalu, but Mercury doing a good job keeping the call away from him.
Oh, you got to be careful though, because the LoL has almost achieved the Blink Dagger. Around about 200 gold left to get that Blink Dagger, and that'll be a bigger threat for the
they're TPing for the Pudge.
They are indeed. Never mind. Has no tower to hide underneath. There's the Orchid. Mamang Dyer coming forward. This may mean death. Can Trazam get there in time to try and mid-prep save? Never mind. No, he cannot. Nevermind's going to fall from the damage there of the Naga Siren. Now they pursue for more. Wanted to maybe perhaps find Trazam, who's actually got himself some phase boots, so is moving away quite fast with the Tumbler's Toy, not able to capture it.
And CZY takes the tower with the stolen boar and the siege creep by himself. Oh, might be.
He has arcane supremacy. Does that increase the damage?
Oh my god! Look! Oh my god!
Oh, CZY! Oh, he's balling.
Oh. He jumped in. He stole Starstorm.
Oh my god.
Storm and Fate Ball and Mira's like last hit lifted him and well, just died.
That was disgusting. That was actually pretty good. The boars as well. The boars actually did quite a bit of damage. I was going to ask, did the boars do increased damage with Arcane Supremacy?
No, but it's piercing damage, I think. Like, it goes through your armor. I might be wrong.
Oh.
Don't quote me on that. But I feel like it's true.
You have to read that.
Shadows take us.
Actually, it doesn't say. Damn it.
Alright, I'll Google it.
You'll Google. Google is your friend. Oh, maybe. Oh, never mind. Oh, he wanted to hook the Alpha Wolf there, but able to block it with the boar. I think it's the boar instead. Going on right now. Oh, Mercury. Being scouted out here by the Observer. We're aware of a Bat Rider hanging around.
Or I'm wrong, it's not piercing damage, just normal ass damage.
It's starting to slow down a little bit though now. Team Flow not having as much momentum as they did around about 5 or 10 minutes ago. And this is quite a bit of space here for Spawn Team, especially on G-Croy, who's able to finish up that Manta Star now with the Orchid and is opting to go the Heart of Tyrax next. So, Avalanche and Toss illuminate a lot of damage there on the Morphling. Oh my god, that is just going to be unknown. Decimated from the face of the earth. Morphling will vaporize to water.
Yeah, nicely done. Dagger reveal from Dalu. I would like to see one of the supports just kind of playing with the Morphling up here. I feel like Spawn has nothing to do and they're just trying to two-man kill this Morphling most of the time. He wasn't even out really far, just kind of in front of his tier 1 tower. No space to farm right now. His team kind of sacked him the whole game, I would say. I'm trying to recover the area now, but they look like they might lose their mid tower for it. Now Morph comes in to defend. What the hell? Mercury? It's a very weird sequence of events. Pops Firefly super early and then just runs into the jungle. Breaks on nothing. Meanwhile, Morphling mid lane might be in trouble.
Yeah, Avalanche, Sacred Arrow, Toss. Oh no, the Sacred Arrow actually hit a creep there. Yeah.
Unlucky.
That could have been a kill otherwise.
Alright, Punch has eggs now. Feeling kind of strong.
Okay. At least they have like a secondary carry, but both of them kind of sharing out the net worth here.
I mean, you say sharing, but I feel like Morph's taking one up the ass for him.
Yeah. Oh, there's an Avalanche, Snowball.
Oh, never mind.
Maybe perhaps delay the Illuminate. Will do indeed. Sacred Arrow connects, but not for very long. Nonetheless, they find the kill, and G-Croy also finding the kill on the bottom lane on Nevermind. And Primal Roar wasn't even used there.
Yeah, he just walked up the beast. Only coming at the tail end of it, Punch is probably dead anyway.
Mercury's been scouted out. Avalanche, Sacred Arrow, the toss. Oh dear, Mercury falling. Dalol is doing so much here with this Avalanche and toss with thanks to the chakra magic of Mamang Daya.
I feel like Team Flow did so well in the early game and then they just choose not to do anything, you know, like this is their playstyle somehow. They just don't like to make moves. They like to sit back and farm and well, Spawn just punishing them right now.
Oh, never mind. TPing top. Opting to go the BKB next. Once they get the BKBs on their cores, then maybe perhaps they'll have a much nicer time. They do have the Manta Star now on Morphling as well, so going to be able to dispel the Spirit Vessel.
What was I doing?
And G-Croy is just completely taking over the jungle. It's nuts. An illusion per camp. He really be farming.
That is true. There is some efficiency. Moonlight here trying to look for Mercury.
Wow.
Wonder if they will get him. They will indeed get him.
Yeah, Mercury getting heavily slowed down here. And will use the Primal Roar. That is a dead Bat Rider, though. In return, Flay want to try and find something for this. Well, Waveform on top of the Beastmaster will find a 1-for-1. They will find that trade and they'll try and take down the Ancient Ice Shaman. I did not know it was called that until now. I just thought it was a very ugly troll.
Fireball creep, that's what we call it.
Fireball creep.
Blue ball of fire is what he throws out. Nice to see Team Flow doing something kind of reactive to the Battle Death, I guess, but they were all in the vicinity.
Oh, avalanche forward. Toss. Sacred Arrow actually gets blocked by the stolen boar, but will not be enough. CZY will fall there. And Heart of Tarask has now been obtained onto G-Croy, so he is he can definitely start joining these fights now. He is a menace to be worried about. I don't think Pudge can outlive the Naga illusions anymore, especially with this Heart.
Yeah, he needs BKB. The Orchid's really messing with him. He needs to be able to press Flesh Heap. Probably going for the Bloodborne. See if Flo have a way of dealing with this. The game does get to a point where the Naga cannot carry, but G-Croy with his 6k lead in farm definitely has a very strong timing. They should probably go for Roshan soon once this Bloodborne is up too.
It is one of the most annoying things when you're having to play against the Naga Siren, and that's trying to stop these illusions from pushing out the side lanes, because they're pretty tanky once you do have yourself the Heart of Tarask, and they're very annoying if you don't have the magical damage to dish out and kill them quickly.
Yeah, once the Bloodborne comes out, you get the magic resistance as well, which is super nice. Among that, choosing to go for Octarine here, I would have thought he would have gone for a Hex or something, but going for the more I must stay alive and do a lot of damage route, which I can respect too. Yeah, smoke here.
Yeah, they're smoked up on the mid lane. CZY being scattered out there by illusion as the Law blinks forward there with an avalanche. Sacred Arrow, it will connect, and that is a definite kill onto the Rubik. Meanwhile, though, the rest of Flow rotating in. The Primal Roar there onto the Morphling, but the Song of the Siren comes out. It's actually cancelled there. They have been able to get themselves a lasso and the stolen Song of the Siren. The Dismember's there. They will find the Law, though. G-Croy still staying strong. Has not lost a tad of HP yet. Still going forward. There's the Ensnare onto Morphling. Do they have anything to follow up? They do not. Telekinesis stolen there, along with the War's Punch as well. Oh, the Sacred Arrow, but the Snowball save. Coming guard, but Morphling will still be silenced. Triple kill for the Mirana. It's kind of a bit of a disaster there for Team Flow.
Yeah, nicely done. G-Croy using his body really well. Don't really have the damage to take him down after Nevermind dies. No Firefly, and Morph is kind of not ready to participate in any of these fights. Having a really rough game.
Yeah, very, very rough game. I mean, 8k ahead this Naga Siren is right now.
Closing in his Bloodthorn has the Beastmaster aura on top too. Has Chakra too if they wanna keep up the mirror image spam. I can see their lineup coming together right now.
And now we'll have the Aegis in the hands here of the Naga Siren. Now this is definitely the time for them to possibly siege the high ground right now. They can definitely take all towers on the map. Let's see what... Oh, they've initiated there onto the Morphling, being tossed back. Sacred Arrow, it connects. Not it. Oh, it uses the Manta style. Able to waveform away. Still.
G-Croy don't care. G-Croy wants you.
Yeah, silence is there. The Ensnare is used onto Trezam instead. Meanwhile, I gotta say, this off-lane push, just even though you've got yourself the Agnims to really deal against the Naga, it's still not doing all that well. This was the last pit push.
Yeah, I mean 0-5 is just farming. There's no TP. Goodbye, my friend.
The Siren. This is going to be an instantaneous Orchid and goodbye Pudge. And able to use the Flesh Sheet, but still.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Look at that. Able to rip through him. What can you do? They're off lane gone. Pushing bot right now as well.
Closing in on the... some core items, I guess. BKB on Pudge and the eggs on Morphsoon. Atalan's on Batsoon as well, so...
Yeah, they got the BKB on Bat also.
Yeah, but it's so hard to fight into the Aegis of G-Croy now.
So how will they do this? Say, oh, Morphling being scouted out there. Delol ready with the blink. Morphling, dear. A little too bit close for comfort there. Unknown has to be really careful here, just farming like this, because Delol could jump on him in any second.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Tier 2
has
tower.
fallen.
Found bottom there on Naga. Bloodthorn achieved. And still 2 minutes 30 on this Aegis. Plenty of time to siege the high ground.
Yeah.
They may do just that.
Radiant's middle
But the
tower
top wave is
under
being
attack.
pushed out heavily here by
Dire's top
Mercury.
tower is under attack.
Still, Spawn team not willing to go the high ground just yet, interestingly. BKB achieved on Pudge now as well.
A bit of times, but well, Decoy, I see him going for a Lincoln's now, trying to deal with this replicate on the Morphling. It's also nice against Dismember and less also really good Lincoln's game. But I think Spawn has been in this situation before where they have this really big lead and they don't choose to end the game or can't find a way to end the game. So that might be a factor playing into the favor of Flow here. I say that, but Flow, they're ready to smoke out, see if they can find anything here. Might find a Color Illusion or
Smoke breaks the wall there with the avalanche and toss. Mercury still survives. The Sacred Arrow connects onto Pudge.
Yes, BKB though.
Pudge in trouble. We'll have to use the BKB there, but the Primal Roar comes out in return. Able to be saved by the Snowball. Morphling also being ensnared up here. We'll morph into the Naga Siren. Dismember used down to Delol in the back lines, but the Song of the Siren comes out there. Morphling in trouble. The stolen Song of the Siren from CZY will be able to help Unknown waveform away and save himself.
No, nicely done. Nothing happens, but
yeah.
Unfortunately, there was a big timing for Flow, but couldn't find anything at all.
All out.
Radiant's top
Team
tower
Flow
is
to
under
disengage there, and Spawn team rejuvenate themselves. They haven't lost that much, only some spells on cooldown. They're pretty healthy at the moment with quite a bit of mana, so haven't really lost much here. Spawn team.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BKB on the Beastmaster as well. Where's that Lincoln Sphere? Lincoln Sphere is here, I think. Oh dear. Lincoln Sphere on the Naga now, so able to protect against that replicate with the Agnims that Unknown has just literally picked up as Lincoln Sphere is now obtained by G-Croy. So that's a bit of a problem. I haven't used Dismember here on the Naga Siren either. Question is, though, can Team Flow actually defend against this? Do you think they have a solid chance here, Adam? Or do you think they're in a bit of a trouble?
I don't know. I still feel like they have better heroes, but they're just not able to find fight. Spawn doing a real good job. Double Lincoln's almost complete. The game's only gonna get harder with the map control coming out from Spawn. Snaga still has room to grow. So far ahead of the game. 10k net worth above his second counterpart.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like some throwing has to happen, man. Otherwise, it's just kind of... it's really difficult. It's really difficult.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Dota has given, on the graph, Spawn team a win probability of 95% for them to win the game at the moment in time. So let's see if that'll increase or decrease in the next team fight. So they found themselves the Pudge, the Primal Roar, and Pudge just decimated there. I don't know if that was that a toss there from Delol? Because that seemed a bit far out from where Pudge should be. Pudge down for 40. They'll siege the tier 3 now. No Aegis at hand. Lincoln's broken, and G-Croy actually respecting that there, not wanting to be replicated there by the Morphling. So it is on cooldown. What do you do here in this scenario? Team Flow having to sit beyond their base, and that's the only place they're safe at the moment.
I feel like
BKB.
they kind of need to smoke to the side somewhere, try to get a pick off. I think waiting in the base isn't the right approach to this game. They do have Song up again, so they can disengage if the fight goes badly. Gotta try. We see Flo smoking out here. Dalu goes in, but his team's not here. Dalu.
I mean, they do have the stolen song. Oh, they got themselves a lasso as well onto the Batrider, bringing him into the fight. And the stolen song of the Siren. Let's help them disengage. Oh, Illuminate. Just finding Trizam in the backlines there.
Counter song, Jikro, they find unknown. The arrow coming in.
Uh-oh, Sacred Arrow. Oh, it connects. That is Morphling dead, gone, and dusted. Down for 50 seconds. Only 3 alive here on Team Fleur, as already the BKB and the lasso has been used. It's only Pudge with his items and spells up. I think they can really do anything about this Team Fleur. Bucket comes out there on Batrider. Really not able to do anything here with no BKB. Oh, rooted up, never mind. Sacred Arrow save comes out. They actually come forward, but this may mean they're deaf, as that's a big initiation on both Trizam and Nevermind. They're both down. The bottom tower gone, the mid-rack's gone, middle set falling. It's only the bottom set of racks that remains, and Pudge is not going to be back in time to save from Mega Creeps. The buyback comes out from Trizam. They found themselves the Batrider with the Avalanche and toss the ensnare there as well. They're in some very difficult trouble here. That's an insane damage coming out there from the Illuminate. Will find CZY. Only Unknown and Trizam remaining. And look at that. They call GG. Game 1. Kind of a bit of a demoralizing game there. I won't lie, especially with the Nargasan that was around about almost 30k net worth. So yeah, game 1. They've still got themselves another chance though, Team Flow.
I feel like they did so well in the early game. They kind of messed up Spawn's whole pace, so they could have done it, but I don't know, McCree, he had this blink at 11 minutes. He did not use it until 13, 14 minutes. When we finally saw him try to use it, it looked so weird. He just like pop fly running as if he was like Omega tilted or Omega angry or something. His team everyone's just kind of farming, but not farming as much as Jikroy, clearly head of the game the whole game. There's a lack of initiative or understanding, I guess, from Team Flow. We needed to do a lot more to take this game.
Yeah, because we felt like Morphling was just getting punished. Quite a whole lot there within the fights as well, whereas Naga wasn't even touched all that once. I mean, only died once. And the lull here actually being given the MVP. Very well deserved here on Tiny, wouldn't you agree, Adam?
Yeah, he made a lot of plays. Just kind of the only one in his team that could really do anything, I guess. Him and Mawang Daya playing together did shut down the Morphling quite a bit.
It was just so unfortunate that Unknown on the Morphling just died so many times, which just really had a massive impact on his farm there. As maybe perhaps if he could have got himself the Agnims a lot earlier, maybe they could have taken advantage of it and had themselves a lot better team fights. And it was the Pudge last pick.
Yeah, I mean, this Pudge just AFK.
Yeah, I don't want to rip into it, but 0 and 8, it didn't feel like it had very much impact here, Adam.
I mean, it felt like he just hit creeps the whole game and died, and hit creeps and died, and hit creeps and died. I didn't see anything good from him except defending bot tower. I think that's the one play made that was right. I feel like they sacked their Morph in the early game, and to enable his Batrider didn't give back to his team and like, hey Morph, you can farm now, let me protect you. You know, was always Morph in trouble, kind of tanking ganks, and it was hard. It was hard for them to come back into the game because of that.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to go for around about 5 or 10 minute break. So stay tuned because we'll have game 2 very soon. Will Spawn Team Ale will take this 2-0 versus Team Flow, or will Team Flow be able to equalize this? Find out shortly because we'll be back very soon with game 2.
Three, 2, 1.
his ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the Flame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the DPC. With myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is 343 Dota. Adam, we've just had ourselves game 1 with, of course, Spawn Team versus Team Flow. Give us your conclusion as what happened in that game. For anyone that's joining right now.
I think they kind of didn't do too well in their lanes, but it was okay. And then the supports left the Morphling to help their Bad Rider win the matchup. The Bad Rider got in early travels in the Coddle. He kind of changed the Coddle a bit, as it put some pressure on the map, but he never really gave back to the Morphling in the game, and he never really helped his Pudge too. He was kind of oriented to the jungle, didn't really ever help the safe laner or the off laner, both playing very nicely scaling cores, very strong heroes with Never, but he just chose to like farm and play his own game, put his own pressure on the map, and it kind of came back to hurt them. Jikro was super farmed. Red 2, he had a decent enough game, and well, the Morphling suffered so much. This Morph versus Naga matchup, you want to be at least close to in net worth. If you're so far behind, Naga definitely stomps you so hard.
Yeah, and we did indeed see that. I mean, Jikro with a GPM of 927. A bit nuts, if I do say so myself. Especially at only 32 minutes in, that's the kind of like GPM that you would see if you were getting to around about the 60-minute mark, with, of course, more creep spawning and stuff like that. But yeah, we do have ourselves game 2 coming up very soon. Do you think they'll respect the Naga ban, or do you think their picks will come out to be a little bit different here for the Spawn team?
I feel like their picks were fine. They just need to do something in the game. If you're gonna let Jikroy FK farm, then at least don't give him a hero that he's gonna farm so fast on Naga, one of the highest GPM carries. Naga, Lina, these heroes, they get so much net worth when nothing is happening on the map. And well, Team Flow, their playstyle is for nothing to happen on the map. Gotta try to make it work for them.
Okay, and they'll get out the first pit Mirana here once again for Spawn team. And Ricky, though. Ricky in return for Team Flow. Maybe perhaps this can be a turnaround, because if I remember, and anyone's played their pub games at the moment, Ricky is at a very annoying stage. Though, combined with Mirana, it's one of the worst things to play against. But thankfully, Mirana is not on Team Flow's team, so Spawn team will not have to be playing against that. But they'll pick out the Ricky anyway, just in case Spawn team wants to pick that one up. They'll pick themselves the Death Prophet as well on Team Flow. So picking themselves some strong heroes, which are being used currently within the meta.
Yeah, I mean, this Ricky was just super annoying. I played a pub yesterday. This Ricky ended up having an Octarine core. It was like permanent smoke screen. It's so strong.
And they're more than happy to go Jikroy Naga Siren once again. They'll pick that up second pick, and they'll ban some picks that will affect it, with it being the Lion, with the Mana Drain, and possibly the multi-hex at level 25 if we ever got that far.
It's kind of far. I mean, it's a very Team Flow hero, right? This Lion. I like the ban. And I like how Spawn just went for his Naga. I was really surprised Flow didn't really have anything to address the Naga, especially with this DP. I think Ricky's okay against Naga because smoke screen stops a lot of your damage before you have Bloodthorn. They also can kind of scout you while you're farming, which is kind of nice. It stops the team fight Naga, but we've seen what Jikroy can do. He gets so much farm on the hero.
I mean, you've definitely got of course, when you get yourself the shard on Lion, you can Mad Drain 2 heroes, can't you? And then you've also got the Hex as well, so you can definitely take out all the Naga Siren illusions. So I can totally understand the ban aspect there. They'll ban out Leshrac as well, not wanting to play that against with the Naga. And we'll see what the final ban for Spawn team comes out as. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you think Legion Commander would be good here for... oh no, they've already got themselves Death Prophet, haven't they? I was going to say Legion Commander, because of course Overwhelming God's very good on the lane, but they do have themselves Death Prophet as well with the Crypt Swarm. They've got themselves Ember Spirit, someone who can definitely take out those illusions with a Maelstrom. Just got to make sure not to be silenced or ensnared, and make sure to not be shut down here.
I wonder why they pick it here though. I guess kind of wanting to take it away from Spawn. Mamang Dai obviously a good Ember, and Ember Mirana strong combo, but I feel like it could just open up this Underlord Mirana, which Spawn really loves. Underlord good against Mirana, and Ricky and Ember Spirit. but Spawn goes for the Viper instead. Wonder if this is a Mamang Daya Viper. I feel like I've not seen Red play this hero. I guess he does play kind of everything. But back in the day, Mamang Daya was definitely a Viper player.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a weird pick for me. Maybe just a response to the Death Prophet, I guess. I feel like I would have expected to see the Underlord plus the little hero much more here. Kind of fits their draft.
It is a very annoying hero here for sure, Viper. Especially during the early stage. It'll be interesting to see whether it'll go mid lane or the off lane here, because it can very much dish out the damage against the Ember Spirit and make his lane almost untenable to the farm out on there. And Rubik gets picked up as well here for Spawn team.
Yeah, still a strong lane. I would think, I still think it's a Mamang Daya Viper, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
So Lifestealer.
Okay.
What is this? What is this draft? The Death Prophet, the Ember, the Lifestealers are. I mean, it's a bomb with the Ricky. It also kind of protects the DP in a way, but I feel like they have slight Naga issues. I guess Lifestealer's a decent matchup against Naga. It's a decent matchup if you have the net worth. I think that's the main thing, right? It's always like, can you keep up with the Naga net worth? Because Naga always excels ahead.
Out of all the times, though, Adam, I have casted with you, I have never heard you in any draft ever just go, "What is this?"
I mean, why do you pick Lifestealer here? Like, I don't get it. Actually, I kind of I have a theory. Okay, so they like to leave their carry alone. So Lifestealer, Morphling, these heroes, they can be left alone and they'll be fine, you know. But I feel it's a very we're gonna play our own style of Dota pick, you know. It isn't really a response to Spawn's heroes.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of rage and snare and arrow. That's about it, you know.
Yeah. All right, I think we've got some intriguing picks again. Adam quite interested with the Lifestealer pickup. But both of these heroes, of course, Ember and Lifestealer, they can both build Maelstrom. They're perfectly fine with that. You've got the Enrage as well. Just got to make sure you don't get Orchid, though, because Orchid is Lifestealer's worst enemy.
Yeah, I mean, G-Croy gets it, right? Yeah, G-Croy does get the Orchid early, too, so that's something we might have to look out for.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only good item that Lifestealer can get, like, Lifestealer, he does not want to build a Manta style. Theoretically, the best Dispel item for him would be a Satanic, but that is way too costly. What do you build on this Lifestealer? Are we going like a farm kind of pattern here and just going like Maelstrom and trying to get
definitely want Mjolnir against Naga, I think.
Yeah.
I was not sure what he buys to scale. I mean, kind of depends on the draft. I see Mjolnir, these items. Lifestealer now feels bad having it. Also, having early Satanic on Lifestealer is not a big deal. He has a lot of innate damage, I would say.
Yeah,
Scar and Razorban. They're scared of Mamang Daya, but what they don't know is Mamang Daya is the Viper.
We'll see this now. If they pick themselves up a sneaky off lane.
Slaughter? I feel like they'll pick Slaughter.
You think?
Yeah, I think it's good with their heroes. They have a lot of minus armor. They have nice stuns. Lack of wave clear, but Naga kind of covers all that. What's Red asking for? There's still a Marcy too, I believe. I don't know how this Marcy Lifestealer matchup goes in the lane. I think it's pretty Lifestealer favorite. What else is cool? Alright, hit me with the Monkey King offlane. Saw that from Boom yesterday. We have some Song of the Siren into Wukongs. That's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Taking some time here. The spawn always drops so fast, and then on the last pick they take forever. Just having discussions, maybe.
I've got about 20 seconds left. Let's see what transitions. It's a Beastmaster. Yep, so this looks like to be a Mamang Daya Viper mid lane here.
I know Beast was still in the pool, so really solid pick. A lot of pressure. Team Float don't really have heroes that can deal with this. The Ember's going to be suffering from a lane, from his lane, I would say. Team Flow probably need to pick a post 5 here that kind of deals with this. Maybe some Enchantress, some Crystal Maiden. I kind of like CM here. I think it's good against the Naga as well, but I'm not sure if Team Flow think it's enough to win the game. They don't have the best cores against the Naga Beast Viper right now.
Yeah, and Ricky doesn't have really
a boy to play with.
Yeah, he's not online until he's got himself the Sleeping Dart. So 15 minutes of the Orb of Venom, Ricky attacks and Blink Strike. So I definitely think that they need a strong support for the early stage of the game to try and keep them through it.
Might see a Dazzle too. I guess some teams like the Dazzle against the Naga just because of the shard, but I feel like it's a debate here with their heroes. They kind of need damage.
A lot of pressure on Ember's shoulders here.
I kind of see Darkseer as well, Witch Doctor. Not what I would have gone for, but I kind of get it. Also, damage and lane, right?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Oh, I hate
and maybe
draft.
perhaps they can combine it with the Leicester. You hate Team Flow's draft now.
Yeah, I hate it. It looks so weird.
You've gone
to
from
me.
loving it to hating it now.
Yeah. How the turns have tabled.
Literally a love-hate relationship.
They're just very all in on the laning phase, I think, and I feel like Spawn, their draft just looks really strong to me. You know, this Viper's gonna give a lot of problems. They don't really have a hero that kills the Viper. And there's this Naga song behind it as this beast applying pressure. It just looks much scarier to me.
Yeah, I gotta say, it does quite a bit. I gotta say though, Team Flow's draft, like not actually ripping into them, but this would be like something like you would usually see like
in a pub
game.
Yeah.
you had the same feeling there, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't. I just don't see their heroes coming together, you know. But we'll see. Maybe this Ricky Witch Doctor will surprise me because I feel like Team Flow, the way they want to play is they want to play with Mercury and kind of leave their side lanes alone. At least from the last game, that's what I took from it. But I feel like this Witch Doctor Ricky is not some combo you see like walking around killing people, you know. It's kind of just a whatever kind of thing. But I might be wrong. Maybe you see some Sleeping Dart, Melodic, Death Ward, Smokescreen. You know, it does sound scary if it does happen. We'll see.
I mean, it is very, very annoying to play against. I'm not gonna lie. Like 15 minutes passes, you've got you're trying to push the high ground here with the Naga Siren, Ricky Smokescreen all the time. It is so troublesome. And Naga, you don't really want to be building an MKB. You want to be building a Bloodthorn, like we saw in the previous game. It's
he'll get there. It's fine.
Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed with game 2. This best of 3. Team Flow, they're down by 1 game. Will they be able to equalize it, or will Spawn Team be able to pit themselves up at 2-0? We will find out in this game. As we just get a view there of Ember Spirit just having a cheeky snack before the mid lane begins. As already, disconnect and a pause. Just need some time. So what lane are we going to be looking at, which is going to give us much interest
I
here?
want to look at mid lane, actually. Disgusting Viper player. Yeah. Let's see what he does. The Mamang Daya used to, before when he started his, I would say, career in the pro scene, he used to be a big Kunkka spammer. And then I don't know how, but he became this Viper Huskar spammer, you know. He has played like disgusting ass heroes. It was actually so annoying to play against. That was his path to where he is. This Underlord mid too, it's like such a throwback from the old Mamang Daya.
Is that
I don't know if it's a compliment. It's a story. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we'll see how the Ricky turns out. I mean, got a an Orb of Venom on the Ricky. So really going to be able to tank up against Beastmaster and the Rubik. It looks kind of a difficult lane for the safe lane of Flow. I don't know if they're going to have a very nice time here. I mean, especially with the Witch Doctor and Lifestealer on lane. Rubik and Beastmaster. What would you favor in that term of matchup?
I think the Witch Doctor Lifesteal is pretty nice, but it can definitely go wrong. I think Beast is such a weird hero. Like, you can't really dumpster him in lane anymore because of this access build, but I think once the Lifesteal touches Helm or Face Boots, he can definitely pressure or kick out the Beastmaster by himself. So I think it comes down to a lot about the first 2 minutes. I think that's usually what changes the matchup.
We've got to remember, though, at around about the mid-stage of the game, when the team fights are beginning, you do have this Primal Roar, which does go through BKB, which may be difficult for the Lifestealer to actually try and combat against.
Yeah, I feel like these matchups usually they make more sense on a macro skill. Like you have Lifesteal against Beast. Okay, Beast can't push my tower, you know. He brings a Helm creep, I infest the Helm creep. I'm stronger than him in lane. I have Armlet, I sit here, come kill me, you know. That's kind of the power of the hero, but that's like something you have to accomplish from the laning phase to reach that point. If the Beast is fairer than you and he gets Helm and you're L5, you know, you're kind of just crying.
Looking at Nevermind's items at the start of the game as well as picking up 2 circlets. A slipper of agility, opting to go the double Wraith Band. Now we see this quite a bit. Is this something that's getting picked up now for a lot of off lanes? Because we see this with any off laner that likes to pick up, like, you know, Greaves very early on, like double Wraith Bands, because of course that'll provide like a lot of armor and some stats there for the hero once it reaches 25.
Yeah, it's just the most cost-efficient item right now. Bracer and Nulls kind of got nerfed to the ground, so Wraith Band it is. Attack speed and armor always nice.
30 seconds.
You always want stats right at the start of the game. Just helps you play, helps the lane. Spawn team is scouted out here by a ward, so let's see if Flo try to take an extra rune. Maybe.
And they have themselves an observer ward there, maybe opting to have a skirmish here for the Badgering, as we see here. Travins been initiated on. As, the poison stacks laying into Nevermind. Got to be careful. Not being ranged to apply another.
Yeah, 2 runes each. Mamang Daya will have to miss his block for the rune though. This is kind of good for Mercury. Really good actually. Levels Flame Guard though, so he is going to push out the wave. Locks it under his tower. That's not too good.
I was going to say that it went from really good to really bad all of a sudden. He hasn't been able to get a last hit yet. Not one last hit yet.
Oh,
okay, there we go. He got the range.
Got the most important one. But this is good. This is bad for him because Mount Daya is going to get level 2 first because the next wave will be on the Viper Hill as well. It's also just kind of taking damage for no reason.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is... Alright, it's horrible. Here's now one. Just gonna probably man up here. Mercury can't do much.
It's going to be even worse once he gets himself level 3.
Yeah, it's a hard lane
attacks.
if you don't play the first 2 waves well. Only 4 CS, half of the total of 2, but... How the other lane is doing.
Yeah, he's literally just pushing him out right now. Just wait until level 3, 2 points into poison attack, and it's going to be a nightmare here for Mercury.
Yeah, he has the bottle too.
Things looking though for Nevermind.
Oh no, it's gonna get both denied. I can't watch this.
I'll watch the mid lane.
It's rough, man.
Yeah, level 3 now we have as well. There's poisonous stacks stacking up. Look at that.
Oh, he's tanking a tower though. Gotta be careful.
Oh,
they both gotta be careful.
Still Mercury. Oh no, that's death. Wait. Oh, fairy fire. Oh my god. 27 HP.
Oh man. Let's get a rune. Can't wait for his bottle, sadly, but I don't think Mamanda is too sad about that. He's really happy. Mercury, meanwhile, all coming in, but I don't know if it's enough to sustain the lane. Still looks very difficult.
It's only level 1 mirror image. Look at Nevermind here being harassed by the illusions.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky does nothing. He should probably get smokescreen, right? Just kind of throw it down. I've seen, I think Saksa do it, level 2 smoke screen, just throw it down for CS. Can't really protect his DP, only can really trade with the Mirana here.
Yeah, as meanwhile, Trazam might be dead. Will be indeed. Oh, the physical damage there at the lull. First blood, spawn team.
Oh, Mercury, where are you going? It's gonna pick up a rune. Probably TP back to mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Able to get the last hit there though.
Oh, the glyph from Daya.
Uses the glyph. Oh, Mercury. Oh, he had the rage creep denied as well. Add that one.
Oh,
no, it's too. This is not. This parental guidance is advised, ladies and gentlemen. People of a nervous disposition may need to look away now. This is bullying at its finest here on the mid lane. Meanwhile, though, Shazam, speaking of bullying, the Wild Axes finds the kill onto the Witcher Doctor.
Mercury is just on the journey to pick up every bounty rune in the game. Oh,
it's
rough
so
lane.
sad.
Rough lane. Among that,
It
coming
is.
contest. I mean, it's okay in terms of levels, just never wise. He's kind of getting wrecked here. Has the boots flying out. The problem with this is his side lanes are not doing too well. Like top lane's losing, so he can't really rotate there later. Because Lifesteal's not a killer, right?
Oh
and
yeah, look at him.
one lane's really the only one he can go to.
Unknown, just
Oh, is he dead? I
two-thirds of
think
his
he's dead.
HP gone. Oh my god, he's dead. Yeah. Fade Bolt and the Wild
Magic
Axes.
Streak.
That was a burst.
This is not good here.
Old mid
Team
lane.
flow.
Once again, 5 spits.
Oh my gosh. Mangdai being absolutely disgusting here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just watching mid lane like the first 5 minutes. Don't really care about any other lane right now.
I mean, at least he has brown boots. Now actually get away move perhaps, but level 3 poison attacks now up and online. 2 Wraith bands as well. What can you do?
Jacroy in a bit of trouble bottom lane, maybe. No mana on the Ricky, but the
maybe.
last hit.
Yeah. Okay. You know, at least Team Flare, they do find themselves a kill bottom. Maybe things are starting to get changed now for the bottom lane, but we do remember that Naga Siren can rotate to the jungle easily.
I feel like he's dead.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Mercury
Oh, no.
is dead. He's gone.
Mamang Daya. Cool people don't watch explosions. Drops the last hit and just turns around. Shazam.
Shazam. Gonna TP out to base.
He's fine. How's Lifestealer doing? No face boots yet. Kinda low on the net worth rate. Doing a good job. Oh, he's not buying helm. Oh, I like this from Red. This is cool actually. So, you know, I talked about I talked about the Lifestealer eat my helm. It's like a no helm for you. Do I like this?
Wait.
I feel you should still buy a helm. You just don't run into the Lifestealer with it. Because it's not easy for a Lifestealer to run at your creep, right? When you're winning your lane so hard. Actually not 100% sure.
What does oh god, Mercury being harassed again by the poison attacks.
His team's
I mean,
here,
rotation there from Trazam. Oh god, Sacred Arrow though. Mercury's dead. Underneath his tier 2, though they will find Mamang Daya nonetheless with the rotation of the 2 supports. Will punish that shoot underneath the tier 2 tower. That was diving 2 towers there. The Viper.
Top lane, they have a siege creep. Dalu pulled a wave though. I'm surprised how they would want to pressure here. Unknown?
Yeah.
He's gonna get
chased here.
So now there's a
Primal
roar.
Roar. That is a kill.
Do you know what you can
Killing
do?
spree.
If you're a Lifestealer and you're level 4 and the Beastmaster's level 6, you know what you do? You cry.
Would you be able to give some insight into why you would pick up Vladimir's though here first instead of the Helm of the Iron Will?
I think he just didn't want the Helm creep against the Witch Doctor stun and the Lifestealer infest. That's probably the reason.
Right. Got you.
He's also so far ahead, honestly. I don't think it matters even if he went Helm. He can probably man-fight the Lifestealer with his aura and offering.
If I'm Witch Doctor underneath the tier 1.
How's Mercury
Galul and
doing?
Travens.
Level 5 Jungle Ember with the Blightstone.
So
this
sad.
was a 3rd pick Viper, man. Like, I guess they saw the Ember. Can't really do much.
Radiant's
Fair.
bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
The loot tipping top.
And at least you have the Nevermind now starting to pressure the tier 1 tower with the exorcism. And they're actually going to attempt to go onto G-Croy here, being slowed down there by the Siphon Drain and the Song of the Siren.
Oh, he died.
Oh,
he did.
Oh, he got it. Oh, the exorcism. The 3 ghosts.
Kind of
The ghosts
sloppy
were
from
forward.
G-Croy, these 2 deaths. He just kind of got chased down by the DP. Wasn't really expecting this from Happen. Nicely done by Nevermind and CZY.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Spawn do get
You
the
see that,
trade
though?
in top lane. Yeah, I saw that.
He got level 6 and he leveled the Song of the Siren thinking, oh, I've escaped. But those ghosts were like locked on target. I didn't think they could go that far.
You know what they say, man? Ghosts don't sleep.
Has been denied.
And how's the lifesteal gonna come back into this game though? He's so poor.
I don't know.
Say
Speaking
that,
of
but-
lifesteal, he's been initiated on here. They do have the Primal Roar, but he's very close to the tier 2. Don't know if they're going to commit it right now. Still taking quite a bit of damage.
They're thinking about it. They're chilling though.
Yeah.
So how are they gonna deal with this?
Oh my gosh, look at the
this
tier 2.
helm of the Overlord 2 that's gonna come out in like 3 minutes from Red.
Oh my god, that's devastating. Top of the net worth right now, Red is. Oh my gosh. Meanwhile, though, they do get Witch Doctor on the mid lane as well with the tier 1 middle tower. It's gone. 9 minutes in, dominance is shown. Apart from the bot lane, never mind.
Lane, G-Croy?
Yeah. CZY. Oh, they're gonna die. Oh, you don't want to
Yes,
die for tier 2. You don't want to die for
Nevermind's
tier 2.
kinda
They're gonna
here.
try and go for G-Croy nonetheless. Gonna try and use the mirror image. Will find the kill nonetheless there with the Crypt Swarm, but in return they will lose both of their lives here. Double kill for Travens.
The top lane though. Who's gonna help Unknown? Ember can't come here. Witch Doctor can't come here. Unknown's just, man, he's worse than a Morphling game. At least he was a Morphling earlier.
He's trying to go Omelet.
I think he needs like Midas and Octarine to make his Midas cooldown lower right now. Oh, how do you come back in?
Oh, it's so hard to watch. I can't see. Okay,
So-
all right. CZY is going to rotate, but what can you do? Telekinesis. Bye bye.
Man, he's so poor, but actually G-Croy's the same net worth as the Ember. I didn't realize. 0-3. Wonder what's happening. It's just kind of, I mean, he's kind of feeding on his own, I would say. Probably not expecting the damage coming out from Nevermind and CZY.
I do have a feeling though that Red's going to be able to just
1v5.
apply like mega pressure.
Yeah, you're probably right.
The Overlord, Helm of the Overlord comes out. It's like, what are you going to do now?
How's Mercury doing? Just turned level 7. Trezem, go away Trezem, my EXP. Oh, takes the last hit too! No, that's so sad. So sad.
Oh. I don't think they're going to go for Unknown.
Kind of just, Dalu just kind of establishing dominance here. It's like, I'm hitting the tower, what's up?
Oh my god, they've almost taken the tier 2.
Yeah.
What can you do? I mean, CZY is waiting underneath here. They will commit the
squad's coming though.
Lift. Oh yeah, Moonlight
The squad
Shadow.
have protection there, Sentry. Level 6 on Trezem,
They're
it's
going to
kind
go
of
full with the
scary.
lull with the Stolen Rage. Still going to mid-prep full. Yes, will full nonetheless, but the Sacred Arrow connected there. On to Unknown. Travins in the back lines. Oh, coming in with the no-scope. Taking out the lifesteal there, but in return, Viper Strike
Radiant's
onto
bottom tower
CZY.
is under attack.
Will still survive. It'll be a 2-for-1 though. They do take down both the Beastmaster and the Rubik, so at least they find something out of that. We're committing with the defense, though. Give some breathing space now for G-Croy to try and farm up and get that Yasha, which he's been desperately trying to get the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, a bit too over aggressive there, but finally it does get punished. But the tier 2 is almost dead. Probably need
Yeah, though, with
sentry or two up here.
but the Sacred Arrow from the backlines and then
Yeah, that
leaping
was
in with the
really
Starstorm.
clutch. Would have been a disaster otherwise. That is Maelstrom for Mercury though, so kind of on his way back. Unfortunately, he
Okay.
has Max Flame Guard and it's only level 7. How is he level 7, man? What's happening? He's the same level as the Ricky, lowest in the game. Where's his
Oh no,
HP?
they're,
I feel like
they're
he's
taking
been
tier 2 again.
Can you
They
get a
will
deny
find
though,
it.
CZY? Oh,
Maybe.
There's a hard
Dire's
one.
top tower has fallen.
12
With this
minute
now-
losing tower against a Beastmaster with offering Rosh's.
They're gonna get
Rosh's
XP
free.
advantage even more.
Yeah, that's true too. So I've not
If
seen
they
a
take the
level.
outpost.
Usually when you see a level 7 Ember with Maelstrom, that's a good sign. But I don't know about this one. 13 minutes into the game.
It is difficult. Is he even going to put any? Okay, 1 point into Searing Chains.
Oh man, dude, just level 2 Sleight of Fist with Maelstrom. That's so sad. It's so sad.
It's because he had to put 4 points into Flame God to try and farm up on the jungle creeps.
That's true.
Because he's having such a hard time.
Radiant's middle tower.
That's why he
is
only
under
has level
attack.
2 Sleight of Fist.
Shazam going for a kind of a wrap around here. Red? They see they have no detection. Oh, they have detection.
Detection there.
Goodbye.
Primal Roar. Starstorm will be enough to take down the Ricky.
Oh, thank you for contributing to my funds to buy the Helm of the Overlord
Radiant
since
structures are
Beastmaster.
fortified.
Meanwhile, Shazam trying to make a solo play here. Not sure if he'll find anyone. Mercury.
Yeah, he might be on there. He's doing well to take the creep wave.
Oh,
Oh no! Gonna try and TP. There's the telekinesis. Mercury gone. Oh no!
Dire are scanning.
Not what you want. And with that, they may actually rotate into the Roshan. They're going to indeed. Going to try and take the Aegis.
Did you see Mamang Dire's items? He has like a travel over X, right? And he has Dragonlance queued up. So I'm wondering if he forgot that Dragonlance does not require Ogre X. Does that make sense? Because why would you buy this Ogre X?
Yes.
It's kind of weird.
Welcome to the Radiant.
How's Nevermind doing? Damn, I love this DP Giga Chat build. He's like, Greaves, but you're all useless. Sage and Kaya is my item. Dude, these items look so weird.
Radiant's
So
bottom
weird.
tower is under
Is that
attack.
I love
even?
it.
Is Kaya Sanj actually any good for DP?
Yeah, it is good, but
Uh-oh.
it definitely is.
Never mind. Never mind. He's in trouble. Oh, he's going to hide around in the trees. Going to try and use as much Siphon Drain as he possibly can. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Not going to live through that. Goodbye. Never mind.
The prize is mine.
Interestingly, Flo coming in for a smoke. And Ricky, Witch Doctor, and Ember.
Yeah, there's
right
a dart
behind.
now. Mid smoke screen Melodic Death Horde is really strong. Probably kills anyone.
They're gonna go for G-Croy. Oh, Flo.
Can you find him?
Come in.
He's probably dead.
No trains here. You see G-Croy still moving around. Oh, scouting out. Is that the real one? Yeah, the smoke just broke. They know that's the real one. There's the dart. But they have anything. Where's the Maledict? There it is. And the remnants. That's enough. There we go. They commit quite a bit, though. They even commit the Death Ward for that. You know, still punishing G-Croy there and is actually, believe it or not, behind the lifestealer here in regards to net worth.
I don't know, man. G-Croy is not having a game. Please buy the Manta, G-Croy. Buying the shitty Orchid, you're like so far behind. You're just gonna farm. Come on, bro. Adapt to the game.
I'm not really angry with him, Adam.
I mean, I feel like he just buys Orchid all the time. Like, it's good sometimes, and sometimes it's not. You know? You don't have to always buy it.
Oh, unknown. Travin's right behind him. The rest of the spawn team. Oh, they may use the Primal Roar.
They are... I don't know, they are ganking
Oh no,
the
they think...
illusion.
Wait, they think that's the real one. Uh-oh. Shazam's dead.
Red.
Definitely think
Does he have dust?
Shazam is
No
dead.
dust?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh no, put onto the cliff. Oh, wait. TP. Oh, not able to get out.
Oh, Mamang Dai is buying eggs now, actually.
Did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Manta.
maybe you
OCZ
realized
white?
that. I was like, oh.
Arrow?
CZ white?
No arrow.
That's for sure. Yeah, maybe he bought the Ogre Axe thinking, you know, that was into Dragonlance, and it was like, oh, well, crap.
I shall adapt.
I guess. Yeah, adapt and overcome. Is the Axe any good on Viper?
I think it's good like later on, like not the eggs itself, but the eggs gives you some corrosive skin way of playing, and then you buy Manta and you can just kind of farm the whole map with illusions. Like some infinite scaling. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting, but it takes time to come online. Like the eggs itself is not very strong. once you get like this Bloodstone and Manta style and all, it's actually so aggressive. It's so annoying.
Dire's middle
The lane
tower
red
has
in a bit of trouble here. I say a bit, but it's just Mercury looking at him.
Searing Chain, Sacred Arrow. It connects onto Ember. Mercury dead.
No way.
Pro Primal Roar needed. The Telekinesis is there. Takes down CZY as well. That is not what they want.
That was literally fucking feeding. Okay, there's no way his Beastmaster with his team beside him and then walk next to him.
middle tower is under
Oh
attack.
my god, what the hell's happening?
Radiant's top tower is
I mean,
under
they're going to
attack.
take, they've got themselves the Helm of the Overlord right now. They're going to try and push middle. Meanwhile, though, they do take the top wave here of the Exorcism.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A nice tier 2 items, but they need the Ricky back up. They need Ricky with the smoke screen. Remnanting from behind. Oh no. Oh no, Mercury. Oh dear. Down to 30.
I need someone to drug test this guy.
I don't know what to say in that regard.
Drug test him.
Dire's middle barracks
It's on some shit, that's what I can tell you.
Dire's structures are fortified.
With my 6k friends, don't play like this.
Oh wait, no, Lifestealer. And the backline's there with Ricky as well. They got the Death Ward that will take out the Mangdian. Travins has a leap. Will be able to get away. The Sleeping Arrow though. Sleeping Dart. They will find Ricky there nonetheless. Ricky down for 30. They have no smoke screen, so this may look like they'll be able to get themselves the middle set of racks. The stolen Sleeping Dart and the Sacred Arrow. Oh no! It's on unknown! No! Oh, it's such a disaster! The Team Flow, what can you do?
What can you do?
Look at this situation, Adam.
And I don't know. They look really lost. Yeah, that's what they do. There's your answer, Epi. You know what's up. It's over.
Oh dear. So with that, ladies and
really
gentlemen,
stupid.
Game 2, very quick, 19 minutes. Game 2 is going to be going to Spawn Team, who win this series very clean here.
Man, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I feel like I'm gonna play some party queue with my friends later, and I'm gonna be grateful for what I have, because that was not what I want from my teammates. You know, they look so tilted and so lost. Team Flow both games, just maybe kind of given up. Maybe just not having a good day. You know, didn't have a good lunch. So you lose sometimes. What can you do?
Yeah, it was really difficult. I mean, the third pick, Ember, and then having that Viper against them as well. Is there really anything that they could have done differently to try and move that around and maybe perhaps put it into a different position so they could have had a easier mid? Or
I mean, I feel like the Ember having a bad game is kind of normal, but they have last pick on the other end, which is the Lifestealer, who also lost his lane. He didn't really see the matchup because they picked the DP early, right, instead of double support. So they kind of sacked their mid player and then did not have good matchups in the side lane. Bot lane was the only lane that did well. Never mind, he was pretty farmed. Kept Nagapur the whole game, but unfortunately for them, Jikroy didn't need to play this game to win.
yeah,
I think Jikroy didn't actually participate in the game. He was just kind of dying to a DP and hitting creeps while Spawn was just kind of 4-man won the game by themselves.
God, yeah, we see there Mamang Daya getting the MVP for his Viper. Pretty disgusting. That game there with the Viper was really laying it hard into Mercury. Mercury nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Was able to get a Maelstrom quite early, as you said, what was very, very underleveled.
Yeah, it felt like, I don't know, I feel like Mercury, he did a good job recovering net worth-wise. Like, he wasn't that poor, but for some reason he was, I didn't catch why, but he was so underleveled. I feel like Trezem was like juggling with him or something. But at least I caught a bit of that. But there's no way this Ember should be level 7 13 minutes into the game. Something's wrong, you know? You just go bot lane, you know, you press Flame Guard, you stack a cam, there's no way you're solo level. Something's wrong.
It is, yeah. Do you think it was mainly down to the picks here from Team Flow, or do you think it was maybe perhaps some team communication and ability that they possibly would need to change in order to win that second game?
I mean, I would say they definitely didn't bring their A game today. In fact, it's probably like their D game or something. I think Team Flow is definitely a bit better than this. I'll give it to them. But the drafts were weird. The gameplay was weird. Just looking kind of lost today.
Is there anything? Would you mention anything good about? Let's try and transition to some of the some nice points. The Spawn team were able to clean up a very nice 2-0. Is there anything that you were impressed with that they pulled off today?
I was impressed with Red, actually. I feel like he's been picking these like weirder heroes, the Marcy and stuff, but I see him play as Beastmaster and he looks so good on it. And Beast is just, it's a better hero than Marcy, I can tell you that. They look so good, and I feel like this adds to Spawn's hero pool. They look strong, they have good drafts. I like where they're coming and how they're progressing as a team. They look pretty good to me.
They do, yeah. I definitely like what Spawn team are doing in this in the current game. They've had some close games as well, especially with if I remember correctly, Spawn team.
It was Polaris
they played
the last one we casted.
Yeah, they've already gone against the two giants at the moment. Army Geniuses and Polaris. They did give both Polaris and Army Geniuses a run for their money, even if it was a 2-0. So they have been a little bit of a blockade for Army Geniuses and Polaris to try and get through. But I think with time and with practice, I feel like Spawn team can adapt themselves and become a much stronger team. They have a lot of ability to evolve and adapt and become a very good team. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, they're definitely showing potential, right? Really improving, like we said, but they also challenged the top two teams in this division, Polaris and AG, like you said, but they kind of fell short. But we did see a lot of, I'd say, contention in the games. The games were not close. In fact, Spawn almost took game one off Polaris, just kind of small things to clean up. And the problem with these things is you don't really get the opportunity to do much about it, because I would think Polaris and AG don't really want to scream you right now, and the tier 1 teams are not playing. The div 1 teams at least kind of on break, or they're like flying to Lima, and you don't have many opportunities in a tournament setting to kind of get practice in like these movements and team calls. So these games are really important for you, and it's how much you can learn from them and take away. I think that's really what matters.
Whilst we're having a little bit of a break, though, let's speak a little bit about the standings currently at the moment. So it does indeed push Spawn team. I feel like they're fighting against Myth Avenue.
Myth Avenue,
right now.
yeah.
So, yeah. So with that win, they have themselves. They're drawn on what is it? It's match score right now. They're drawn on match score of both 3-2 with Myth Avenue Gaming.
But they 2-0'd Myth, so it doesn't really matter, right? Because they're not playing for placement unless it goes to tiebreaker.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're kind of just secured the place right now above Myth, if anything.
And we actually do have an interview. I think Adam will be happy with this. We have an interview with Spawn team's coach coming through.
Hi.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Awesome. Do you want to take it away, Adam? I'm sure you have many questions.
Nice to meet you. Can you tell us a bit about yourself? I know you've been doing like a real good job drafting for Spawn. The team looks better, but I've never heard of you before. Can you tell us where you're from? Like a bit of your Dota background?
My Dota background doesn't go that far back, I think. I've only started coaching professionally probably around 2 years at this point. So I started with like an Indonesian pro team. Maybe the Indonesian like scene knows the Prime, like Azura and those people.
For sure.
Then I started with them for a bit. Then I started my own stack with the Apes. Yeah.
So basically like
we made DPC as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Like 2 seasons ago, I think. Yeah. So I started that stack. We made DPC, but of course we didn't really have that good results, and I tried to make a new stack, I guess, with XERXIA again. And yeah, now we're here.
So would you say this is your team? Like you're the one who chose these players right now? The current roster?
I think I could say so in a way, because I think I scouted Jikroy and Dalu from like the amateur leagues like about a year ago at this point, like from December of 2021. That's when I scouted them first. Then yeah, it's just been with them for the past year, and now we're here, with them.
That's a journey. Right, could you tell us more about like how you guys feel? I mean, we're coming towards the end of DPC. I guess today is the last day of the second week. You guys are pretty much third or hoping on loss for Polaris or AG to play tiebreakers. Like, do you guys still have hopes for Div 1 right now?
I mean, we're not giving up hopes on making Div 1, although we know realistically it's probably unlikely, I would say, but of course, we can't really give up hope because I think we're pretty happy just being in our position right now. So, there's no reason to be sad or looking down on any of the results we have had or we might have in the future.
That's fair. I think I just want to say congrats because I feel like your team has the most progress out of all the teams I've watched so far. I feel like AG and Polaris, they kind of started off strong, but you guys, I see your improvement every game. I think that's hard to say for a lot of Div 2 teams. So yeah, I just want to say a big congrats on that because that's impressive to me.
Thank you.
All right.
I was just gonna highlight on that as well. Oh, sorry. No. You go ahead. Wait, it's your interview. It's your interview. I'll give you the respect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think I can't take full credit for all this improvement or progress that from Spawn team as well, because I think it's been a tough road for us to get to this point, because I think on the day of the roster lock, which is like 9th of January, I believe, we didn't even have a full roster at that day. So we were finalizing our roster that day, and yeah, it's been a tough road, of course, because like most teams have way more practice than we do, because it's literally 2 days before open qualifiers, and we've only gotten a full roster at that point. So I think everyone in the team, the management, like all the players, they've done all their part as well to, try and work as hard or even harder than me, I would say, to get our team to this point where we can, have a good placing in DPC for now.
Mm-hmm. And how's your journey been so far? Because as Adam says, he feels like you guys have made a lot of progression within the games that we've watched so far, and I've kind of seen that too. I think one of the things that we highlighted was Jikroy has improved quite a lot himself as a carry, and we've been seeing his performance improve dramatically. How's the journey been for you guys so far in regards to improvement?
I guess we've always been trying as hard as we can to improve, but I guess there's a lot of external factors that have played a big part in our journey so far. For example, as you may have noticed, from the past interviews, Dalil and Red, Daya and Travis are all in the bootcamp, while me and Jikroy are unable to be in the bootcamp as of now. And that's due to some external reasons that I'm not gonna go into, but that has definitely played some part in it's a bump in the road. It's another obstacle, but I guess we've been doing pretty well considering all the odds. We're going against all the odds, and it's been going better than expected, I would say.
And how are you feeling about that? Because you've been doing really well at the moment, currently in the standings. You're actually joint with Myth Avenue Gaming right now, both with a game score of 3 and 2. So you're just actually below Polaris and Army Geniuses, which is very admirable to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really great because, of course, another thing is of course, we have a huge respect for Polaris and Army Geniuses, as we see them as likely Division 1, their Division 1 contending teams, everyone knows that. And I guess another thing that makes me happy as well, because I'm also I have huge respect for MEG as well, XERXIA. I have quite a history with him as well. I'm happy that he's doing well as well in the CPC. So it's been a really great season, I would say, at least for me personally.
That's good.
That's great to hear.
I have one last question. Sorry, it's regarding draft actually. I feel like Mamang Daya, he maybe over the past year or two, he went away from these like Viper and Underlords and these Huskars, but he's kind of coming back now into his hero pool. Is this you, or is he like looking to play these heroes again?
So I think some of it is me, because like for example, I think you were commenting on the Underlord mid pick as well last time in a previous series. That was all, you know, Daya is probably known for his like impulse picks and stuff that like his cheese or weird picks. Sure. But those like Underlord pick, Kotal picks, like those were actually planned as well, to be honest. We planned it days before, so I think it's something that's more thought out this way. It's like that's one of Daya's unique points about him, right? That's like one of his unique strengths of him as a player. Instead of suppressing it and make him play the way that people think Dota should be played, why don't we just see the game in a different light, see it from a different perspective, let him shine, let him do what he wants. Maybe you can get more out of him, right? So we're just giving it a shot, and it's been working.
I'm a big fan of that mentality. Congratulations again on your victory. It was really nice talking to you.
It was really great stuff, and a big congrats on your win, especially with the fact that, you know, you've suffered through those hardships, you've done superbly well, and we've seen the improvements as you've seen from Spawn Team. So a really big well done, and we hope to see more from yourself and the rest of Spawn Team.
Thank you.
And that was the coach coming in from Spawn Team with a lovely interview there, giving us some insight into some of the hardships and the improvements that they've been facing overall. And they've been doing quite a good job, haven't they, Adam? You got to hand it to them. They've been doing very nicely, and you're happy with the performance that they've been giving out in this Division 2 DPC.
Yeah, I feel like the signs of good teams are how fast they learn and pick up things, because I think in Dota you don't get the opportunity to learn like truly, because scrims are scrims and tournaments, and I feel like the teams that learn the fastest are usually teams that are being good.
Yeah, so a big props to Sunderbull there for coming in with the interview and giving us some more insight into that, because it's always lovely to hear, especially from the coach, about how things are going and their mindset within the Division 2. But it's not over yet. Well, technically it is over yet. It is over now, ladies and gentlemen, with that final best of 3 series coming to an end, and it's the end of week 2. Can you believe it, Adam? It's almost gone. We've only got ourselves week 3
so quick.
Next week. I know, it's gone so quick, and then we got ourselves the tiebreakers. But indeed, we do want to just go over with a conclusion of what has happened so far. So what games have we had today? Well, of course, we've had ourselves XERXIA versus Atlantis. Finally, Adam, a 2-1. A 2-1. This has come out of nowhere. You know,
that's true, finally. Actually. It's been so long.
It's been so long. We finally got ourselves a 2-1 with XERXIA versus Atlantis. The last 2-1 that we did have was XERXIA versus Flow on that was on February the 5th. So quite a while away. 7 days in week 1.
There's only been 2 2-1s this whole DPC season.
That'll be the third one.
2-0. Oh, is it the third? All right.
Yeah. Then we had UD Vessuwan versus Atlantis in the first day that went 2-1 there. But yeah, 2-1 with XERXIA versus Atlantis. And then, of course, we did have ourselves UD Vessuwan versus Myth Avenue Gaming in match 2. Mag were able to take that 2-0. And then the final series that myself, and Adam covered was indeed Spawn Team versus Team Flow. Spawn Team were able to take that cleanly with a 2-0. But also, let's have a look at how things have turned out at the end of today of the current standings as we are ending it on week 2. So XERXIA were found to be the better team out of the best of 3. It was concluded with a 2-1. And that in the first best of series today. Fast-paced games which pushes XERXIA above Atlantis, not too far from Team Flow, if they want to stay in Division 2. Mag winning also pushes UD Vessuwan down the standings further away from Spawn Team in the terms of the game score by 3. Also with the fact that Spawn Team have now indeed won a best of 3 against Team Flow. So that pushes them joint head with Myth Avenue Gaming. As you can see, both of them with a match score of 3-2 and 6-4. Because of sports team victory there, of course, joint third. They're happy with that. But Polaris and Army Geniuses, still the mammoths within the Div 2 currently with 4-0, 8-0. They're very, very spicy from what we can tell of the standings. But before we go as well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to tell you the schedule for next week, the week 3, the final week, and that is on Wednesday. So a few days we've got to wait until we get ourselves some juicy CDPC Dota 2. And that is indeed Army Geniuses versus XERXIA. So Army Geniuses, currently undefeated with an 8-0 game score, versus the second to last team on the standings, XERXIA, just above Atlantis there. And then we also have ourselves Atlantis versus Polaris, with Polaris also being undefeated with an 8-0 game score, versus the team, unfortunately, which is at the bottom of the standings, Atlantis. Hopefully, they'll be able to actually strengthen themselves and come out with a very nice, some solid games, but we'll see how that goes nonetheless. And then we have ourselves the final game on Wednesday, which is UD Vessuwan versus Spawn Team. Don't know how this one will go, as it's both teams kind of in the middle of the standings as of the moment. So UD Vessuwan versus Spawn Team. UD Vessuwan, they're sitting on a match score of 2-3 versus Spawn Team, because of their current best of 3 win. They're currently on 4-2, so just 2 wins ahead of them there. So maybe perhaps we'll see a 2-1, or maybe perhaps how the most of the tournament has been a 2-0. But yes, that is the schedule there for Wednesday. But that concludes week 2 out of the CDPC. Indeed, Adam, it's gone very, very quickly. Any thoughts on the end of week 2 this week?
I mean, I feel like we've kind of separated the top half and the bottom half. Wednesday is another day of separation. I think the top 3 fighting the bottom 3. We'll see if any of the teams can redeem themselves. So still some chances for bomb teams to save themselves, and I guess Spawn and Myth are hoping Polaris and AG drop some games, which is, I guess, kind of unlikely, but who knows what can happen.
Who knows? Who knows? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the stream for today. We've just had our 3 best of 3s, but all the teams fighting very, very hard to try and secure themselves in the standings. But I've been your play-by-play caster for today, Epidamnos, and joining me was Free for Free Dota. We've had a lovely time here, along with DK Truman and Bowie as well, that have joined in within the cast. But that's all from us today, and we'll see you next week for week 3 on Wednesday.
Three, 2, 1.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Thank you.